society can help them live a healthier and happier life.
Yes.
After all, it is Men's Mental Health Month.
Fatherhood goes beyond just pleasant food on that table. It is inclusive of guardians for the children, mentorship, role models, providing, and a lot of times discipline and correctional attitude and activities towards the children. I don't know if I'm the only one thinking about that. Joy, we already heard you. We know you're in the house. Do you also think what I said it should be? Because a lot of times fatherhood we say is just food on the table.
No, it's not. It's gone beyond that. And that's why I keep saying that most of the time they say mothers are intentional. But these days, fathers are intentional. Fathers should be intentional.
Okay.
They shouldn't leave it for just the mothers to do their job. Because most of the time, when your father says anything, he doesn't have to say anything. Just looking at his face, you get the message.
Oh, yes. We have a father in the house,
yes,
right?
Yes, we do have a father in the house today to help us navigate the untold stories of fatherhood. He is a doctor. But more importantly, he is a father.
And when I asked him about his fatherhood, he said, I am an amazing husband and a proud father
to an intelligent
child. Okay,
wow.
So let's have him.
Dr. Semi, can you introduce yourself to the house?
Okay, good morning. So I am Dr. Sunday Agbonika. I am a husband of one and a father of one as well.
Husband of one.
A very intelligent son, and very happy at that.
Very proud.
And I wear many hats, but on top of it all, I am a veterinarian. I also hold a veterinary degree from Ahmadu Bello University, and I hold a master's in animal welfare and behavior from the University of Pennsylvania.
Okay, thank you very much. Now you know our guest is ready for this show. And from the look of things, you get mouth too.
He's a proud father. He's very intelligent.
Husband of one. That's very key. That's very key.
So before we launch this, I'd like to pay tribute to a father that I love so much, and that's Davido. What he did for the children, in captivity, on the world stage. He came up
that
wearing...
for me was, I cried.
Okay.
I did cry. And guess what? I think because Davido is an intentional father, I think he's just thinking about his child that he lost. And so when it comes to children, I noticed Davido is a bit compassionate. So I think that was why he did it on the world stage, and it was a very good thing to do. Yeah.
Okay.
And everybody's talking about it.
Yes, everybody's talking about it. And I noticed they showed a clip of Burna Boy and Shakira. Nigerians, I think they had the highest population of artists in FIFA.
Even though we didn't qualify.
We're not there.
You can imagine if we qualified. Well done.
Yeah. Oh my God! Did you see the song? Did you see when they were singing? What's his name?
Rema's song.
Rema's song.
The place was alive.
Imagine if Nigeria
people were singing.
That's what
it would be Nigerian FIFA. It would be Nigerian World Cup.
I was just
Nigerian World Cup.
Calm down.
Baby, calm down. No, calm down. And
I was proud.
It was beautiful.
It was, yes.
And we have a bit of Rema's song there too. The director, if you can show us a bit of Rema, that's Burna Boy.
Shakira,
yes. And Shakira is another person that trips me. She's almost 50.
Yes.
And you can see her body is still talking.
Her body is still.
It's still talking. It's a lot of it. For me.
You see, we didn't qualify, but
we qualified.
So how has the tournament been so far, though?
The tournament.
I know you were watching football yesterday.
Oh yes, I did, and I was almost late. The tournament for me started a bit slow because there were so many issues. But you see, the thing about football is that people have just packed that issue, because for a Nigerian, I can buy a ticket for $1,000 because $1,000 is 1.5 million. Mm-hmm. Oh yes, maybe because our money doesn't have that value or something, but yesterday for me the World Cup started because I'm a Messi fan. Others will say Ronaldo was the best. For me, Messi was the best. Unfortunately, it was an African country that he defeated, but He's 38. This is his last World Cup. I can't believe a 38-year-old man scored a hat trick. So for me, the French team played yesterday as well. You know, they played Senegal. It was macho to macho, but I guess when you score that goal, it weakens your stuff.
All right, enough for the World Cup, because I know
Let's get into what we are here
today. We have a lot of it coming on World Cup with medley. Medley shows. So you have to wait until 1:30 to digest that. But before we kickstart today, let's touch base with Debbie, and you get to find out the real cost of men's struggle. Then we get to talk.
For generations, men have been viewed as providers, protectors, and problem solvers. Society often expects them to carry the financial, emotional, and social burdens of their families and communities. But what happens when the weight of responsibility becomes too heavy to bear? From paying school fees and rent to caring for aging parents and supporting extended family members, many men find themselves juggling multiple responsibilities at once. While responsibility can give purpose and direction, excessive pressure can take a serious toll. Health experts warn that chronic stress increases the risk of high blood pressure, stroke, anxiety, depression, and sleep disorders. Unfortunately, most men do not openly discuss their struggles due to societal expectations that they must always appear strong. The burden becomes even heavier during periods of financial hardship, unemployment, or economic uncertainty. Some men work long hours with little rest, sacrificing their physical and mental health in an effort to meet expectations. The strength of a man should not be measured by how much burden he can carry alone. True strength includes knowing when to seek support, prioritize health, and maintain balance. As conversations around mental health and well-being continue to grow, there is an increasing need to acknowledge the weight that men carry and to create environments where they can thrive. Because when responsibility becomes overload, the cost may be measured not only in stress, but in years lost from a man's life.
According to a great artist of our time, Flavor Nabania, to be a man, it's not a day's job. Did you ever see your father struggle? Because I think I grew up I don't see my father struggle.
No, that's what you think.
No, like I didn't see.
She said she did not see.
I didn't see.
So that
but
means
I feel like
a good cover up.
Yes.
They do. Our parents. Well, let me not say our parents. For me, I can say that, because if anybody told me my father struggled, I would say it's not true.
Exactly.
That's how it is for most of us.
So he knew how to manage it that we didn't know.
True.
You know, there was something my father said after retirement. Something happened, and all of them were set to leave. And my father said something, and is still resonating with me today. And he said, from where you are now and where you're going to lose half of your friends. I didn't understand what he meant.
Oh, wow.
You understand? So you see, you cannot be coming from Ikoyi and going down the mainland and you think your friends will stick with you. But I didn't understand. But guess what? The minute I moved down, I had friends who say I don't go across the bridge. But you see, and that thing has helped me all through my life, that people tend to be your friends or be with you because of the environment they see you and they feel you're there. And that is one thing I took
From your father?
from my father very young.
Okay.
That any situation you find yourself, expect it.
You know, I think that generally men have a lot of pressure. Growing up, maybe I was always with the woman, that's my mom.
Yeah.
So I saw a lot of hard work. So I felt men generally have soft life. So I used to dress up like a man because I wanted to be a man. Yes. I wanted to be the man because I didn't want to have to go to market, take care of kids, cook, do all of that, because I felt man's job was just easy. You come into the house, there's food served for you, you leave, you come back. I wasn't even sure I could reckon with him bringing money because I didn't see when the money exchanged hands.
Yes.
But as we got older and got
bedroom.
wiser, I found out that he was actually picking a lot of bills. All the sweets, all my health challenges, everything, it was on his pockets. And this man still had time to take us for rides, take us on holidays, you know, ask you about your schoolwork. You know, even though your mom does the assignments, but when he comes back, how was school today, blah, blah, and all that. And I recall even when I was in the university, I had married. And my father just did not want to let go. So once in a while, he would pretend like he came for an errand around my university area.
He will come to you.
And then he will come to there was no cell phone. So he will come to the school and goes like, I said, what are you doing? I said, I came to check up on ABCD. So I said, okay, so your school is nearby. Let me see if you're there. I know my father came to check on me to see how I'm doing in the school. But then, I'm not a father. There's a father in the house. I was Dr. Sunday. I would like to find out, being a father, how cheap, how easy it is.
That's a very, thank you first of all for all the perspectives you've shared. So being a father is a tough challenge. It's a strong nut to crack, especially because, so we all grew up knowing you're supposed to be a man. We grew up knowing as a man you're supposed to muzzle it as far as your feelings and everything goes. We grew up knowing that as a man you really cannot show weakness and everything. And so with all of that, you go through a lot, especially with the changing dynamics in the world of today. So as a man, you could go through a lot, but it is something that you have to keep within. And like you've all rightly said as well, it many times is not stuff that you would also especially bring out to discuss with the children, and depends on your partner as well. You may or may not sometimes be able to discuss the full weight of certain things with your partner. So the weight of all of it remains with the man. And it can really be a strong nut to crack sometimes. But thank God for the fact that God has helped us. And it also translates to some of the statistics and data you may have seen or heard, that most often the men usually live shorter than the women, even in marriages. So the mothers live longer, most times, than the fathers. It still boils down to the weight he has to carry and the weight that he may not necessarily be bringing out there, but carrying in himself.
I have a question to ask. You're talking about all these weights that you are carrying. Do you put talk to someone? Is there someone you put talk to specially?
Therapist.
Because I know that they say women talk, there's girls talk. At times, you'll be overwhelmed and you go to your mother. And is there guys talk or men's talk?
Men's talk or father's talk?
Or father's talk, because...
Yes, definitely. So every guy should also have like his own, how do I call it, his own family. By family now in terms of, I mean like your guys that you sit with, you talk with. And it's also good to have that support system where you're able to have your guys that you can share you can sit down to discuss, and then people who are also in the same bandwidth with you, if I'll put it that way. I mean, it's to say, so like it's easier for a man going through some of these challenges and all to sit down with his guys who are equally married and then have discussions. It may be a thing of having those discussions with his guys that are married and all, and then you're able to understand and bring your different perspectives. Oh man, see how me I'm going through it, or see how me I'm navigating my own. Oh my guy, take them easy. All of that whole support system. It's also a different thing when like a married man is now having these conversations with friends who may not necessarily be at that stage just yet, and they may not necessarily get, and so you're more or less now trying to mentor them rather than trying to get the support that you need and all. So every man should actually also have your support system of friends who you're able to sit down with, have those conversations with, and they're able to share their own challenges, how they're navigating. You're able to share yours, and you're able to, let me use like the word a friend of mine would always say, compare notes. And then when you're comparing notes, now see how best you can be able to, what you can take from this person's notes, what you can give this person from your own notes, and all of that.
You know, it's good to have that conversation, but you're saying it, my mind is still going like this.
Yeah.
Because sometimes in the attempt to compare notes, you over-compare notes.
Yes.
So it's important to know what to filter out and what to let be. For instance, and when you're also comparing the notes that you want to share with other people, it's important for us to be very objective with the notes we're presenting. Because if you go in because of emotional grievances you have, you tell your friends wrong things about your wife, you know, or your children, it calls back to you. And I always say, it's easier not to talk cheap. About your family, because at the end of the day, that's really where your backbone is. Try to build it stronger. You know, thank you for sharing that bit with us. But then I also know that some men will go to in the evening. There are people, in fact, one of them is watching me as I talk.
They go to joints.
Joints? Maybe that's, what did he say? Maybe that's their own found family.
I see.
It might be their found family and where they're unwind.
Let me not lie to you. I don't have anything with joints.
See, men may not have money.
Yes.
But you see, drink money,
they must have it.
Because maybe that is their own therapy.
No, they might not have the money. If you go to this joint, you realize that most of the time, owe me.
Huh?
What is
they
owe?
owe. Then when it's end of the month, they pay this people.
Wow.
Yes. You see them, they don't go to different...
Why are you there every day?
They don't go to different joints. Sorry. They don't go to different joints. They go to joints that they know them. And they go all the time. And it's easier for them to owe the person because the person knows you are coming the next time. Yeah. That's like, look, let's call a spade a spade. That is the truth. And I always tell people it's not supposed to be a habit. I tell people you can go and drink once in a while. And most of the time, people take advice from where the joint they go to. And for me,
that's my fear.
Yeah,
exactly.
and for me, when you start taking advice from joints you go that the person is either drunk or he doesn't know certain things, then there's a problem. Let me tell you what I do when it comes to when I meet a man. I always tell people that, see, whether we like it or not, fathers have to be intentional. I always drum that because it's what the kids see their fathers do. That is what they're going to do when they grow up. I said something here a year or 2 years ago. I had a friend, the guy was my friend, and I realized that he was always beating his wife. And because he's my paddy, I said, bros, come. Why you no go look for man where una go do this thing? Why do you always like to...
I didn't buy a punch bag.
No, I said, why do you like to beat your wife? You know, he said something. He said, oh, well, my father beat his wife and beat his mother.
I like, yeah, you.
And nothing happened and she stayed. But guess what? I'm not going to blame my friend because that is all he knows. That's the way he can control. Because what you don't know, you can't really give. So that is why we keep telling parents, fathers, stop saying your wife is stupid, your wife is this, your wife is that. Because when they grow up, these kids automatically, some other kids will say, no, this is how I grew up. I will not want to be like this. And that is why I'm very happy now that men are going to see shrinks because the system is mentally warped.
It's really bad, and it's even getting worse because he mentioned earlier that men are not expected to cry.
Yeah.
We're going to, get back to our guests, but at the moment, let's see what the men on the streets are thinking. How do they manage their emotions when it's going crazy? Vox Pop.
The ability to control one's emotion is very important, because there is nothing anger so. Reacting with angers even complicate issues. But as a man who have deeper understanding, you know that you need to be calm. Yeah, you need to be calm. And when you are calm, it is after you reflect on it, you know exactly what really happened. Sometimes it might even be your own action triggers what brings offense without you knowing. And not everybody can be. We always believe that we are all right at every time. You understand? But not so.
For me, I don't used to cry if they make me angry. Once they make me angry, then I know that they are my parents or they are my colleagues or my brothers. So they senior me some, and I have a younger ones. But if it's my senior ones, I will control my anger, because even though if I react, the thing will still bounce on me again. So sometimes I used to control my anger. Sometimes I will walk out there. Then I know that I'm not seeing the person that makes me angry.
So the way that I can control my feeling from my family is that I was a teacher before coming here, Abuja. So I'm very, very good in mathematics. So whenever I take my mathematics question, if I start solving it, I used to feel happy, very, very happy. I can even call her and tell her, I forgive you, don't repeat it again.
Sometimes if your wife, she give you something you angry with her, you're supposed to come out the house. You leave her, you come out the house. After she be patient, you can come back. When you come back, you can address her. That if anything you tell me, you go settle in between you and her.
Well, for me, as you can see me, in case of any eventuality of this, I normally smile. Smile is my own. Look, I hide my pain because if I voice it out, it cannot solve the problem. I only smile, no matter how.
I apply emotional intelligence by controlling myself, by pacifying the member of the family, to make them series of wide things. We should tolerate each other and live in peace and harmony.
Well, I try as much as possible to keep silent and walk away. Yeah.
Men don't talk. And this is something that we have to look at. They're taught to be a man and internalize everything. And then on top of that, us women, we have never learned, we were never taught what it means to create the atmosphere for your man to open up himself to you. And so in times, in moments where your man opens up himself to you, it's very hard for you to receive it. In fact, in a moment where you were upset at him, angry at him, mad at him, you used that information that he gave you, which was so sacred, against him. It was a slap to his face. And now you're asking yourself, why doesn't he talk? Why doesn't he want to speak to me? Why isn't he going the same way that he did before? So we have to learn how to create the atmosphere for a man to open up himself to us.
It's our job as women to make sure that the environment, the atmosphere, emotionally speaking, even physical at home, it's conducive for our men. Even if it's in the office, we should be the same way. Men must learn to open up before they die young. And I'm just saying that in my head, some of those men, I don't want to say you lied, but you prevaricated.
Let's ask our guest. Maybe.
Okay, let us go to the guest. How do you manage your own? Do you cry?
Nobody even said cry.
Nah, they didn't lie.
For me as a person, so thank you for a good number of the things you had said, and even the people from the streets had said earlier. So people manage it different ways. Yes, there are things that will be better shared, let's say with your, like I said earlier, with your family, like your guys and all. There are also things that wisdom would let you know that are not the things to take to your guys and stuff. There are things you would rather just take some time off from, like if it's a heated, especially if it's something with your partner, that you will just detach from it a bit, probably when you go to the office or some other time where you're able to get some time off to process and then come back. And sometimes you discover when you're able to process and everything, you come back with a new perspective, or at least you're able to come back with a better solution or a way around it. For me as a person, I navigate some of these different ways. And then one other way that I also navigate challenges, and I've been doing that even before I got married and still do that as well, is also having mentors. And by mentors, I mean people that have walked the path before you. Yeah. I personally have had not one, not two, but then different mentors for different areas of my life. So people who I feel and I respect because they have shown character and all of that in different areas, that when you have challenges, you're also able to go sit down with them to get counsel from. So as a person, there are things I take to my guys, for example, to speak and then just get that perspective. There are things that I will just take some time off to be able to find how to process better. And there are also things I will take to a mentor to say, you've walked this path before me, I have this challenge, how do I go through this? So I would advise that men have these different layers of support, and then you're able to now apply wisdom to know, okay, this particular challenge, where do I go? Or how do I process this? Do I take this to someone else? Do I take time off on this to think about this? And just that whole process.
Okay, it's interesting because it just cleared up when we complained about people carrying us to the beer parlor. So it means that there are certain things for beer parlor, there are certain things for pastors, different things. It's important. Yeah. But I somebody asked us a question, I just went through it. I want to find out from you, particularly. A woman sent a message. She says men don't assist in their homes as they should. Yeah. And from my own background, my father used to say a man is not supposed to be in the kitchen. True. I don't know if it's real
African
or not.
background.
Yes. Yeah. So what do you think about men helping out with chores, at home? I know as fathers, you're entitled to a lot of things, but would it also affect you mentally or affect your struggle?
So with helping out with chores at home, yes, society had taught men, especially our African society, our Nigerian societies, depending on the culture you come from, that men are not supposed to do certain things. Well, the world is changing. Yeah. We're evolving in different ways and all. And traditionally, that was mostly because back in the days, the man was supposed to go out, spend all of his time out there, either farming or hunting or whatever else to bring home what was due to the family. In today's world, they're not necessarily going out to hunt. And in today's world, the wife as well is also going out to work and do her own stuff. We are here, for example, and I'm a man here, I'm the only man here, and I'm speaking with the three of you and all women who are also leaders in your own rights and doing your own thing as well. So
you forgot to count the cameramen.
The cameramen and all of that, yes. So just bringing all of that to say the world is changing, society is changing today. So it also will not now be reasonable for a man to expect, for example, that the wife has been out all day as well, working, and then she comes back home and she's probably spending the next 3-4 hours doing meals, doing every other thing at home, cleaning the house and everything as well. So it's where the man also would now bring in wisdom to see how to manage the home and manage even the partner as well by whatever way he can support. When I say whatever way he can support, I would say there are different ways a man can navigate it. If you feel you absolutely cannot, then why not get people to pay to come stay with you and take care of the things within the household? But otherwise, man up, as a friend of mine would say. It would also be a thing of saying you can man up and support with a few of the things at home, and then let the wife as well work around some of the things. So it's not now to leave the home entirely to the woman to manage, but then you are more or less like seeing it from the perspective of being, we are now partners. I, for example, never wanted a wife who was just a housewife. So meaning I also needed to come to a place where I am telling myself in my mind as well, I am marrying a woman who is a career person, meaning I need to also find a way to support her at home. So it's also important for many men to either get that mind shift, or if you are not able to navigate that, then to say, okay, if it is cooking, I have people as well in the house to cook. You do your thing, especially if she's a career person who is also able to go out there. I have people who are able to help with the things at home. I'll pay them to do all of that, and then you do your thing. So different ways that a man could navigate it. It's either working together as a partner or having people run some of those things for the man or for the home, while the wife is able to also get a break or catch a break.
All right, the lines are still open, so for those who are watching, you can send Happy Father's Day messages to your fathers. And if you're a man, tell us how you want to be treated better to be a happier person.
Can I butt into
Yes, please.
what he said? You see, it's so convenient when we're in this country to say we don't do certain chores. And I realize that the same people who are here, when they tend to go abroad,
they do all of it.
They do all of it. You know, they push the kids on the buggy, they take them to school, they give them baths, they cook. So here I'm sitting down, I'm wondering, why is and not be able to do it here? And you see, the thing here is that I'm an Igala woman, so I know my Igala father cannot go to the kitchen. My brothers don't go to the kitchen. You understand? But things are changing, and we have tried to change the kids. We try to tell them that it's not a woman's job to on the generator. It's not the woman's job to fix the bulb. It's not the woman's job to wash the clothes. It's not a woman's job to iron.
If you're saying all of that,
yes.
I think automatically I'm a man because I do all of that.
No, you grew up wanting to be a man.
Let me tell you, you grew up wanting to be a man. I'm a hands-on woman. So I do the things the men do, and it's fine with me. But the thing here is that when you have mothers who have to get the kids ready for school, they're rushing, they have to go to work, they have to cook for their husbands, and there are some husbands I know who don't eat second-day food. It beats me.
I think I'm a man.
So that's what I'm yes,
because I don't eat overnight food.
So it's not really easy. And even, sometimes women parboil the meat or something. There are some men, you have to do everything fresh. So you see, Lagos,
they should bring money for fresh.
No, it's not about bringing the money. It's the stress and the pressure.
It's the stress.
Especially like when I used to live in Lagos, I had some friends who were bankers. They live on the mainland and they work on the island. And the husband is waiting at the house for the woman to come and cook.
All right, so it's not about women today. So
no, it's not about women.
We're not going to answer that. Somebody sent us a question there. Salam alaikum, bonjour you all. Well done. In summary, if one is blessed with good wife, you will live long without any issues. That's from
I like that person.
That's very true.
And it goes back to that. And a good wife also is made by a good husband. And my guest has just told us that he's a good husband. Sarah, doctor, I'd like to ask you a question particularly. As a man, what do you think we women, because we don't know you that much, what should we do to ensure that we make you happier, we make you, I don't know, your adrenaline to run better? We just want to see the men happier and live long for us. What are those things women are not doing that you think we can do? It's nobody's watching, it's you and me talking.
Okay, so first of all, like that video clip that was played earlier with the woman talking about the fact that most men find it or struggle with even being open to their partner. One of the first and simplest, or do I say most basic things would be to even be open enough as a woman, for example, to be able to have your partner, your man, open himself to you. And like she did share there, the wrongest thing a woman would ever do would be to use what he shares in those moments when he's being open and everything against him. Because you've literally told him, you are no safe area for me to be able to bring these things out. So it's more like, I have to keep this within me. So having that kind of supportive partner who is encouraging of the man to be able to be open enough and all, would also, like they say, a problem shared is a problem solved. Sometimes, like we have already established, there are things that are better not taken out there, but are things that are better just shared probably with your partner. And so having that support system at home where you're able to just unbundle and just bring out and really share your concerns as a man and all can be refreshing. Knowing that you have a partner that you're able to just be free with and open with alone at home can be really refreshing. And then beyond that, it's also as good as saying, well, we are men. You know, like they say, so a woman wants to be pampered, a woman wants to be all of that. Well, a man also wants to feel like a king, simply put. And so it's also doing everything you can to make the man feel like a king in his castle. For you to make him feel like this home is his castle, and in this home and in this your castle, you are the king, you reign supreme and all. I'll give an example. I had a friend back in university who I wouldn't want to mention her tribe and all, but then she was a really good friend of mine. And we were so much of friends that when she was getting married, I was the only person who was on the groomsmen, who was a groomsman, but then was more of a friend of the bride than the friend of the groom. But because the husband knew I was coming for the wedding, he told me, Sunday, you know you are so close to my wife and everything and all of that is established. So, but you know you cannot, because of the relationship, come to my wedding and not be a groomsman because of that. So I was the only groomsman who was a groomsman, but then more of a friend of the bride than the friend of the groom.
Groom's bride.
But like I learned something from her back then. She knew that in her culture, the woman bends to give food and all of that to the man. She knew it was not something that was natural for her. So the one thing she was always doing in university back then was, I would come visit her. She was a really close friend that I visit her a lot. And then when I'm with her and all, she comes to give me stuff, and then she's kneeling down, bending, and I'm laughing at her. But she will tell me, see, if you like, laugh. Now you know, all me I know is I'm using this to practice because this thing will be no easy for me. I'm using you to practice. And so I don't know about their marriage and everything, but I want to feel like that's something. And then she was also very specific on the fact that she wanted to marry somebody from her tribe, which was what she eventually did. So for her, she knew this is what someone from here would really appreciate. This is what will make someone from here feel like a king in his castle. So let me do this for him. And so they're out of the country now, but I want to believe that going as far back as university and using me to practice, it's something that even though they're out of the country and all, she would do for him even there, and will make him feel like a king even in where they are right now, where it's not supposed to be the norm in the culture.
Okay, that's a good one.
If you say so. If you say so.
But he did make a point, because at the end of the day, in your home, even if it's a half-bedroom apartment, you know, not one bedroom, half now, the man is a king, and we must recognize that.
The bills.
Whether he's paying the bill or not, he's the crown, and you're the neck that is moving the crown. Okay. That's how it is. Okay, we have more comments coming in. He says, good evening. It's actually morning. Maybe he's not writing from Nigeria. Gentlemen and ladies in NTA, this is the first time I joined your program. Men should stop beating their wives.
Thank you.
Some women are noisemakers, but just walk away.
Just walk away.
The way you can tune off FM, it will change a lot. And he says he's Honorable Lord Marco Jo from Durumezi Mbiari. Okay. The next question, let me take one more before I ask you my next question. Kudos to all fathers all over the world. Fathers are the backbone and pillars of our existence. Despite any man's weakness or financial status or background, the role and power can never be erased. It's God's given mandate. God bless all fathers. Emmanuel Efan from Yola, Adamawa State. You had something to celebrate the men.
Yes, because now that we're talking about it, it's not just about, you're talking about crown and kingship. Let's also look at songs to celebrate fathers.
Okay,
however,
music.
Yes.
It was difficult.
It was difficult to find. I realize it's as if we don't like men, or we don't like fathers. There are more women mother songs than fathers.
Yeah, Ludovandro sang his. I think that's the only one I know about fathers, actually.
That's the only one you know?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's launch this from Blessing and see.
Hello, my beautiful people. I am gladly back to be on your screens again, your girl with the rhymes and vibes. You know, anytime I turn up, it's all goodie bags. Yes, you heard me, goodie bags. And today is all for our fathers. Music to celebrate Father's Day is hard. It's not just easy to find. But I did my job. I did my homework. And in no particular order, we'll be starting with this ancient one titled I Love My Daddy by Ricardo. I got you emotional there, right? I'm sorry, but I've got more in stock for you guys. On number 2, today is Father's Day by Abuja. Take it. You're all having fun here, because I am. Our heroes, our fathers, deserve all of it. Next is an all-time killer, girl child, boy child, every child, including adult child. Love it. Luther Vandross, Dance with My Father Again. Memory lane Drew writes, come back a little. Does your father love saxophone? Then this next song is for him. Father Love by BJ Saxophone.
Àwọn ní bàbá kan, bàbá tó mọyì ọmọ, bàbá tó ń kẹ́ wa bí ẹyin, ó kàn wá bí ọmọ. Is the father of the fatherless, helper of the helpless, hope of years to come, helper in the time of need, treasure of my heart, my sheep.
Bedu for papas and daddies. I'm not done. Wait for this one. A love song for all daddies on their special day. Legacy of a Father.
For every sacrifice behind the scenes, for holding us through all the in-betweens, we see the Father's image in your hands, steady anchor in the shifting sands. We pause to hurry, we kneel to say, we love you more than words.
Did you enjoy that? It's your girl Blessing saying Happy Father's Day to all our fathers, especially to my daddy, Mr. Joshua Tokan. See you next time. I leave you with this one for the road. Catch it.
Every word you say, our hero, every single day, stood beside us all the way. Happy Father's Day.
Yes, we are all killed in to celebrate the Father's Day. And I really got myself hyped and emotional to thinking about my dad.
Yes.
But I want to find out which of them did you like most? I remember you mentioned dance.
Yeah, well, Dance with My Father. Well, today is not about us. Yes, today is not about us. Today is about fathers. So I'm throwing the question back to Dr. Sunday. Which song did you like the best among the songs?
So they all sank in really well. and I enjoyed them all. But I would still go back to the all-time classic, Dance with My Father.
All right, do you enjoy dancing with your son? And do you play games with your son as well?
Yes, definitely. My son loves to come and make us play football and make us dance, make us literally all of those.
And I'm asking, when do you have this special, because a lot of times people do things as family, but on your own side, do you have a special father-son time?
Yeah, so there are times when, so like for us, we just make out time every now and then to see how my wife has some time with him, I have some time with him and all. So there are daddy and son, there are times when we call it daddy and son time. We could just, two of us, just go off, for example, just go to the cinema, sit down, watch a movie, or just go sit down somewhere else, have a conversation. And literally, we have our own daddy and son time when we just decide what we want to do for that particular daddy and son time day. And then there are also moments with his mom when they also decide to do their thing.
Okay, that's really concern.
Yeah, I want to use myself as an example. My father's time, you know, when we were growing up, we used to sit on the table to eat together. I notice it's not happening anymore. Everybody just goes, carries their tray, and they just eat. So it was easier for us to sit down and banter and talk and discuss. The other one that I notice is that sometimes, most of the time, you know, our mothers take us to school and all that. So
now it's more fathers.
Yeah, so most of the time when you take your kids to school, it's so easy to talk about certain things. And the thing here is that my father used to make up time during the weekends because he was a military man. So he used to make up time during weekends to take you to the club, take you swimming, so that you just, let's talk. Let's really talk. Okay, what are your issues? And you know, all those kind of things, because sometimes the way a mother advises is totally different from the way a father advises. So I think fathers should try and create more time where they can, you know, talk with their kids.
What's your exciting moment with your father?
I have the best in daddy.
Sure. Yeah, you have the best.
The best in daddy.
Are you saying because you're a father of Ghana?
No, that's the best. That's the best in daddy. I call him godlike Agada.
Wow.
That's a good one.
Wow.
That's my amebo partner. We do amebo.
Amebo.
Our own time is like maybe in church. Yes. We do amebo of everybody. We do wide driving. That's the man in my life.
Okay, so we will take more messages here. Good morning, NTA presenters. As a man, I am with my wife and 3 kids. I assist to cook, to wash dishes. I love doing it even when I'm back from work because that's how I was raised up. I do it to relieve stress from her. But one thing I don't like is that she's not to be taken for granted. Zimo from Port Harcourt. That's really nice.
That's nice.
May husbands like you continue to increase.
Amen.
Good morning, presenters. If I see a man in the kitchen, is either the woman does it. I don't know how to cook, or is she sick? Anyway, your message is not very clear. I'm trying to.
No, I understand where he's coming from. A man is not meant to be in the kitchen. Period.
But I don't believe that. Yeah. I don't believe that. So it's
my father should not enter the kitchen. I beg him. He should not.
All right. Before we leave, I still want to go back to our guest for his final thoughts. And this final thought, I'm very specific about it. I'd like to know: can you open up to your son, like clearly everything? Can you cry in front of your child?
Oh yes. Okay.
Can the father cry?
Get that.
Well, it's not something I've done so far in his existence. I don't know if it's going to happen soon. I don't know if it's going to happen. Let me just put it that way.
Thank you for your honesty.
You know, why I say this is when we go to see psychologists, they tell us, let it go.
Yeah.
Let it go, you know, and it makes you feel better. And we are talking about men and making their life better. Can you tell us that you will take it home and think
cry to
about
your
it,
wife.
that
Cry.
you're going to be able to cry in
to
front
your
of your wife. And the men who are watching us, if you can cry in front of your wife, please send us a message. We will read it and we'll respond to you. It's a message for you to take home.
Yeah.
Are you going to do that for us?
I'll take you home and think about it.
That's an Igalama. That's an Igalama.
All right, what's your final words for today for all the men who are watching, your colleagues?
Okay, so final words is just to say that, so like I did mention earlier, it's more or less a partnership. And I like to say it this way, it's a partnership with reciprocity. So the wife, for example, should treat the man as the king of the castle. And then the man also should, a reasonable man should also, with that level of this thing, should also respond back as well by treating the wife as the princess, the queen, and the godmother of the home and of the castle as well. So it's that relationship that the children also see, and then they also grow up to know that this is what the picture should be. Sure. The man and the wife are one, they are partners, but at the same time, they each support each other, but beyond support, they each also prioritize each other. So that's what I'll leave as that's my own take home, to say, yes, if this is done, it brings a harmonious home, and we will have children growing up as well to be the next generation that will also embody these characters.
Yeah. All right, thank you so much. And from this divide, I'd like to say happy Father's Day to all the men that I know, and all the men who are watching me here, the cameramen, I see you. You're all fathers, and we're happy you're here. We have a lot of men in NTA, from our Director General down to the last of them. We say happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's
Please
Day.
live long. We don't want you to die and leave us, because we don't have another one.
Aura for aura.
Aura for aura. Live for live. Okay?
Happy Father's Day to my daddy. Thank you.
Happy Father's Day to my daddy, where he's watching us.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, on behalf of everybody here,
bye.
History isn't just written in books. It's painted on the grass. Every generation brings its own stroke of genius. The legends paved the way, but a new class of icons have arrived. Ready to leave their mark. Ready to make a statement. Expect the unexpected. Breathtaking goals that defy gravity. Drama that stops time. This is where the world comes to play. 3 host nations, 48 countries, countless colors, but only one ultimate dream. The 2026 FIFA World Cup. Witness history unfold live right here on Sporty TV and NTA.
Just pro there. Once everything all clear, I go your code you, go boss all our foul. And once you boss all our foul like this, and you all claim, you understand?
Yes, I just allowed unit claim everywhere.
You don't finish them, you finish everything.
In Nigeria, Pidgin English is more than a lingua franca. It's a cultural identifier, often used to poke fun at life's challenges. It brings humor to the people despite situation. It's not just a language, it's a bandage of authenticity.
Which time you want to come now? Now when I don't spend money, finish. Now when the bar don't finish, now you go say, your guy no bring cash, come back, I'll give you.
You know, say Delta not they carry last too. Especially worry. Now worry now go, they drive, traffic light, they show red, I can't they wait. Now one mama tell me, say, my picky, they go, they don't thief the green bubble.
Nollywood brought comedy to the fore. We now have a genre of Pidgin English comedy. Apart from the street comedy, which we usually do, or our normal banter, when they talk that far, I just walk, see your face smooth to be like fresh bread. You understand that kind of thing? Those are normal ways of talking to each other, but it has not developed into a genre of comedy. And we use it to make ourselves happy and communicate. Then, because it encompasses the full human nature, every aspect is included. Even in grief. Oh boy, sorrow, say, oh, packing buckets. Wow, you cannot just enjoy. Now when you're smart, you don't enter your pockets. And the guy go kick buckets. No, but just smart, they're so like you.
Street credibility goes beyond humor. It's about humility, loyalty, and staying true to one's root. It's the language of the streets, where creativity and resilience strive.
If you talk about credibility, use the word cred. Pidgin has it more than the English language. You will see something that happened recently in London, Windsor Castle, when the Nigerian president, Ahmed Bola Tinubu, visited the King of England. He even borrowed our language. Nigeria not the carry last. That thing actually started from Warri need the carry last. From there, Delta need the carry last.
I'm Comfort. I'm Modu. Welcome to the news at 10 live on NTA News 24. The headlines. Federal government flags of renewed Hope Farm Impute Support Program to boost food security. Customs Senate panel to reconcile audit discrepancies over 62.2 billion naira remittance. Nigerian Global Fund inaugurate expanded Abuja medical warehouse to strengthen health security. An expert seeks legal backing for Joint Doctrine and Welfare Center to tackle insecurity. We start the news with the flagging of and distribution of farm imputes under the renewed Hope Farm Impute Support Program by the Vice President, a major initiative to strengthen food security and boost agricultural productivity. The program, driven by the National Agricultural Development Fund, is a key component of the Tinubu administration's agricultural agenda. Musa Babali reports that the Vice President Shetima was represented by the Minister of State for Agriculture, Aliu Sabi Abdullahi.
This is a symbolic flag-off of the distribution of fertilizer at 70% discount under the Renewed Hope Support Program. Dr. Aliu Sabi Abdullahi, Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, representing Vice President Kashin Shetima. The program centers on distribution of subsidized NPK fertilizer, which is locally produced, traceable, and clearly marked not for sale. Among the first beneficiaries in the FCT are farmers with special needs.
Through the first phase, we at the National Agricultural Development Fund are supporting 128,980 smallholder farmers across 25 participating states and the FCT with 515,920 bags of fertilizer. Each farmer will take 4 bags of fertilizer.
Vice President Kashin Shetima said the program emphasizes timely delivery of appropriate inputs in collaboration with state and other stakeholders.
This coordinated approach is essential to scale impact, strengthen supply chains, and deliver inputs on time to farmers in every part of the country.
As governor, we remain committed to align with national priorities while implementing context-specific solutions that address the unique need of our farmers.
provision of quality farm inputs will not only increase crop production or yields, but also strengthen the resilience of farming communities across the FCT.
The initiative enjoys the support of indigenous fertilizer producers, agro-processors and marketers. Handover documents have been signed between the Minister of State for the FCT, the NADF, and the All Farmers Association of Nigeria. Musa Baba Aliyu, NTA News.
Away from that, the Nigerian Customs Service has made clarifications at an investigative hearing of the Senate Committee on Public Accounts that the 62.2 billion naira classified as under remittance by Customs in 2017 was the total levies it collected on behalf of other agencies which are not for remittance to the Federation account. The clarification was in response to an audit query by the Office of the Auditor General of the Federation, which dates back to 2019. The Comptroller General of Customs, Bashir Adeni, explained that most levies are remitted to the Federation account, except those on local production of wheat, textiles, and wines, among others.
Read through most of the queries. We discovered that a good number of them were due to either misclassification or misunderstanding. The amount of 62 billion are levies, are different levies that are collected by Nigeria Customs Service on behalf of some other agencies of government as part of fiscal policy. Remittance in customs is not a matter of choice. By our accounting system, which has been digitalized, once money comes into the Federation account, it is swept automatically by the end of the business day. So the question of non-remittance may not arise.
What the Secretariat and Auditor General need to do is to confirm this submission to us so that this issue will be cleared.
The management of Custom is to meet soon with a subcommittee to reconcile all issues erroneously captured in the audit report. Ahead of the June 2026 digital switchover, key players have agreed to reconstitute the digital team and strengthen consultation to accommodate constructive opinions to promote national interests. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, says digital switchover project remains the best project in the media industry. Saliu Abdullahi Gwanara reports on this conversation.
All is set for the launch of the Nigerian digital switchover, addressing the decade-long wait and missed opportunity. On the invitation of the National Broadcasting Commission, among critical stakeholders here to deliberate the way forward for the DSO project are representatives of licensed broadcasters, signal distributors, set-top box manufacturers, content producers, Digiteam Nigeria, and other industry stakeholders. After an engagement behind closed doors, the following issues came out prominent as part of their resolutions and plans to advance the implementation of digital switchover.
Everyone is asking a question. When are we going to have full digital switchover in Nigeria? I'm glad that today this stakeholder engagement is leading us to the first phase of the implementation, which is going to happen by God's grace tomorrow. And it will provide us an opportunity to move over while we continue to make adjustments and corrections where necessary. The fact that we are going to have this tomorrow doesn't mean that it ends tomorrow. This is work in progress, and we will continue to do that so that this industry is given what has long been expected.
The National Broadcasting Commission agreed to review stakeholders' concerns relating to implementation frameworks, technical standards, and carriage agreements in consultation with relevant stakeholders as part of ongoing consultations. Number 10, stakeholders were assured of measures taken by NICE to ensure satellite reliability and continuity of service for the DSO platform. All right, so number 11, there will be at least a quarterly stakeholders meeting to ensure alignment in the DSO implementation.
It was also agreed that local content development and local manufacturing should remain central objectives to the DSO implementation to create jobs, attract investment, and expand opportunities for Nigerian broadcasters and content creators. In Abuja, Salihu Abdullahi Gwanara, NTA News.
The Bureau of Public Service Reforms and GovTech Africa Incorporated have signed a memorandum of understanding to advance digital governance, improve public service delivery, and strengthen the capacity of ministries, departments, and agencies across Nigeria. Director General of the Bureau of Public Service Reform, Dr. Dasuki Arabi, says the partnership reflects federal government's commitment to public sector modernization and the use of technology to enhance efficiency, transparency, and citizen engagement. He says the initiative will improve the quality, accessibility, security, and effectiveness of government websites while equipping public servants with the skills required to manage digital platforms more effectively. Under the collaboration, the Bureau of Public Service Reform and GovTech Africa will introduce a technology-driven framework for assessing and ranking federal government websites, establish structured training and certification programs for digital offices, and also organize an annual event to recognize high-performing MDAs. The partnership, which will run initially for 24 months, is expected to strengthen digital service delivery and also support Nigerians' broader public service reform agenda. The aspiration of Benue State, Nigerians' food basket to emerge as the nation's digital basket, has also received a major boost with the inauguration of a new ICT community center in Hugh Vandekia local government area of the state. Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu, while inaugurating the center, says federal government will continue to leverage digital inclusion to drive socio-economic transformation in rural communities. State House correspondent Adeni Taiwo reports from Benue State.
Vandekia, described by local legend as the rock settlement of monkeys, is a major agricultural hub located about 122 kilometers from Makurdi, the Benue State capital. Ihu, one of its sub-rural communities, is a beneficiary of a new ICT community center, another product of a collaboration between Renewed Hope Initiative and the National Information Technology Development Agency.
And to the benefit of our children, I hereby commission the Lucia Luho ICT Center.
Inaugurating the center, Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu says promoting knowledge of ICT is a significant tool for empowering communities, especially women, enabling them to break traditional barriers and access new opportunities.
By equipping themselves with ICT skills, women and girls can enhance their educational prospects, participate in global economy, and support their families. I urge members of this community to take full ownership of this center. The success of this center depends on your active participation and utilization of the resources available.
With this center, our farmers will be empowered with digital literacy so that they can use technology to capture soil data, to monitor weather patterns, and to use it for precision farming.
For the people of Benue State, the center is a seed of transformation.
The aim is to reduce the urban-rural education gap. The center will also promote entrepreneurship and incubation through workshops on business planning, financial literacy, e-commerce, and access to digital marketplaces.
The project will also generally contribute immediately to the empowerment of our youth and women and in curbing youth idleness.
Before departing Vandekia, the First Lady announced a 50,000 naira business support grant to 1,000 women petty traders in EU and additional 1,000 beneficiaries in Makurdi under RHI Economic Empowerment Program.
Please, a round of applause for Mother.
She also inaugurated 10 township roads constructed by the state government in Makurdi. From Makurdi, Adini Taiwo, NTA News.
Thank you, Adeni Taiwo. We'll take a break now. More stories ahead. Stay tuned.
Feel the power of precision, engineered to perfection. Every component is crafted with care, and each design is meticulously tested. From concept to creation, our engineers push the boundaries of technology, seamlessly blending performance and sustainability with a deep commitment to African ingenuity. Introducing the CNG Boss, a remarkable achievement in engineering designed to operate on compressed natural gas, a cleaner and more sustainable fuel alternative. At Innocent Vehicles, we proudly lead the way in creating greener mobility across Africa. And it doesn't stop there. From SUVs to sedans, spacious buses to electric cars, Innocent offers a wide range of models designed to meet every need. Innocent Vehicle, the pride of African roads.
This is NTA News 24.
Thanks for being there. And as Nigeria digital economy expands, the need for every home, business and public facility to have a unique and verifiable address is becoming more critical. And to achieve this, Nigerian Postal Service, the National Population Commission and other relevant agencies are intensifying efforts to complete the country's modern national addressing system. Chindinma Ndubisi reports on the progress of the initiative.
For some people living in certain localities, giving direction to a dispatch rider or a visitor can be cumbersome sometimes. Take that first turn, enter that first street, and then go down. No, in short, stay right where you are so I can come pick you. This is the scenario sometimes, right? Well, the federal government is trying to fix this by developing the National Alphanumeric Postcode System. The model is being validated to ensure that the divergent geographic, demographic, and environment settlements in the country are well captured. The Nigerian Postal Service, NIPOST, did the first postcode delineation model validation exercise in Buhari Area Council of the FCT in 2023, but is going on a nationwide exercise this time around.
The nation has to make sure that our postcode does not pass administrative boundaries and geographic differences. What we're starting here is a train the trainer program for the people who go into the state, train them for the validation at state and local government level.
This is one of the soft data set that is going to enable the $1 trillion economy that Mr. President has set as target for us by year 2030.
It directly strengthens logistics, enhances security, optimizes public administration, and drastically improves the delivery of critical social and economic services to our citizens.
It will also open doors for innovation in commerce, logistics, emergency response, and digital services.
This field validation exercise will assess the accuracy and practical applicability of the model while generating the evidence required for full-scale national implementation. In Abuja, Chimdimma Ndubisi, NTA News.
In other news, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has congratulated Muslims in Nigeria and around the world on the Islamic New Year, first Muharram 1448 after Hijrah. The president, in a statement by his special advisor on information and strategy, Bayo Nanuga, says the lesson of the Hijrah, sacrifice and renewal, patience and faithful and faith in Allah's divine plan remain vital to building a peaceful, just and prosperous nation. He urges Nigerians, especially Muslim faithful, to embrace good citizenship through kindness, tolerance, honesty, and dedication to duty in support of national unity and development. President Tinubu also prayed for blessings, peace, and prosperity in the new Islamic year and for Allah's continued guidance for the nation. To security matters, with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu praising the Nigerian Armed Forces and other security agencies for the successful operation in Kogi State that eliminated notorious bandit kingpin Ibrahim Bastuji, describing it as a major blow to criminal networks. He says Bastuji's neutralization would restore confidence and also bring relief to communities affected by violence, kidnapping and attacks. The president also commended troops for rescuing Haja Amina Rabi Abubakar, widow of former Chief of Defense Information General Rabi Abubakar, retired, calling it a demonstration of professionalism and courage. He reaffirms his administration's commitment to supporting security forces with resources and training, while urging citizens to cooperate with security agencies by providing timely information. The Kogi State High Court has sentenced kidnapper and murderer Jibrin Halilu to death after the Department of State Services successfully prosecuted him for abducting and killing his neighbor, hotel owner Uche Andrew Ofo, despite collecting a 2.5 million naira ransom. The conviction came barely 24 hours after a Katsina State High Court sentenced a female arms carrier arrested by the DSS to death. The Kogi and Katsina judgments follow June 3, 2026 Federal High Court's ruling in Abuja that sentenced 4 men to death for their roles in the 2022 terrorist attack on St. Francis Catholic Church in Owo, Ondo State. The DSS said the convictions demonstrate that perpetrators of terrorism, kidnapping and violent crimes will be arrested, prosecuted, and made to face the full weight of the law. Still on security, with conversations continuing on ways to checkmate insurgency and banditry in parts of the country, security experts advocating legal backing for the Joint Doctrine and Warfare Center to serve as a unified operational hub for the armed forces. This was at the resumed public hearing organized by the House Committee on Defense on 5 bills seeking to strengthen military operations. National Assembly correspondent Bitari Ikpen reports.
The Joint Doctrine and Warfare Center Establishment Bill 2026 seeks to provide institutional and legal framework for the existing center to make it a permanent national security think tank rather than an entity established solely by administrative directive. Security experts at this public hearing emphasized the importance of addressing the country's complex and evolving security challenges through strengthened military cooperation and knowledge sharing among the armed forces.
Unfortunately, there's not been a coordinated doctrine. And so when we say our joint doctrine and joint operations are not delivering very well, perhaps one of the reasons is because we've not had that joint doctrine that coordinates this.
And what the bill gets right include the need for joint planning, because no one service now can win a modern warfare. You need all the services working together, joint doctrine development necessary, future warfare studies, operational lessons, all these are critical requirements for modern military.
Also considered were bills to establish the Armed Forces Medical College, FCT, as well as establish the National Defense College of Nigeria to serve as a high-level center for professional military education.
If we continue with the National Warplane Act, it is no longer appropriate for the status of the National Defense College that we are requesting for.
We are not talking of doctors being trained to go and take care of the civil population. We are talking of battle-ready medical doctors who have been trained with their colleagues. In fact, in the previous bill, we are proposing that Health Sciences Center as a specialist facility that even the medical college can attach itself to for clinical practice.
On the proposed model for Armed Forces College of Medicine, the Nigerian Defense Academy welcomes the proposed establishment of the college. Its establishment will facilitate the training of a larger pool of medical personnel, of which the Armed Forces of Nigeria is in their need.
The House Committee on Defense is expected to aggregate the submissions from the experts on the bills to promote operational efficiency, gender inclusion, and improved welfare in the armed forces. From the National Assembly, Mitaire Ikben, NTA News.
And as discussions on the proposed establishment of state police continue to generate concern within the security circle, the Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Rilwan Adisu, reassures officers and men of the Nigerian Police Force that ongoing reforms are designed to strengthen and not to dismantle the institute. Francis Form reports.
It was the first official visit of the Inspector General of Police Olatunji Disu to Jigawa State. On arrival in Dutse, the state capital, the IGP paid a courtesy visit to the governor of Jigawa State, Umar Namadi, where both leaders held closed-door meeting on security and governance. The Inspector General of Police later joined participants at the 8th Executive Committee meeting of the Northern Traditional Rulers Council, where discussions focused on insecurity, community policing, intelligence sharing, and strengthening grassroots security partnerships across the region. Thereafter, the IGP proceeded to the Jigawa State Police Command headquarters, where he addressed officers and men of the command.
Ready! What are you expecting, sir?
Let me begin by assuring everybody here today that there is no reason to panic at all. The creation of state police does not mean the abolition of the Nigerian police force. We remain as the Nigerian police force. The objective of this reform is to strengthen Nigerians' overall policing architecture by creating additional policing structures that are closer to the communities they serve, while maintaining a strong national policing institution capable of addressing interstate, national, and transnational security threats.
Beyond the debate of state police, the Inspector General of Police used the engagement to spotlight another critical issue confronting the force: welfare and professional development. He assured personnel that welfare reforms, improved working conditions, capacity building, and transparent career progression remain key priorities of the current leadership.
Consequently, the Force Headquarters will continue to pursue initiatives aimed at improving operational capacity, enhancing welfare, and providing resources necessary for effective policing.
Closing the engagement, the Inspector General of Police commended officers and men of the force for their resilience, dedication, and sacrifices in the service to the nation. He further assured men of the force management team continue efforts to build a more professional, motivated, and people-oriented police force. Francis Form, NTA News.
And the renewed efforts to strengthen the country's healthcare supply chain and public health infrastructure. Details of that and more in a moment.
Fellow Nigerians, 27 years ago, many doubted democracy would survive here because of our diversity. Today, our diversity sustains our democracy. The road ahead is steep, but June 12 reminds us, Nigeria do not break. We bend, we bleed, but we do not break. Let us renew our covenant that the labors of our heroes past shall never be in vain, and that our government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from this land.
the mosaic of time in the kaleidoscope of life. Time is a masterpiece.
Osun State is one of the tourist destinations of choice in the country. Its enviable position as the cradle of Yoruba civilization, as well as the presence of several natural endowments scattered across the state, testify to this truth. From the palace of the Oni of Ife to the Osun Oshogbo Grove, which is now a UNESCO heritage site, to the various galleries of arts located within the state, tourists and visitors alike are always assured of interesting time out in any part of the state. The state is equally blessed with a wonderful landscape with rich flora and fauna, which had greatly accentuated the position of the state as the tourist capital of southwestern Nigeria. Thus, there is no better place to commence our exploration in the state than the fantastic Olumere waterfall, one of nature's wonderful gifts to the nation. Located in Erin-Jesha, a rustic community that is about 2 kilometers off the Ilesha-Akure highway. The community, which has been placed on the world stage based on this gift of nature, is situated in Oriade local government area in the northeastern part of the state. The first unique feature that usually welcomes people to the area is the undulating ridges surrounding the entire area. The view offered by the landscape is indeed an appetizer for all tourists visiting the waterfall. For the host community, Olumere is a source of joy and pride any day.
A lè sọ pé ó mú àǹfààní wá nípa pé ẹni tó tẹ Ìbàdàn wá tó.
We could say
That is quite beneficial because people coming from various places will go away with the name of Erinjesha.
The waterfall, which takes its source from the watershed above it, southwest of the Efwalaye ridges, was first discovered around 1140 AD by an adventurous party of hunters led by Yeye Akinla, who migrated from Ile-Ife. The journey, which took them 17 days, gave the community its name, Enri, which is an abbreviation of Irin Etadilogun Ojo, while the name of the waterfall was born out of the of the people for the treasure.
Ìlú jẹ́ ìlú àdáyébá tó ti ṣẹ̀.
This town is an ancient town which has been in place since we migrated to this place from Ife around 1140 AD.
Láti 1140 AD.
Olumiri or Olumiran, which means another lord, is clear recognition of this breathtaking endowment. The waterfall is a beauty to behold. Falling through 7 levels high in the rock, the view is further enhanced by an abundance of lush natural forest. All year-round flow of water, small animals make up the fauna, and a diverse and expansive forest fauna that enthralls and absorbs the visitors as the falling water accentuates the entire quiet ambulance.
Kógun tó gba ibi wá kó tó wá kó wọn bí ó máa lágbára pé òkè yí wọn ká ó máa jẹ́ ìlú ààbò.
Because of their journey hills, it will be quite impossible for them to be defeated during wars, coupled with the presence of the waterfalls, which served as a source of water for their sustenance.
Inasmuch as the waterfall is always gushing all year round, it is always fuller in the rainy season and less forceful during the dry season. The fall does not look like anything out of this world until you begin to climb, particularly during the peak period. The refreshing ambience is further thickened when one ascends the rocky steps to explore the other stages of the waterfall. It is indeed the beginning of the curiosity that Olumiri evokes.
For Olumiri waterfalls, the significance is really in the fact that it is a queer waterfall. It falls on 7 cascades. That's not very common. I have not heard of another one that's like that. And each part of a fall, the first level, the second level, each one is unique in its own way. Olumiri waterfalls, up until end of November of 2013, recorded 48,000 visitors. It was the most visited tourist site in Nigeria, without any activities around, just to come and see what nature is like. In terms of popularizing Osun, Olumiri waterfalls in Ijesha has done a tremendous work without anyone as much as helping it to look better.
From the 1st to the 7th level, one is surely assured of an awe-inspiring experience that Olumiri evokes. Basking in the invigorating freshness of the water is an experience many describe as unforgettable. Olumirin Waterfall is indeed a special tourist attraction and a special gift to the people of the state of Osun and indeed the nation Nigeria at large. This is more so in the view of the fact that its 7-layer structure is indeed a gold mine if the facilities around it are fully developed. For the host community, they are indeed full of joy for the presence of such nature's gifts to their community. They are also hopeful that the full potential of the site is fully harnessed to the benefit of both the community and the state at large.
Kan ṣe ọ̀nà tó dáa lọ sí Olúmini. Then kan develop kan kọ́ hotel, restaurants.
Apart from the provision of standard access roads to the waterfalls, government should also provide amenities such as hotel, restaurant, event center, among others, so that the site can be a major source of revenue for both the community and government.
Then, revenue for ìjọba, both state and federal, tó bá develop bẹ̀, kó wà international standard.
Telling a good story of the natural endowment in the state of Osun will be incomplete without the exploration of the Anyikunugba waterfall at Okeila, which presents a sharp contrast to what Olumirin represents. The waterfall is located in Okeila Orogun in Ifedayo local government area of the state. Okeila Orogun, which is an ancient kingdom with a very rich ancestral heritage, is surrounded by a wide range of ridges and gorges, which can easily give a panoramic view of the entire community. Oral tradition posited that the people of Okeila, who are the descendants of Oduduwa, actually migrated from Ile-Ife with their great ancestor, Fagbamila Ajagunla, blazing the trail.
I pride myself as a direct descendant of the legendary Oduduwa, the progenitor of the Yoruba people. If you look at history, the children of Oduduwa, you won't miss Orogun there. That is my roots. Orogun Ajagunla Fagbamila, a direct son of the legendary Oduduwa. So from Ajagunla, we moved from Ife to a place called Ilaju or Ibu Orogun. From there, Orogun Ajagunla was there for a very long time. And history has it that because of the years on the throne and the enormity of his powers, Orogun Ajagunla is still living. That is, to very many people, they say it's not possible. But we know mythically, historically, it is real. From Orogun Ajagunla, you move to the sun, Amotagesi. After Amotagesi, subsequent Oroguns, in Ilayara, because we eventually moved from Ibu Ajagunla to Ilayara. So Ilayara city-state was such a beautiful city-state, well described in books, well fortified, strong. But over time, with subsequent Oroguns in Ilayara, Orogun Oboe, Orogun Oboyun. After Orogun Oboyun, there was a serious political, traditional, royal crisis amongst brothers. And the crisis led to the disintegration of Ilayara and dispersal of the Ilars to their various communities till day. Brothers fought among themselves for the throne of the Orogun. So you have majority presently in Ila Orogun today, and others here in Okeila, Onogun.
The beauty of the entire landscape and the scenery really underscores the tourism potential of not just the community, but the nation at large.
The serenity of Okeila itself, it's a plus for the community. Can you imagine if there's a 5-star hotel with good things to go with it? What do you think this place would be? And I tell people, if you can turn it, Okeila, into a Camp David, the quietness, either Mr. President from Abuja or the governor from Oshobo, you come around there the weekend, 2 weeks, brainstorm, no disturbance, nothing. You lock yourself up and discuss policies and how to implement those policies. And you get yourself calm. A lot of things will be done in Nigeria.
Assessing the waterfall presents an opposing scenario to that of Olumiri, where one had to climb up. In Ayikunuba, the tourist will have to descend into a valley to discover this wonderful work of nature in the beautiful landscape of mountains, caves and trees.
Those two sites are two special gifts that emanate from a range of hills. Those hills, sometimes they are called the Efualaye range, but it's a whole range that spans across the country and beyond this country. You may be shocked that it goes through again into the Atlantic and comes out as part of a ridge as far away in Australia. So we are part of God's story of how our earth will be. Okeila, Ayikunuba Waterfalls, Okeila, is one of such places that, because of its remoteness and because of the nature, it's the reverse of what you have in Olumiri. At the Olumiri Waterfalls in Erinjesha, you are climbing up and you are seeing the waterfalls. In Okeila, at the Ayikunuba Waterfalls, you are climbing down, descending down, 350 steps. If you take that as 6 inches, but they are more, they're about 8 to 10 inches, they are uneven stairs going through there. You'll be talking of anything like 200 feet. That's 10 stories deep. And then all of a sudden you then meet the waterfall and you are in a different world. The temperature is totally different. And the hills that surround you simply make you know that God's work is beyond man.
And as much as a widening staircase of over 300 steps has been put in place to make descending the slope a bit easy, the fact still remains that climbing provides a good experience for visitors and tourists alike. The name Ayikunuba came about as a result of the experience of a hunter who discovered the place. He was reported to have shot a strange animal called Nugba. The shot animal rolled down and the hunter could not find the animal, but rather discovered the waterfall and named it Ayikunuba, where an animal Nugba rolled and died. Though our exploration coincided with that time of the year where the fall was at its lowest ebb, yet this does not in any way detract from the scenery and beauty of the entire environment. The waterfall is notable for its adventurous and breathtaking cliff gorges and associated caves with mythical underground passages. For the local populace, they are of the belief that the more people savor the freshness of the waterfall, the increase in volume of the gushing out of the water. Oke-Laorogun is also blessed with several other tourist sites which can easily turn the entire area into a tourist hub. For instance, the Oke-Lamfo Peak provides one of the soothing sights that any soul could desire during an exploration. It is equally very heartwarming that both the local community and the state government are on the same page on the need to transform the entire landscape from a tourist site to a destination of choice through the provision of necessary infrastructure and amenities.
In terms of economy, my people tell me that if there is any major activity there, they make money. But beyond that, it is not a regular thing because it's uncared. I mean, there's nothing going on there in terms of the physical, but the endowment is enormous. It's huge, waiting to be tapped, and that is all we are waiting for. It is not primarily for the Oke-Laorogun people, but for the people of Osun State. The aesthetic, the topography, the beauty, the nature at it.
We looked at the appropriate kinds of activities that will be suitable and they were recommended to investors to take a look at. It's up to the investors now to do in-field studies, to do the detailed design work after we've done some conceptual work, to take them to a point in which they can put in their funds and invest. Indeed, some of the work for Olumiri had advanced to a point of investable level that people could put in money, invest and get their returns, and we can then work on a PPP arrangement. But this must go to the public so that you can have the best hands and have a complete complement of small players, medium-sized players and big players. The mix, creativity always comes from the people at the bottom because they are less resources but they are more resourceful.
The warmth and hospitable nature of the people of the area is equally useful in showcasing its endowment to the world. So, if you have not had the opportunity to explore this nature's gifts to the nation Nigeria, then you are missing a lot. I urge you to include these sites in your next holiday visit, and you will surely be glad you did, because there will be a sense of fulfillment.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
This recipe is the Ebira method of making beans soup. To prepare this, you will need the following ingredients: beans, chicken, cowhide, also known as pomo, stockfish, dried fish, onions, blended pepper, seasoning or bouillon powder, habanero peppers, bell peppers, crayfish, spinach, locust beans, palm oil, and some salt. I'll begin by picking out the dirts from the beans. I'll transfer the chicken, which has been nicely cleaned up, into a clean pot. I'll then add some onions, blended pepper and salt to taste. Then the bouillon or seasoning powder, and then I'll cover the pot and leave it to cook for about 7 minutes. Next, in a blender, add the pepper and onions, which is nicely cleaned. Add some water, cover it and blend. I'll check the chicken and the stockfish, which has been cooking now for a while. And at this point, the chicken is ready. Take out the chicken and transfer into a baking tray. I'll be grilling the chicken in the oven. In an empty pot, add some red palm oil. Just a little bit of palm oil because I don't want to use so much for this recipe. And once the oil is hot enough, add some onions and give it a stir. Saute these onions for about 3 to 5 minutes. Once the onions are tender, add in the blended pepper and stir. Leave the pepper. Cover the pot and bring it to a boil. Here, I have the blended beans, and this is what it looks like after blending. 1 cup of beans was blended. I'll be using half of it for this recipe and will save up the other half for another day. It's time to add for another 15 to 20 minutes.
Long before the beam of satellites, the variety of streamers, the bustling markets of Idumota, Iweka and Asaba production centers, there was the Nigerian Television Authority, Nigeria's first and finest window to the world.
This is a news update at 11. I'm Comfort Modu. Nigerian Customs Service told the Senate Public Accounts Committee that the 62.2 billion naira described as under remittance in 2017 represented levies collected for other agencies not meant for the Federation account. Comptroller General Bashir Adeni clarified remittance processes on exclusions.
When we read through most of the queries, we discovered that a good number of them were due to either misclassification or misunderstanding. The amount of 62 billion are levies, different levies that are collected by Nigeria Customs Service on behalf of some other agencies of government as part of fiscal policy. Remittance in customs is not a matter of choice. By our accounting system, which has been digitalized, once money comes into the Federation account, it is swept automatically by the end of the business.
President Bola Tinubu has commended the Nigerian Armed Forces and other security agencies for the successful operation in Kogi State that eliminated notorious bandit kingpin Ibrahim Bastuji, describing it as a major blow to criminal networks. He says the neutralization would restore confidence and bring relief to communities affected by violence, kidnapping, and attacks. The president also commended troops for rescuing Hajja Amina Rabi Abubakar, widow of former Chief of Defense Information. General Rabi Abubakar retired, calling it a demonstration of professionalism and courage. He reaffirms his administration's commitment to supporting security forces with resources and training, while urging citizens to work with security agencies by providing timely information. As conversations on the proposed establishment of state police continue to generate concern within security circles, the Inspector General of Police reassures officers that the initiative will not dismantle the ongoing reforms, and it is designed to strengthen and not to scuttle their efforts. And the reassurance came during the Inspector General's first official visit to Jigawa State.
Let me begin by assuring everybody here today that there is no reason to panic at all. The creation of state police does not mean the abolition of the Nigerian police force. We remain as the Nigerian police force. Continue to pursue initiatives aimed at improving operational capacity, enhancing welfare, and providing resources necessary for effective policing.
That's the update of the news at this time. There are more updates at 1 o'clock. Join us.
This is the network service of the MTA.
Hello, and a very warm welcome to another outstanding edition of Lifelines with Mima. Thank you for joining us today. With me now in our studio, we have our first client for the day. Her name is Mary. Let's meet her.
I need your help. I come here today because I need your help. They won't collect my picking from me. I don't agree. I see over my dead body. Help me, ma.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. Nobody's going to take your child from you. Don't worry. Get to the bottom of it, okay?
Thank you.
Sorry.
The child is mine, like I have just shown you. And I'm pretty sure that the DNA will confirm that. Like I pointed out and said earlier, you know, I know what you're all about. I really doubt that you have the capabilities to even take up this fight. So, my dear, if you want us to settle this amicably, I'm sure we can find a way to. But if you don't, it's going to be fire for fire, lawyer against lawyer, power against power. I'm sure you know that I have all it takes to take that child away from you and you will never see him again.
Wow. Mary, it's okay. It's okay. Dry your tears. Wow, it's getting heated up in here. I have a lot to say about this matter, but I'll reserve it for now. Let's take it to our situation and see what they have to say about this matter. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're still watching Lifelines with me. Now, welcome to our situation room. Let's hear what our discussants have to say about this matter. Let me start with you, Malam Ajomo. Why do you think that, do you think it's right for the man to show up out of the blue and want to take this child?
I will be speaking in the capacity of a lawyer, and I'll be very sacrosanct. Because there is a mazest that criminals not have it. You can't give what you don't have. The female woman don't have anything to offer. The baby.
It's the network service of the NTA. We now join our outside broadcast crew for a live telecast. Please stay tuned.
Without wasting any much time, permit me to set the protocol as we commence. The Honorable Minister of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosu Tijani, most greet you especially. The Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, Fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy, Engineer Nadungo Gagari, Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry and National Orientation, will pause proceedings as we'll receive our guest of honor. Please bear with us as we receive our special guest who has just arrived. The dignitaries will now proceed outside to welcome him into the hall. Please, gentlemen of the press, let's just settle down. Let's just settle down. Take your designated positions. Our special guest of honor has just arrived, the person of the Deputy Speaker of the Nigerian House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie Kalu. As soon as he comes into the hall, we will establish the protocol formally. Thank you very much for your patience. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this program is going to be short and sweet. We'll move quickly with the speed of light. Without wasting any much time, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to announce the arrival of the special guest of honor, Deputy Speaker of the Nigerian House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie. Please, a round of applause for him to the hall. Thank you very much. I will allow for 30 seconds for the media to get their establishment shots and return back to their designated positions. Need I remind you that this event is beamed live on several TV stations across the country. So please let us ensure decorum is maintained in the room. The 30 seconds is now up. Members of the press, please move to your designated positions as we commence today's proceedings. Please, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can we clear the aisle, please? Can we clear the aisle? With that said, to set all protocols right, we'll take the national anthem to officially kick off this event. Please, media, the national anthem, the first stanza. National anthem. Thank you.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Don't try that someday differ in brotherhood we stand. Nigeria.
Thank you very much. You may please be seated. Thank you. Members of the press, members of the media, please return back to your designated positions. Thank you very much.
Register in seconds using your phone number.
The special guest of honor, Deputy Speaker of the Nigerian House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezekalu. I must greet you especially this morning. The Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani. You're most welcome, Your Excellency. The Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, thank you. The Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, Fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, you're most welcome this morning. Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovations and Digital Economy, Engineer Nadugu Gagari, Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, you're most welcome. The Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation, Dr. Bierem Ukire, Fellow, West Africa College of Surgeons, you're most welcome. Director General, Nigerian Communications Satellite, Mrs. Jane Egerton Idehe, you're most welcome this morning. The Director General of the National Broadcasting Commission, Mr. Charles Eboibo, you're most welcome this morning. The very distinguished Director Generals of agencies here present, the Directors of the ministries here present, Directors of the National Broadcasting Commission, Directors of the Nigerian Communications Satellite here present, media executive, media stakeholders, members of the Fourth Estate of the realm, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's my singular honor and privilege to welcome you to the national launch of the Digital Switch Over project under the Big Picture Initiative. If your hands are not busy at this time, can we please put your hands together for the vision that is becoming a reality? Thank you very much. I would like to, at this time, recognize some of our dignitaries that have heeded our call and are here with us this morning. As I get the names, we'll do those introductions. But for the names I have here, permit me to recognize the representative of the Chairman, Economic and Financial Crime Commission, who is ably represented by the Director of Public Affairs, Mr. Wilson Ujaren. Please, for him, a round for him. Thank you very much for coming. We also have with us the National Chairman, Independent Association of Nigeria, Alhaji Dr. Ahmed Ramalan. Please, a round. Thank you. Please. Also, the former Director General of the National Broadcast is here with us this morning. Malam Shehu Ilela, please. We have with us also the very distinguished Director Generals of the broadcast industry in Nigeria. We have the Director General, Nigerian Television Authority, Comrade Abdulhamid Dembos. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you for coming. We also have us the Director General, Voice of Nigeria, Malam Jibri Baba Ndache. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much for coming. Director. Radio. We have with us the Director General, Advertising Regulatory Council of Nigeria, Dr. Olaliko Fadolapo. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much. Technical, please help me with the microphones, please. We also have with us the Managing Director, News Agency of Nigeria, Ali N. Ali. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much for coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not doing this alone this morning. I have my colleague here who has been called on a very important assignment. Francis will be joining me shortly. Media, please.
Turn down catch-up features. The display, turn it down, please. Thank you. Without wasting any much time, I would like to invite my co-MC Francis, stakeholders that have joined.
Thank you very much. I would like to recognize the presence of the Chairman Association of STB Manufacturers, Dr. Shitu Kabir Mohammed, OFR. I also recognize our technical partners present, ably represented by Mr. Rotimi Pedro. We have our signal distributors present. ITS Mustafa Babagana is here in the house. We have the Electronic Media Content Owners Association of Nigeria. It's a large crowd here. We have the BOT member, Madam Jibe Ologe, thank you for coming. Mr. Adeni Giomiri, President. Aja Amina, the Vice President. And Ayade Stephen, the General Secretary. You are welcome. We recognize all partners. Because of time, we will not be able to recognize everyone, but please bear with us. Know that everyone is special to this very historic event. Thank you and welcome once again.
Thank you. Applause for her once again. Thank you very much. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're moving with the speed of light. Been informed our dignitaries have other engagement. So we'll be moving with the speed of light. Coming up next is the welcome address, and this is to be delivered, or rather the opening remarks, and this is to be delivered by the Minister of Communications, the Honorable Minister of Communications, Dr. Apostle Tijani. Please round of applause
for him as he comes up and says to give us
the opening remark. Technical, please help us fix these microphones. Thank you.
Your Excellency, our very dear Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Okezie Kalu. I think we should give him a round of applause for gracing this event. This will most likely, and I have to say this to MBC and NICOMSAT, that this will probably be one of the biggest events that have been this year, with very important and meaningful people in attendance. So we appreciate you for taking the time to join us. The Honorable Minister of Information, National Orientation, my big brother, H.M. Mohammed Idris, the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Engineer Gagari, and your fellow Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation, the Director General of the National Broadcasting Commission, and of course my own Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Communications Satellite Limited, distinguished members of the National Assemblies here today, heads of government agencies and parastatals, some of our development partners here today, captains of industry, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to this very special occasion. Honorable Minister of Information, let me start, of course, by congratulating yourself and the leadership of NBC, NICOMSAT, the industry stakeholders, and distinguished guests for this very special occasion. Today, Nigeria joins the rank of nations that have embraced modern digital broadcasting infrastructure to serve their people. What we're witnessing here is another demonstration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's commitment to investing in what is important, even when it may not always be the most visible or popular. Infrastructure, as we all know, is rarely celebrated. When it's being built, it's rarely celebrated. Yet, history has shown that nations become prosperous when leaders have the courage to invest in the foundations that unlock the growth for decades to come. The digital switchover we launched today is possible because Nigeria made the strategic investment in sovereign digital infrastructure. And it is another example of this administration's commitment to building the foundations required to achieve the president's vision of a $1 trillion economy. In many ways, today's achievement, I have to tell you, is a glimpse of what's to come. Honorable Minister, what you're saying today is just a glimpse of what's to come. Under the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Nigeria is embarking on the deployment of 90,000 kilometers of fiber optic open access infrastructure across the country. That infrastructure will connect communities, businesses, institutions, and public services across Nigeria and beyond. And what many people may not know is that while we're doing this today because we hold our own satellites, our president has also approved the investment in 2 new satellites that will strengthen our capacity. I think we should give him a round of applause. These new 2 satellites will strengthen our capacity in communications and digital services. And what I'd like to point out is that if we combine these 2 new investments, which is the 90,000 kilometers of fiber with the new satellites, Nigeria will end up creating something that is truly transformative. Truly, truly transformative. Not only will we have the quality of connectivity that is as good as anywhere else in the world, we will also provide a significant opportunity for Nigeria to provide services beyond our own geography. So today, we're the only country in the West African region with its own satellites. The 90,000 kilometers that we're laying will cover all the borders of the country, which means neighboring countries will also be able to benefit. And the infrastructure means that you can now carry broadcasting services beyond Nigeria into neighboring countries as well. The digital switchover is therefore not the destination. I'd like to reiterate this. It is one of the first visible benefits of a much larger national digital infrastructure strategy. And what excites me most is what this means for Nigerian creativity and influence. We should think about that, and the influence as well. Our satellites do not stop at our borders. Our fiber ambitions will increase and connect Nigeria to the wider region. And together, they will create the infrastructure through which Nigerian stories, culture, innovation, and creativity can reach far beyond our borders. Nigeria already leads Africa in music, film, fashion, and digital innovation. As this infrastructure expands, it gives our broadcasters, our content creators, our producers, and our entrepreneurs unprecedented opportunities to reach audiences across West Africa and beyond. And as we know, infrastructure does not merely move signals, it amplifies culture, ideas, and influence. Therefore, it's a reminder that the future will belong to society that invests early and consistently in digital infrastructure. Whether it is broadcasting infrastructure, or artificial intelligence, or education, healthcare, financial services, or even government services-based infrastructure. Every major opportunity of the future will depend on the strength
of the digital foundations that we build today. This is why today's launch matters and every one of us should care about it. It's a reminder that every kilometer of fiber that we deploy, that every satellite that we launch, that every digital platform that we build brings us closer to a more connected, more inclusive, and more prosperous Nigeria. So once again, let me congratulate the Honorable Minister of Information and the National Broadcasting Commission, and also NICOMSAT, and all the stakeholders, including in particular NCC, for this important milestone. I look forward to the even greater possibilities that lie ahead of us. God continue to bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a resounding round of applause for the Honorable Minister of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy. Thank you very much. Permit me to recognize the presence of the representative from the National Civil Defense Corps, ACG Benito Eze, MNI. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much for coming. We also have with us the representative of the Chairman, CEO, National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission here with us, Mr. N.S. Paul, is representing the chairman. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much. We also have with us the Acting Director, Communications Satellites Defense Space Administration, representing the Chief of Defense Space Administration, Brigadier General A.J. Ahmed is here with us. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you for coming. In a program such as this, introduction is a continuum. Permit me to recognize the presence of the National Public Relations Officer of the Nigerian Customs Service, Deputy Controller Abdullahi Aliu Mewada. Please, a round of applause for you. Thank you for coming.
Also permits me to recognize the presence of Engineer Ahmed Rufai, Pioneer MD of the Nigerian Communication Satellite Limited. You're welcome, sir. We also recognize the presence of the Advertisers Association of Nigeria, ably led by the President. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. So we'll move to the next item on the agenda, which is a welcome address to be delivered by the Director General of the National Broadcasting Commission, Mr. Charles Ebuebo. Please, a round of applause for him. I'm saving myself from a lawsuit. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie-Kalu, Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, Alhaji Mohammed Idris, Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, distinguished members of the National Assembly, PAMSEC here present, the heads of agency, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of NICOMSAT, Ms. Jane Egerton, Chief Executive of Government Agencies, Development Partners, Captains of Industries, leaders of the broadcasting, telecoms and creative industries, our esteemed technical partners, distinguished broadcasters, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. There are moments in the life of a nation that transcend policy, moments that redefine possibilities, moments that remind us that the future is not something we inherit, but something we deliberately build. Today is one of those moments. Today, we're not merely launching a digital broadcasting platform. We are launching a new national communications architecture. We're opening a new chapter in Nigeria's digital transformation, and above all, we're unveiling the big picture. The big picture is far greater than technology. It is a national vision. A vision of a Nigeria where every citizen, irrespective of geography, income, social status, enjoys equal access to high-definition television, trusted information, educational opportunities, cultural expression, and limited digital possibilities. Today, history is not waiting for us. History is being written by us. Permit me, therefore, on behalf of the National Broadcasting Commission, to warmly welcome every distinguished guest here present today. Your presence is a powerful affirmation that the future of broadcasting cannot be built by government alone. It requires the collective vision of policymakers, regulators, innovators, investors, broadcasters, manufacturers, content creators, technology partners, and ultimately the Nigerian people. For your unwavering support and belief in this national journey, I thank you. When we speak about the big picture, we're speaking about much more than clearer pictures. We're speaking about clearer possibilities. The big picture represents our collective ambition to demonstrate access to information, to unlock new opportunities for Nigerian content creators, to stimulate investment across the broadcasting value chain, to empower local manufacturers, to strengthen media plurality, to expand customer choice, to improve spectrum efficiency, and ultimately to position Nigeria as Africa's leading digital broadcast system. That is the future we begin to unlock today. Our gratitude therefore goes to His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFRO, whose renewed hope agenda continues to inspire transformative reforms across the country. We're profoundly grateful also to the Minister of Information and National Orientation, whose steadfast leadership, unwavering commitment, and strategic has provided the momentum that has brought us to this defining day. We equally acknowledge the exceptional partnership of the Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, whose ministry has demonstrated that collaboration across government institutions is essential for national digital transformation. To our partners at NAJCOMSAT, our technical collaborators, our development partners, broadcasters, manufacturers, investors, and every institution that believed in this journey, today's success belongs to all of you. And indeed, I want to thank everyone, whether known or unknown behind the scene, everyone whose leadership, focus, technical input, everyone, the whole team who have put this here today. We cannot but be grateful for your contribution. As we proceed with today's program, which includes the presentation of the Big Picture Initiative, technical demonstrations of the Free TV platform, and remarks from our esteemed partners and the official unveiling by the Honorable Ministers, I encourage every stakeholder to engage actively with what you will witness today. Allow me to conclude with the timeless words of the great American investor, Thomas Edison, who once said, "The value of an idea lies in the using of it." Today, Nigeria moves beyond ideas. Today, we move into implementation. Today, we move into delivery. And today, we move into the future. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say one more quote. It says, "Every generation is remembered for the future it chooses to build." Today, Nigeria has chosen a digital future. Today, Nigeria has chosen the big picture. And tomorrow, the world difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, another round of applause for the DGNBC. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the success of the digital switchover program depends on a reliable and resilient transmission infrastructure capable of delivering digital services across the country. It's therefore my pleasure to invite the Managing Director, CEO of the Nigerian Communications Satellite Limited, Mrs. Jane Egerton Ideyi, for our own remarks. Please warmly welcome her with a round of applause.
Your Excellencies, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Rep, Benjamin Carlo. Thank you so much, sir. It's an honor to have you. Dalorin, thank you so much, sir. The Honorable Minister of Information, Alhaji Mohammed Idris, good morning again. Thank you so much. You have been a fatherly figure in the entire project. My own boss, the Honorable Minister of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy. I think that's the true infrastructure genius for Nigeria. Sir, we are very grateful. Your support has led us here. Your vision has given us the continuity we need. I also want to acknowledge the PAMSEC, Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy. Thank you, sir. PAMSEC for information. Thank you so much, ma. You have been very committed to the cause. I want to acknowledge my fellow DG, the DG for NTA, my prime customer, the DG for VON, NOA. I really want to acknowledge all the DGs, the Executive Secretary, the Chairman for BON, all our stakeholders, our partners. I must not forget at the end of the day, there's a key partner that we've not mentioned, NCC. So I want to acknowledge EVC NCC, who is also represented here by his commissioner. One of the things I remember, one of the things I remember as a young girl, 6-year-old girl, staying with my parents is the bonding time we always had. And that bonding time is 9 o'clock every day, gathered around the TV, watching NTA. I don't think this story is only my story. There's a lot of families that are seeking information, students seeking knowledge, entrepreneurs seeking opportunities, and the nation seeking progress that have always done this around broadcasting. So if we imagine a Nigeria where every citizen, regardless of the location, has access to information, education, entertainment, opportunity, that is what we are trying to do here today. Today we make another significant step towards making this vision a reality. We want to deliver the Nigerian promise. We want to deliver the renewed hope agenda. That is why we are gathered. Because with this switch, we call it the digital switchover. It's actually the switchover TV to broadcast TV. With this switch, it's not merely a broadcasting upgrade. For us and for many of the people gathered here, it's a nation-building initiative. It's a strategic investment into Nigeria's infrastructure, like the minister has said. It's beyond the 600 million naira opportunity we say that it brings. It's beyond the broadcast we will deliver to over 40 million homes. It is beyond the jobs we will create for the advertisement sector, for the wider Nigerian ecosystem. It is a case, most importantly, of steps that we are taking towards creating a more informed, connected, inclusive, and empowered society. For decades, the analog broadcasting has actually served our nation well. It has connected families, it has informed citizens, it has entertained generations, but the demands of the digital age requires much more. The world is changing, technology is changing, consumer expectations are also changing, and Nigeria must continue to evolve alongside the rest of the world. And today we are making that transition. We are moving to possibilities, from analog to digital, from scarcity to abundance, from a restricted access to expanded opportunities. That is what the digital switchover will deliver. This switchover will create opportunities beyond television. It will create opportunities beyond local content creators. It will create opportunities beyond broadcasters. It will create opportunities beyond technology providers. It will create opportunities beyond investors. It will create opportunity for young Nigerians whose creativity and innovation deserves a larger platform. Ladies and gentlemen, we must remember that this initiative is not simply about technology. Yes, technology is valuable when it improves life. Technology is also meaningful when it creates opportunity. Technology is transformative when it reaches everyone. And that is why NIGECOMSAT is proud to be the technology partner for this project. The role of NIGECOMSAT is really significant in this project. NIGECOMSAT, now I have to toot my horn, is Nigeria's premier satellite communication company. And our mission actually is beyond providing connectivity. Our mission is to ensure that geography does not determine opportunity. Our mission is to ensure that communities in remote locations are not excluded from the entire digital economy and national development. Our mission is to ensure that every Nigerian can participate in the digital economy regardless of where they live. So through our satellite infrastructure, we are consistently working to bridge connectivity gaps, support critical national projects, and enable access to services where traditional terrestrial infrastructure. Today, we stand at the intersection of broadcasting, technology, and national development. We are witnessing a switch in transmission. We are witnessing a transformation possibility. The launch of the digital switchover represents a future where a student in a rural community can access educational content more effectively. A local filmmaker can reach a wider audience. A broadcaster can deliver high-quality services. And a family, just like I said in the beginning, can enjoy richer viewing experience. Then finally, a nation can move closer to achieving its digital transformative goals. This moment reminds us that progress is never achieved by one institution alone. It took a village to get this. I know yesterday we were in a session. It really took a village. It required collaboration, partnership, vision, leadership, and it requires, just like the Minister of Information has said yesterday, a shared commitment to building a future that will not benefit just one person, one stakeholder, but a future that will benefit every Nigerian. I therefore really want to commend, the Honorable Minister of Communication has said it so well. It is not an easy feat to do this, but to even commit and go ahead and start the implementation of 2 new satellites. So we really want to commend the President, His Excellency, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It took leadership to take this journey. I think we can say in West Africa we have led the way, and his vision has helped us lead the way. I really want to commend, yes, thank you very much, you can clap. It's true to have that vision, but the actual delivery of the vision would have been possible with the minister, without the ministers that are here present. The Honorable Minister for Information and the Honorable Minister for Communication. Their drive has actually determined the fact that, or that has actually helped deliver what we are doing today. I also want to acknowledge stakeholders that brought us here. The different stakeholders in the broadcasting community, Signal, all the different DGs in the entire media and broadcast environment, their collaboration, their support, technology partners from Free TV, organizations that have supported in one way to contribute to bringing this vision alive. Your dedication has demonstrated that it is possible when public and private sectors work together toward a common goal. So yes, we are switching television signals. We are switching to innovation. We are switching to inclusion, economic opportunities, digital empowerment, and together we are switching into a brighter future for Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this historic milestone. Welcome to the future of broadcasting. Welcome to the future of Nigeria. And may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Please, another resounding round of applause, please. Thank you, ma'am. Distinguished guests, we are mindful of time. And unfortunately, it may not be possible to take all the goodwill messages. But we sincerely appreciate your understanding. And of course, your presence here is a strong demonstration of your support and commitment to the next chapter of the digital switchover. On this note, but before I go on, please let me quickly recognize the presence of the Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria Chairman, Senior IG Tony Akiotu. You are welcome, sir. So we proceed now to the goodwill messages. Please, we want to give you just 1 minute, please. Okay, 2 minutes. Okay, DJ, I said we'll give Board Chairman 2 minutes. Sir, please, you can now come for your goodwill message. Please, can we welcome the Board Chairman, Senior IG Akiotu, for his goodwill messages. Please, a warm round of applause, please. Thank you, sir.
The Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, Honorable Minister of Communications, the Director General, National Broadcasting Commission, Managing Director, NICOMSAT. I can see an array of faces. President of NIPR, I never knew you were back in Nigeria. Chinyani Ramalan, DGNTA. Everybody is here. It's a full house. Yes. And the problem with protocol is if you want to start calling names of people as you see them, you will breach protocol itself. The Deputy Speaker, please, pardon me. I just saw your handsome face. So let me, as we say in Nigeria, let me rest on existing protocol. For us in the broadcasting organizations of Nigeria, this is a milestone. We have been on this journey for a little over 15 years. And you know, the beauty of being a Nigerian is that anywhere we go to in the world, we hold our head high. We walk proudly and we speak proudly. And that explains perhaps why some of our African peers and brothers are jealous of the average Nigerian, because they believe that Nigerians are proud people. But we have every reason to be proud, because God has endowed this nation. We are blessed, enormously blessed, beyond our imagination. And for us who have been in broadcasting, we have been worried, we have been not proud of the event we are having today, the fact that it has taken us so long to get to where we are today. So many African countries have transited from analog to digital broadcasting. And this is an industry that a lot of people have invested billions of naira in terms of infrastructure and technology. And we believe that a lot of people have invested billions of naira in terms of infrastructure and technology. And migrating from analog to digital broadcasting, the multiplier effect can only be imagined by way of job creation for an industry that has perhaps the best movies, the best musicians. The current World Cup speaks volumes. The opening ceremony had a Nigerian performing Burna Boy, and two others, Nigerians in different parts of the three host nations. And I believe that it is only through television broadcasting that we can improve. We can show that our creativity, our talent that we have exported can be better harnessed. So I think that with digital broadcasting, so much gains will happen for those of us who are in broadcasting. And yesterday we had a session with the Honorable Minister of Information presiding, and it was to engage stakeholders and clear gray areas that we had, because there were fears that the regulators didn't consult enough. And in good spirit, they agreed that yesterday we should all meet and we should explain that, look, everybody has a role to play in the ecosystem, particularly those who had invested, because we had investors in XTB man boxes, we had investors in technology in terms of mass transmitters everywhere. So yesterday, thanks to the minister and the DG, we agreed that that process should continue, and that whatever issues that we have after today's event, we will continue to engage and ensure that this process is not aborted, and that we have ultimately a successful switchover. For us in Bonn, our joy is that the DTT is going to run side by side with the DTH. So it's going to be a dual illumination. And that for us is one of the gains that we believe should accompany today's event. Because it's a long road to travel. And we can only work as fast as we both engage ourselves in terms of mutual collaboration and ensuring that we have a successful switchover that will be a win-win for all of us in the industry. I'd like to thank all those who have made this happen, particularly the Honorable Minister of Information and Technology, and Information and National Orientation. And we'd like to assure you that with us in Bonn, you have a partner as long as there is mutual trust, and the National Broadcasting Commission itself engages us in line with the resolutions of yesterday to take it one after the other and have a completely successful digital migration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Please a resounding round of applause for him. Thank you. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in an event such as this, we have to alter some things so that we can move in the speed of light. I've received my directives and I will follow such. Coming up next for just 1 minute is the President and Chairman of Council of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, Dr. Ike Neliaku, FNIPRO. Please a round of applause for him as he comes for his goodwill message. The protocol has been established, so you can align, sir.
Your Excellencies, led by the Deputy Speaker, who is speaking well, doing well, looking well, culturing well, we appreciate you for being with us. Honorable Minister of Information, today is a very historic day. I had the opportunity of working in Ministry of Information, and I know when this project started, and I know how it was resisted. But in your time, you have made it come to pass. I think we should appreciate the Minister of Information. He's a professional, and he knows how to manage issues. And that's why the Chairman Bonn was able to reach an understanding with them. Thank you very much. I have 1 minute. My 1 minute is up. Thank you. God bless you.
All right, thank you. That was why when I handed over the microphone, I had to say 1 minute, and he has truly done justice. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Ike Neliaku. Thank you very much. I've also been directed just now that the STB man would also give 1 minute goodwill message. Please, the representative from STB man. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes up on stage. Thank you very much.
All protocol are observed, Your Excellencies. I have nothing to say here much than to say we in the setup manufacturing sector are very, very, very happy, and we are ready to give you enough box that will cover the country. Anytime you need us, call on us. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for him. I believe all my guests today, they are just hitting the timeline. Please, a round of applause once again for him. Thank you very much. Permit me to recognize the presence of the Executive Vice Chairman, the CEO of Nigerian Communications Commission, who is represented by his Commissioner, Mr. Sunday Abraham. Thank you for joining us. We also have the APC Deputy National Organizing Secretary here with us, Mr. Emeka Okafor. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much for coming. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you hear from my voice, you understand that I am a man under pressure and we need to leave here with immediate alacrity. With that said, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we invite the Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, who will give us his address, and after his address, we will have our special guest of honor give us his remark, and then we proceed on the launch. This is the new directive, and we'll follow suit. Please put your hands together for Mohammed Idris of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations.
Thank you very much, the Masters of Ceremony. The Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, thank you for coming. For those of you who don't know, the Deputy Speaker is a friend of the industry. Even though he worked all through the night with his colleagues at the National Assembly on a very significant national assignment, he still said he will be here today, and he made it to this place. Thank you, Your Excellency, for finding time to be in our midst. My brother, the Honorable Minister of Communications, thank you for everything that you have done. I wonder how this will have been achieved without your leadership. I remember 2 years ago, in a small meeting, an informal meeting we had at the presidential villa, we told ourselves that we will make sure that in our time, DSO happens in this country. Thank you for keeping to that faith, for making sure that all the agencies under you, especially NICOPSA, this lady is really a workhorse. I don't know how you fish her out, but she has really worked hard to make sure that we have seen today. The DG MBC, I hope you don't mind all the flogging and all the bashing and the shouting in the last 1 year. Make sure this is delivered. If you don't deliver it, you know the rest. I'm happy today. We have seen this happen. I won't flog you again. After today, because each time he came to me, I was always frowning my face. But from today, I will smile. Because the idea is that we need to deliver this, and we are happy that we are at this point. The chairman born, I want to say that as a very critical stakeholder in this journey, you have really worked hard to make sure that this has happened. He became chairman of BORN only about 3 or 4 months ago. And since that time, he took on this assignment. Every time he will call me, he will send a message. His colleagues will mumble and rumble and complain, and he will call me. I'm under pressure. What do we do? So we kept talking to ourselves. Yesterday, we had a 4-hour meeting, and all the gray areas were resolved. It is not possible to say that we have a perfect situation, but I'm happy that what we have done today represents the spirit, the vision that President Bola Tinubu has given us. And what this tells me is that Nigeria is indeed a great nation. We can make the impossible happen, and today is a great day for all of us. My permanent secretary, the permanent secretary of Ministry of Communication, all the heads of agencies here, everyone, my stakeholders, the STB man people, everybody, thank you for coming. Thank you for making today happen. We are really indeed very grateful. This microphone, I worked 2 years to get this one. It's not this microphone that will stop me. So even if the microphone refuses to work, I will not stop talking. I will still continue to talk. Today marks a significant, I will continue to hold it with the hope that the sound comes up. Today marks a significant milestone in the history of broadcasting in Nigeria. After years of planning, investment, stakeholder engagement, and perseverance, we have gathered here today to take a major step in the modernization of the broadcasting industry by launching the digital switch over platform. I am indeed delighted to welcome all partners, industry leaders, broadcasters, content creators, manufacturers, regulators, and members of the public to this historic occasion. This one too is complaining, but I will keep moving. This achievement will not have been possible without the support, leadership, and commitment of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, whose renewed hope agenda places strong emphasis on digital transformation, economic growth, innovation, and the development of critical national infrastructure. It is indeed the President's vision that has led us here today. From the outset, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has demonstrated a clear commitment to building a modern communications ecosystem capable of supporting national development, creating jobs, empowering local industries, and expanding opportunities for Nigerian businesses and creative talents. The launch of this platform today is therefore not merely a broadcasting milestone. It is part of a broader, more connected, more competitive, and more prosperous Nigeria. Under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the federal government has provided the necessary support, policy direction, and resources to advance this important national project. This administration recognizes that broadcasting remains a strategic sector for information dissemination, education, national cohesion, cultural promotion, and economic development. The digital switchover project is therefore not simply a technological transition, it is an investment in Nigeria's future. Yesterday, as has been said, we held an extensive stakeholder engagement session with representatives from the broadcasters, signal distributors, set-top box manufacturers, content producers, Nicomsa, Digiteam, Bond, Alcon, among other critical stakeholders. The discussions were robust, frank, constructive, but more important, the message that came out of it is very clear. All stakeholders must remain united in their commitment to the successful implementation of the digital switchover program in Nigeria. I want to thank all of you who have made this indeed possible. The approach that we have taken reflects global best practice and ensures that Nigeria can access quality content across multiple channels regardless of location, economic circumstance, or technology preferences. The goal is simple: to make quality broadcasting available to more Nigerians than ever before. Beyond technology, therefore, DSO is an economic and a creative industry project. The opportunities before us are indeed enormous. A fully implemented DSO ecosystem will create jobs, will stimulate local manufacturing, will expand audience reach, will strengthen content production, increase advertising opportunities, and unlock new revenue streams for broadcasters and content creators. This is why the federal government has directed the National Broadcasting Commission and the Advertising Regulatory Council of Nigeria to continue to develop a sustainable business framework to strengthen audience measurement system, increase advertising revenue, and support the long-term viability of this project. The DSO belongs to all of us. The DSO belongs to all of us. Its success will depend on continued cooperation among government regulators, industry players, investors, content creators, manufacturers, and consumers. Together, we can build a broadcasting industry that reflects Nigeria's immense potential and showcases our stories all over the world. Before I conclude, I wish to once again express our profound appreciation to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, for his support for the transformation of Nigeria's media and broadcasting landscape. His commitment to the Renewed Hope agenda has provided the momentum necessary to unlock the long-standing projects such as the digital switchover. I also commend the National Broadcasting Commission, Nicomsat, Bond, Arcon, Digiteam, broadcasters, manufacturers, and all stakeholders who have contributed to bringing us to this important event. History will remember today as the day that Nigeria took another decisive step towards completing its digital broadcasting journey. As we launch this platform today, we do so with confidence that the federal government will continue to support the broadcasting industry, strengthen local capacity, encourage innovation, promote investment, and ensure that Nigeria fully realizes the enormous opportunities offered by digital broadcasting. This launch is not the end of a journey. It is the beginning of a new chapter for Nigerian broadcasting. Together, we will build a broadcasting ecosystem that is more inclusive, more innovative, more sustainable, and better positioned to serve our people's needs. On behalf of the federal government of Nigeria and the support that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has given us, it is my honor and privilege to formally launch the digital switchover platform. Thank you and God bless. Even though the microphone wanted to resist, I refuse to answer the matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir. Yesterday he was given a title. We now refer to him as a father. Thank you so much. You've been a father. Your continuous support for this initiative cannot go unrecognized. Thank you, sir. Now, I don't know what's wrong with the sound, but we'll try and manage it. It is now time to invite the special guest of honor, the Deputy Speaker of the Nigerian House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie Kalu. Please, can we give him a resounding round of applause as he comes for his own address? Thank you.
Please. Thank you, this microphone, prayers. The Chief Host, the Honorable Minister of Communication, Innovation, and Digital Economy, I was thinking that the Chief Hope is Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation. Protocol, please take note. Alaji Muhammad Idris.
Let me say this before I continue that I like the synergy between the two ministries. We will be here today in this kind of way. People are not praying enough for this microphone. We will be here today in this kind of way between the two ministries. And that goes to show that Mr. President knows how to scout for the best talent. To be honest, I've been watching you since I came. Even before I came, your activities, the synergy is commendable. And I hope that other sister ministries and agencies will work the same way you are working. You set a goal, you push together to achieve it. We commend you.
Director General, the General Presidents, NBC, NTA, OA, BOL, the Permanent Secretary, Federal Administration of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy, and Permanent Secretary, Federal Administration of Information,
National Orientation here present. Heads of ministries, departments, and agencies of government here present. Representatives of security agencies here present. The representative of EFCC here present. The representative of Controller General of Custom here present. Distinguished media executives here present. Development partners here present. Invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by apologizing for coming slightly late. Like the minister explained, we worked till early hours of this morning. But the message of NICOMSAT, DG NICOMSAT, I hope I recognize you in that list of protocol. If I didn't, please forgive me. Her messages kept coming, reminding me that I needed to be here. And because I believe in what you are doing, I had to make that sacrifice to be here. Kindly accept my apology. I'm honored to join you on this historic occasion, marking Nigeria's official digital switchover. What we are witnessing today may appear as technical milestone, but history consistently shows that the most consequential transformations often begin in precisely this way. Railways reshape economy, electricity transform productivity, the internet redefine modern civilization.
The digital switchover belongs in that category of foundational shifts.
This is not simply a migration from analog to digital broadcasting. It is policy and developmental threshold that separates nations that consume the future from those that actively shape it. In the 21st century, connectivity is a core determinant of national competitiveness. Data is a strategic economic asset, and digital infrastructure now stands alongside road, ports, and power as critical national. Nigeria is positioned to compete in this new era with a population exceeding 230 million people and one of the youngest populations in the world. Our greatest resource is not beneath the ground. It is the creativity, the resilience, and the intelligence of our people. Every day, young Nigerians are building globally competitive solutions in financial technology, in health innovation, in agriculture, in cybersecurity, software development, and artificial intelligence, demonstrating that Nigerian talent is already part of the global digital economy. This reality places a responsibility on public policy. Digital inclusion must be treated not merely as a technological goal, but as a matter of national equity as well as social justice. A child without access to digital network is increasingly excluded from education and opportunity, while communities without connectivity are disadvantaged in an economy that rewards information, that rewards access, that rewards innovation. The digital divide is therefore no longer a technical gap, but a development gap. The digital switchover advances this response by unlocking the digital dividend from analog transition, including spectrum, that can be repurposed to expand broadband, deepen connectivity, and stimulate economic activity. Spectrum is not merely technical. It is a national economic asset with direct implications for education, healthcare, commerce, and national security. Recognizing this, the National Assembly is translating policy understanding into legislative action. Under the leadership of the Speaker, Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, the 10th House is advancing reforms to strengthen Nigeria's digital future, including stronger data protection and cyber security, incentives to expand affordable broadband to underserved communities. Legislation to promote local digital content and skill development and updated spectrum management. Policies to ensure efficient use of national digital assets across broadcasting, across telecommunication, and across satellite services. This legislative direction aligns with the broader vision of the Tinubu-led government, which has placed the digital economy at the center of Nigeria's economic transformation agenda. I commend President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for prioritizing a digital-led growth strategy within the Renewed Hope agenda. aimed at expanding economic growth and strengthening global competitiveness. The National Assembly continues to work closely with the Federal Ministry of Communication under Mr. Bosun Tibani, as well as our leads who has shown that what was difficult to achieve in 10 to 15 years is possible under his leadership as Minister of Information and National Orientation Agency. We congratulate you. We will continue to work with you to strengthen the legal and institutional framework for this transformation. This includes the development of the national digital economy and e-governance frameworks to support digital services, cybersecurity, and secure data exchange across government, alongside online investment in national fiber optic expansion and broader connectivity for millions of previously unconnected Nigerians across all geopolitical zones. The digital switchover we celebrate today is not an isolated event. It is part of a coordinated national effort to build a modern digital economy that works for all Nigerians. Digital transformation of this scale requires collaboration between government on one side, the private sector, and development partners, and the regulatory government that enables innovation while protecting the public interest, and a shared commitment to intentional future. That future is already unfolding as artificial intelligence reshapes productivity. Satellite systems expand communication, and digital platforms redefine how societies learn and trade. The question before Nigeria is whether we will shape these changes or merely adopt them. We must choose to lead, not only as consumers of innovation, but as contributors to the technologies that define the future. In this regard, I commend the National Broadcasting Commission for driving these important national projects. I particularly recognize NICOMSAT for its critical role in powering the technological backbone of this digital transition. Satellite infrastructure, national capability, extending connectivity to all that serves area, strengthening national security, and supporting the expansion of digital assets where terrestrial networks remain limited. NICOMSAT, therefore, represents a vital element of Nigeria's indigenous technological capacity and a growing national asset in the global digital ecosystem. This nation that will prosper, which is our nation that is prospering in the decades ahead, are not necessarily those with the greatest natural resources, but those that succeed in connecting their people to knowledge and their people to opportunity, investing in human capital and building an ecosystem where innovation can thrive. The true measure of today's digital switchover will therefore not be technical alone, but developmental, whether it expands opportunity, reduces inequality, and improves the lives of ordinary Nigerians. It's a question that we should be asking, and I know that the answers to this question is found in this switchover. If history records anything from today, it should not only be that Nigeria completed a technological transition, it should also record that Nigeria deepened its commitment to becoming a digital nation, where innovation is enabled, where talent is empowered, and where opportunity is broadly shared. As I round up, when a nation connects its people, it unlocks its potential. When it empowers its innovators, it accelerates its prosperity. And when it chooses to build the future before the future arrives, it secures its place in history. May this digital switchover mark another decisive step in Nigeria's journey towards that future. The Parliament will always stand by you as this journey begins today. Thank you very much for listening, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Please, another resounding round of applause for the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. Thank you very much. At this time, the Deputy Speaker and dignitaries will proceed on official ribbon cutting just outside. So please, all stakeholders, all dignitaries in the front row, please make your way outside for the official ribbon cutting and tour of the facility. Please make your way outside. Thank you.
No, we follow them.
They go.
They go.
We go.
They go. Oh yeah, no go. They go. Close. They go allow na enter. Why they not allow us? Not people behind your wedding gown.
Fellow Nigerians, 27 years ago, many doubted democracy would survive here because of our diversity. Today, our diversity sustains our democracy. The road ahead is steep, but June 12 reminds us, Nigeria do not break. We bend, we bleed, but we do not break. Let us renew our covenant that the labors of our heroes past shall never be in vain, and that our government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from this land.
These palm trees by the right-hand side of the road, the mountains you watch ahead of you, turning your gaze towards the left as you follow the beautifully laid mountains, points to the fact that you're approaching a village of tourism significance as part of the wonders of nature in Nigeria. Indeed, you're about to enter a village called Masange. It is located in Farinruwa Development Area in Wamba Local Government Area of Nasarawa State, North Central Nigeria. The village is situated at the bottom of mountains that are beautifully laid, naturally designed, and connected. Farinruwa is a Hausa word which translates to mean white water in English. The village became known and called Farinruwa due to whitish color of the beautiful waterfall which nature has endowed the Masange community with. It is also a name describing the nature of the fall. The name Farinruwa has today become synonymous to Masange, which is the actual name of the village where the waterfall is located, having become very popular. So, both names refer to the village, with Farinruwa yet referring to the waterfalls and even the development area which houses both Masange village and the waterfall. Farinruwa shares boundaries with Bokos local government area of Plateau State. The village became part of Nasarawa State at the expense of Plateau State with the presentation of a 1925 evidence of tax payment to Wamba Native Authority in Nasarawa State. The natives of Masange or Farinruwa village, right from ancient times, were warriors. Indeed, settling at Farinruwa area by the ancient inhabitants was by no means a child's play, as it didn't come easily, and there was a reason for the difficult task. Of course, the ancient inhabitants saw the abundant natural endowments in the area and believed it was an ideal place to live in. A belief that has been justified today. Part of the natural endowments was the palm trees that abound in the area. Even today, palm trees are available both at the forest and at the surroundings of houses and are used in production of palm oil, even though in a local way. The people of Masange, since inception, apart from being farmers, are also hunters, and hunting still thrives in the community. One of the present-day hunters shares his experience with us.
My name is Husseini. I am an hunter. I am an indigene of Matinge village, which is popularly called Farinruwa today. As a hunter, I learned this act of hunting from my parents, who also learned it from their parents as well. Our ancestors were great hunters and warriors. Therefore, I see it as a good thing to follow their path. I have been a hunter since 1987, and it is really paying off because it is from hunting that I earn a living and also take care of my family. I thank God for the strength to hunt.
Prior to exploring the waterfalls fully, let's take you to some other historic sites which have played and are still playing significant roles in the lives of the inhabitants. To this end, we're led to one historic cave, which the inhabitants call Kiahun Mamule Cave. There is also the second section of the Kiahun Mamule Cave.
The meaning of Kiahau, there is a little Kiahau, you can call it Kiahau. It is a cave that open, just a little, not wide like this one. It is Kiahau. But the reason why Mamulek, it has a cup and it's very wide. that can contain many people. So that the importance of this care of harmony to the community, it has a great importance. As since our forefathers told us, by their time, you know that we were having some enemies that we used to fight with them. For that, as if the enemies, if we fought with the enemies, if the fight was so very harsh, we can pack some of our women with the children, we come and hide them there, while the men would go for the fight. So that is one.
This is the network service of the NTA. We now join our outside broadcast crew for a live telecast. Please stay tuned.
Thank you. Let's be seated. Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, represented here by the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima GCON. Let me welcome the Chief Justice of the Federal High Court, Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, Honorable Justice John Tahimba Soho, and all the other justices that are here present. I'd like to especially welcome the Honorable Minister of the FCT, His Excellency Ezewon Nyesom Wike CON, the Honorable Minister of State for FCT, Dr. Mariam Mahmood, members of the National Assembly, serving and former, Chairman of FCT area councils, senior officials of the Federal Capital Territory Administration, members of the Honorable Minister's entourage, heads of security agencies that are here, our royal fathers, members of the press, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with pleasure that I welcome all of you to this commissioning. And I've been admiring these buildings, and I raised with the journalist that is here that this is elegance in blocks. And he told me, will the minister also do journalist quarters? So, Your Excellencies, we are gathered here today at the intersection of service and symbolism. For what we commission is not merely a set of buildings. It is a quiet reinforcement of one of the most important pillars of national stability, the administration of justice. Some structures exist to shelter bodies, but a few of these 10 houses exist to sustain the conscience of the nation. What stands before all of us here today belongs to that rare category. These are not just residences. They are instruments of dignity, stability, and institutional respect for those who carry the burden of interpreting the law. Justice is never self-sustaining. It lives through institutions. It breathes through systems. It is delivered by men and women who carry responsibilities that extend beyond the courtroom walls. I welcome all of you to this very elegant environment as I now invite the Acting Executive Secretary of the FCDA, Engineer Richard Yunana Dauda, to give an overview of the housing estate.
Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, here ably represented by the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, ranking members of the National Assembly that are here, and other members, both past and serving, the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, the Honorable Justice John Sofo, OFR, and other Honorable Justices present here. Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of FCT, Barrister Ezenwo Nyesom Wike, CON, the Honorable Minister of State FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmoud, Area Council Chairman present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly permit me to align with the well-established protocol by the Director of Programs today as I present a project overview of the construction of 10 judges' quarters for the Federal High Court judges here in Katampe District, Abuja. Your Excellency, it is in line with its mandate of providing public infrastructure and public buildings in the federal capital that the FCT administration awarded the contract for the design and construction of 40 judges' quarters in Katampe District. 10 of these are specifically for the judges of the Federal High Court, and that is where we are now. Your Excellency, the project is aimed at providing a secured, functional, and comfortable residential accommodation for judges to enhance the delivery of justice, which is critical to the sustenance of law in any society. Your Excellency, the contract for the design and construction of the judges' quarters in Katampe District was awarded to Messrs. Details to Dot Development Nigeria Limited in September 2024. Work commenced immediately. The scope of works includes construction of 10 fully furnished 5-bedroom duplexes with boys' quarters for each of the houses within the Federal High Court judges section of the estate. The other amenities that are provided include an event center, which can take not less than 150 seating capacity, a neighborhood shop, gatehouse, generator houses and generators in them, general landscaping, a recreational ground, perimeter fencing, and other estate infrastructure like asphalt paved roads, walkways, drainage systems, electrical power supply, and water supply. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the project is fully completed and delivered in line with set standards and specifications and ready for commissioning. We thank the President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the Honorable Minister of FCT, Barrister Ezenwo Nyesom Wike, for the opportunity to be part of this project. Thank you all for coming. God bless you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Engineer Dauda. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one of the biggest qualities needed from the judges is fairness. And when properly upheld, becomes the quiet architecture of peace. It is for this reason that judicial independence must never remain an abstract principle. It must be supported in practice, protected in structure, and respected in daily governance. This House eloquently explains this. Let me welcome our architect. He's a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, one of the finest in Nigeria. I'd like to welcome here architect Akko Adakwe. He's the contractor that handled the building, and the house is as elegant as the man himself. I welcome you.
The President and Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON. The Honorable Minister of the FCT, Barrister Nyesom Wike, CON. The Honorable Minister of State, FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmoud. The Honorable Chief Judge of the Federal High Court of Nigeria, Honorable Justice John Tehemba Sofo. Members of the National Assembly, serving and former, our revered judges, our royal majesties here present, distinguished invited guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. For want of time, please permit me to stand on the already established protocols. My name is Architect Ako Adapoy, FNIA, CEO of Details to Dot Development Nigeria Limited, a proudly Nigerian construction company. Yesterday, we had the honor of commissioning the Court of Appeal Judges' Quarters. Today, we are privileged to gather once again to commission the completed Federal High Court Judges' Quarters, comprising 10 residential units, also delivered as part of the larger 40-unit Judges' housing development, initiated under the visionary leadership of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, through the Renewed Hope Agenda. In October 2024, we broke ground on this estate with a clear promise to build residences that would meet the highest standards of quality, functionality, and comfort. Approximately 20 months on, we are glad to report that this promise has been kept. Details to Dot delivers. This development also serves as a meaningful source of economic activity for over 2,000 Nigerians across various disciplines in the FCT. The benefits of this work have been felt in homes and businesses well beyond the site. I would like to place on record the role of the Honorable Minister of FCT, Vice Nyesom Ezemo Wike, CON, in ensuring the success of this project. He reviewed progress, he raised observations, and held everyone accountable to the agreed standards. That kind of leadership from a client is rare, and it sets a tone that filters through every level of project execution. Once again, we are equally grateful to the management and project teams of the Federal Capital Development Authority, FCDA, for the professionalism they brought to this project. They were dependable partners throughout, and the quality of what stands here today reflects their contribution as much as ours. Distinguished guests, the Federal High Court section being commissioned today consists of 10 fully furnished 5-bedroom duplexes, 10 fully furnished 3-bedroom domestic quarters, dedicated power infrastructure and utility services, gatehouse and security infrastructure, dedicated event center and corner shop. Each duplex has been thoughtfully designed and constructed to provide comfort and functionality for its occupants, featuring spacious main lounge, private lounge and family lounge, dedicated study room, 5 en-suite bedrooms, spacious modern kitchen, ante room, and 3 en-suite domestic rooms. Ample parking space accommodating up to 6 vehicles, all built to provide a secure, comfortable, and befitting living environment. As a company, we are deep honored to have been entrusted with this important assignment. The successful completion of this project reinforces our commitment to excellence, quality delivery, and the highest professional standards. We look forward to the commissioning of the remaining section of this development soon. On behalf of Details to Dot Development Nigeria Limited, I thank His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Honorable Minister of the FCT, the FCDA, the Judiciary, and every individual whose efforts contributed to the successful completion of this project. God bless the Federal Capital Territory. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Architect Ako. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one truth that I know is that there must be a recognition that those who serve justice must themselves be supported by conditions that preserve their dignity, security, and focus. A nation's priorities are never truly measured by what it announces, but is built for those who uphold its most delicate responsibilities. Infrastructure defines progress, and institutions define permanence. Today we have these residences that define our love for those that hold the trust of the nation. I'd like to welcome here the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, Honorable Justice John Tahimba Soho.
Well, His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, here ably represented by the Vice President, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima GCON, His Excellency the Minister of the FCT, His UK GCON and Life Venture, Her Excellency the Minister of State, FCT Dr. Maria Mahmoud, members of the National Assembly here present, judges of the Federal High Court here present, heads of federal agencies and parastatals here present, area council chairman of the FCT here present, royal fathers, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm very delighted to be here for the official commissioning of this laudable project. I recall when we assembled for the foundation laying ceremony about this same time last year. It was then that the Honorable Minister of the FCT, His Excellency Ezewo Nyesom Wike, COM, Life Venture, on behalf of the administration of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, pledged the completion of this project within 1 year. Today, in keeping with that pledge, we are gathered for the official commissioning and handing over of the project exactly as promised. This is truly commendable. As judges, while we shape the legal direction of society on a daily basis through the pronouncements we make in the courtroom, we seldom have the occasion to speak publicly without causing controversy or being misunderstood. Indeed, public scrutiny of the judiciary has never been more intense. Not surprisingly, therefore, even though the long-standing accommodation challenges facing judges have been a matter of deep concern for decades, the initial steps to address them were met with mixed reactions in the media. Yet, what makes today's event so remarkable is that it stands as a significant milestone for three key reasons. Firstly is courage. It takes a rare form of courage to back up pledges with performance, and to do so in record time regardless of stiff backlash. Delivering this project as promised demonstrates remarkable responsiveness. It is gratifying to witness the accommodation challenges of judges being surmounted so decisively. Permit me to share a philosophical reflection on the profound value of this type of support. The Stoic philosopher and Roman emperor Marcus Aurelius beautifully captured this in his Meditations. Quote, "We are made of cooperation like feet, like hands, like the rowels of the upper and lower teeth. To act against one another then is contrary to nature. Justice is a flickering flame in a harsh wind. It does not survive on its own. True righteousness belongs not only to the one who speaks truth to power, but to those who quietly shield the fire and refuse to let the darkness win. Justice is never a solitary endeavor. It is a collaborative masterpiece. To stand up for what is right requires immense courage, but to support those who stand is the very bedrock of a civilized society. When the state champions the welfare of its judiciary, it lends its own strength to the moral architecture of the world and validates the invisible code that keeps humanity together. Secondly, collaboration. It is important to note with gratitude that this occasion marks a real and seamless integration of efforts across the branches of government, while maintaining the sacred principle of the separation of powers. The executive, the legislature, and the judiciary have proven that they can pull in the same direction for the common good. On behalf of the judges of the Federal High Court, I express profound gratitude to the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for steering this policy vision to reality. To the indefatigable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, His Excellency Ezenwo Nyesom Wike, CON, Life Venture, for his commitment to this laudable cause, with the able support of Dr. Maria Mahmoud, the Honorable Minister of State of the FCT. To the legislature for enabling the necessary appropriations, and to my own constituency, the judiciary, led by the Honorable the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Honorable Justice Kudira Kekere-Ekun, GCON, for championing the welfare of judges who have endured these challenges for so long. In executing this project, the contractors, consultants, technicians, and artisans have demonstrated immense skill, discipline, and dedication. Without their tireless work, this milestone would not be possible, and they have our sincere gratitude. Finally, hope. It is deeply encouraging and gives immense hope to the judiciary and the nation at large to see that the welfare of career professionals is being taken seriously. This commitment allows our judicial officers to find peace and stability in their vital roles. As the Roman philosopher Seneca once wrote, true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future, not to amuse ourselves with either hopes or fears, but to rest satisfied with what we have, which is abundantly sufficient. With a renewed sense of security and institutional support, our judiciary can rest satisfied in its independence and focus entirely on the administration of justice. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, my Lord, the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I totally agree with him that today we are not merely commissioning residential quarters, we are reaffirming a national understanding that the judiciary must remain independent, not only in principle, but in lived reality. That judicial officers deserve not only respect in words, but stability in welfare. Our next speaker understands what welfare means. She's a doctor who attends to people softly. Not just ordinary doctor, but a consultant family physician. Let me welcome her, the Honorable Minister of State for FCT, Dr. Mariam Mahmoud.
Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, His Excellency President Asuwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by our Amiable Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON. All members of the National Assembly that are here, Senate and House of Representatives, both former and serving, the Honorable Minister of FCT, Barrister Ezenwo Nyesom Wike, and Life Venture, Mr. Project. My Lordship, the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, Honorable Justice John Tahimba Soho OFR, all heads of courts and justice and judges that are here, all top-ranking officials of FCT, FCDA that are here with us, area council chairmen, leadership of our political parties that are here with us, members of the diplomatic corps, the contractor, royal fathers, distinguished personalities, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to join you again today, and also I stand to express our appreciation to everyone that has come to celebrate with us another yet tremendous achievement of this administration. We thank Almighty God for making today possible. We are witnessing official commissioning of such a major project of the quarters for the Federal High Court judges, consisting of 10 beautiful houses that you can see here. As always, permit me to express our sincere appreciation to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and also the Vice President, Senator Kashi Shettima, GCON, whose renewed hope agenda has continued to transform vision into reality, and also for providing such befitting infrastructure that will strengthen our judicial system. I would like to appreciate the National Assembly for their continued guidance and also their legislative synergy. We appreciate the presence of the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court of Nigeria, all the distinguished judges and judges that are here, members of the bar and bench. We appreciate you for your presence, and also we congratulate you for being the beneficiary of such a major project. We extend our gratitude to His Excellency Barrister Ezenwo Yosugwiki for his dedication and also a dynamic leadership always. We appreciate the contractors. We have to commend them for this a wonderful job, their resilience and also professionalism. For all our distinguished esteemed guests, well-wishers, and everybody that has come to celebrate this achievement with us, we say thank you for your continued support and motivation. I will commission this project today, and these keys are submitted or handed over. May this building provide comfort for our judges, may it strengthen our justice system and serve as a symbol of integrity, hope, and promise that law become the guardian of our democracy. I thank you all for coming. May God bless every one of us.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am going to introduce our next speaker very differently. All over the world, a festival is going on right now. Mexico, Canada, and United States, the FIFA World Cup. There are a few personalities in the world of football that have his traits. If you talk about strategy and tactics, about running governance, then he is the Pep Guardiola of the Rainbow Coalition. Gianni Infantino is the FIFA president, so you can also call this man the Gianni Infantino of PDP. Sir Alex Ferguson is considered one of the greatest managers of all time. This man could be called Sir Alex Ferguson or the Democratic FC. But once in a while, he moves away from policy and management, and he removes his suit, laces his Adidas boots, and plays. And when he does, he scores a lot of goals. So we could call him the Victor Osimhen of Project FC. So without much ado, let me welcome here the man who exhibits the same quality as a beautiful game of football. Please welcome the Honorable Minister of the FCT, Chief Barrister Ezenwo Wike.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, ably represented by Senator Kasim Shettima, the Vice President, Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger. The distinguished senators here, particularly Senator Olwelo Yeso and Senator Abum Jaribe, the Honorable Minister of State, FCT, my Lord, the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, and your brother judges who are here, Our dear leaders, the Monday secretaries, permanent secretaries of the FCT are here. Your Excellency, Mr. President, let me, with your kind permission, sometimes we are delighted and happy when we see prominent Nigerians who appreciate the good works of Mr. President and always come to give support, appreciating, yes indeed, Mr. President is doing well. Let me therefore especially recognize the former national president of the most important association in Nigeria, Nigerian Bar Association, who also former chairman of the Body of Ventures, former chairman, Council of Legal Education, and by the grace of God, the ambassador designate to the Republic of Ireland, Onweze Chukwujeka Joe Okocha, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Your Excellency, where we come from, the traditional rulers, they are very influential in our daily life, influential in where we walk. I would like to recognize those who laid the foundation for some of us to use the ladder to climb where we are today. My dear brother, the political bulldozer of Rivers State, even though he has abandoned politics and now a traditional ruler. They call him sergeant, but he has never been in the army. Where he got the name sergeant, I do not know. But thank God the military is not prosecuting him for answering a sergeant without being to the army. Sergeant Chidi Awusi, the paramount ruler of Emmanuel. Excellency, like you said, there are those who fought for the Niger Delta, for them to be recognized based on the fact that of what we produce, what we call the Niger Delta fighters, who, because of their struggle, the Ministry of Niger Delta was created. One of the influential traditional rulers in our time, and we are happy that he's here today to appreciate what Mr. President is doing. His Royal Highness, the Honorable of Old Ancient Okochre, Ateke Michael Tom, who is also here. Senator Philip Tanima Aduda and the leaders of the various political parties that are here, gentlemen of the press and gentlemen. Mr. President, on behalf of the Federal Capital Territory Administration, let me join my dear sister, the Minister of State, to thank you and also welcome you. Today is the 6th of the 31 days earmarked for commissioning of projects celebrating the anniversary of Mr. President's historic anniversary and your administration. It's indeed, this is history that your administration is taking out 31 days to let the world know what you have done in the Federal Capital Territory. Yesterday, we commissioned the 10 judges' quarters for the Court of Appeal. Today, we're here for the Federal High Court. July 7, precisely, we'll be doing that of the FCT High Court, which has the highest number, that's 20, but all the same standard. I'm sure the judges of the Federal High Court, even though I do not know whether they have taken a look by going inside, but I do know I pity the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, how he's going to allocate these houses. Looking to the faces of the judges, I'm sure most of them must have consulted their prayer warriors to make sure that the Chief Judge also include them here. Anything that is good is good. Nobody that will come here No matter how wicked you are, no matter how unappreciative you are, you will say, Mr. President, we thank you for doing this. Again, it's also to understand how Mr. President feels, what it is about the judiciary, how the judiciary should be independent. But you cannot be independent when you cannot talk about giving them a befitting environment to work, improving their welfare. These are things that will make the independence of the judiciary and uphold the rule of law. We are very happy that we are part of this administration that are changing the narrative. I sincerely thank you for giving us the opportunity. Excellency, I pity the Acting Executive Secretary and the staff of the FCT. You know, working with me is very difficult, very, very difficult, because you really have to show that you have the capacity to deliver. The contractor has said so. I think if I've not been here, I've been here more than 20 times supervising this project and letting him know that if you collect our money during the rainy season, you must also work during the rainy season. No excuses of, oh, it was raining. If you know you will collect our money and you won't work, keep our money. Then during Hamatan, during dry season, we can pay you the money. So I was coming here, there's nothing like it is raining. I said, you can also empower those who say they are rain doctors. Go and bring them. Let there be no rain. I'm happy this project is completed within the time schedule. But I will appeal to the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court. The federal government has provided, but I believe that when we come back here in the next 1 year, it will still look like this. You know, we have problem, a culture of not having culture of maintenance culture. Most people say it's lacking in us. I don't want to believe so. I believe that if you have your own private house, the way you keep your private house is the way you keep wherever you are staying. It's very important that we keep the standard the way it is. I'm sure that we'll be happy when we come back here next 1 year. Luckily for us, the contractor has 6 months to maintain the structure before he finally leaves. I'll be glad that when Your Excellency comes here next time, you will see that it still takes the same look. Your Excellency, yesterday we flagged off the construction of the Industrial Court Judges' Quarters and that of the Code of Conduct Tribunal. That is looking by the left side and the right side of those who are there. The Code of Conduct Tribunal will have theirs there, while the judges of Industrial Court will have their own over there. And that will be completed latest January 2027. That's the assurance we have given, the same standard, And Your Excellency, let me say this. When we came here looking for land where we construct judges' quarter, there was no road around this area. But last year, Mr. President commissioned all the roads within this Katambe. This land belongs to Julius Berger PLC. And when I looked at the record, 15 years ago they were given the property and there was no development. And I said, well, we want to build judges' quarters. So giving this land for 15 years, no development, we'll take back our land. And all over the social media, they were calling me land grabber, land grabber. I didn't bother myself. I know where I was going to. And because any politician that has not been called any name, they are not a politician. Part of those land grabbing is where we are today. So that people will know that I did not grab any land. The property to stay within this vicinity. There are those who built over 2-3 stories. I told them to bring it down, pay them compensation, because I don't want a situation where you are saying the top floor, overlooking where judges are living, and the judge is going out, you now begin to call your people, he or she is coming out at that particular time. We have to protect and give security to them. We're also building a police station here, so as to be protected very well. So we think it's our duty, not just giving them houses. Security is also important. I believe that with this, we should be doing our work, and I thank you for the opportunity you have given to us. On this note, sir, I invite you to talk to us and commission the project. Thank you, and God bless you.
Kindly take your seats, please. The Senator representing Rivers East Senatorial District and Chairman Senate Committee on Works, Senator Allwell here Chonyeso. The Senator representing Cross River North Senatorial District and Chairman Senate Committee on Gas, Senator Jarigbe Agom Jarigbe. The Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Barrister Ezonwo Nyeson Wike, CON. The Honorable Minister of State for the FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmoud Bunkure. Your Lordship, the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court of Nigeria, Honorable Justice John Tahemba Soho, and other Federal High Court judges present here. But I will single out for recognition my mother, Justice Binta Murtala Nyako. Heads of courts of various jurisdictions present here. My former colleagues in the National Assembly, most especially Senator Philip Sanimu Aduda and Senator Mao Ohuabonwa. The paramount ruler of Emonhua Kingdom and Chairman South Monarchs Forum, His Royal Majesty Ebe Sergeant Chidi Awuse. The ruler and the first Amayanabo of Ochiri Kingdom, His Royal Majesty Ateke Michael Tom. The Eze Enwa Baganu of the Obio Kingdom, Onweze Chukudinka Joy, SAN. A legal luminary, diplomat, our ambassador designate to Ireland, former president of the Nigeria Bar Association and founder of Okocha and Okocha Law Firm, live member of Audio Benches and former chairman, Council of Legal Education, 2012 to 2026. Our Deputy National Chairman, South Victor Giadom, and the APC National Publicity Secretary, Barrister Felix Moka. I want to weaponize the Acting Secretary of the FCDA, Engineer Johanna Dauda, to recognize and appreciate the leadership of the FCDA and area councils, the Managing Director of Detailed Sudot Development Nigeria Limited, Architect Ako Adapoi, captains of industry present here, senior government officials, members of the fourth asset of the Rim, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am immensely proud to stand before you today in Katampe district of the Federal Capital City to commission these recently completed 10 residential accommodations for judges of the Federal High Court. The initiative for which we are gathered here today to celebrate is a testament to what vision, political will, and rigorous execution can achieve. We are here not just to commission buildings, but to fortify a vital pillar of our democracy, the judiciary. When we embarked on the Renewed Hope agenda, we made a sacred covenant with the Nigerian people. We promised to build institutional trust, secure our nation, and ensure that the rule of law is neither compromised nor delayed. Today, with the official commissioning of these 10 housing units for judges of the Federal High Court, we are taking a definitive physical step towards fulfilling that promise. For too long, we have talked about the independence of the judiciary in abstract terms. But independent thought requires an independent and secure environment. You cannot expect judges to dispense justice without fear or favor if their basic comfort, security, and peace of mind are left to chance. True judicial independence is built on the dignity of our judicial officers. By providing this state-of-the-art residential quarters, we are ensuring that our federal high court judges operate from a place of security, comfort, and utmost dignity. This project is a deliberate shield against vulnerability, a statement that Nigeria values those who interpret her laws. At this juncture, I must pause to salute the tireless, dynamic, and unapologetically focused Honorable Minister of the FCT, Barrister Ezanwo Nyesom Wike. When I gave Minister Wike the assignment to transform Abuja into a world-class city, I knew his capacity to deliver. Nyesom Wike, you have not disappointed me. From fixing critical road networks to ensuring the timely completion of projects like these judges' quarters, you have proven that performance is the only currency that matters in public service. I also extend my deep appreciation to the leadership of the judiciary. The collaboration between the executive and the judiciary under this administration remains a proud example of intergovernmental harmony for the collective good of our people. To our lordships who will occupy these quarters, this country looks up to you. The renewed hope agenda is anchored on equity and justice. As we provide the infrastructure to make your lives easier, we ask in return for an unwavering commitment to the swift, fair, and transparent dispensation of justice. Let these homes be centers of deep reflection, integrity, and honor. Let the judgments that emanate from your minds continue to strengthen the fabric of our democracy. Your Excellencies, my lords, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Abuja is changing. Nigeria is changing. The reforms we are putting in place across all sectors might require patience, but the fruits are beginning to show. We will not relent until every sector, be it justice, infrastructure, economy, or security, reflect the true greatness of our nation. On this note, and on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, it is now my singular honor and privilege to officially commission the 10 units of judges' quarters for the Federal High Court judges here in Katempe District, to the glory of God and for the service of humanity and justice in Nigeria. Thank you all, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The following are to follow the Vice President, the Honorable Minister, the Minister of State, Senators Orwell Onyeso and Jeribe, and the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court. Those are the people to follow him inside.
It is my singular honor, however, to commission these beautiful homes built by the Ministry of the Federal Capital Territory as Federal High Court judges on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for service to God, humanity, and justice. 10 number judges' quarters for the Federal High Court judges at Katampe District, Abuja, officially commissioned by His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, today, Wednesday, 17th June 2026.
For the houses are fine. Make them do for journalists now.
For everybody. We're the only ones that don't care.
Trying to be you. You still don't believe it. I see you walking out your door. Take it something ever yours. You might start finding out till you have peace of mind. You thought I would end up as nothing. You tried to break me to pieces. Then you would fly and go away, leaving scars on my face. Accolades for you. I'm a better version, all thanks to you. Now I live my life without needing you. It's obvious I wasn't really meant for you, yeah. And so beautiful one, let your scars be your armor, yeah, yeah. Bring light to your world. Let these people define you, yeah. Define you, yeah.
And with that amazing performance by Seth, we say a warm welcome to you. Thank you so much for joining us on today's edition of the Medley Show. I am so excited to have you join us today on the show. So today, what are we talking about? It's Men's Mental Health Month, which means this month is all about the men. I know the men complain a lot that it's always all about the women, all about the women. Let's give you this month. I mean, we want to celebrate you this month, but at the same time, we want to see how are you doing. So the question today is, how are you really? Like, really, how are you? So we ask people every day, how are you? And how often do we wait for the real answer? I mean, everyone always says, I'm fine, to the question, how are you? So this month marks Men's Mental Health Month. And while the focus may be begin with the men, the conversation belongs to all of us, because in the all need to know that we're fine. So from stress to burnout to resilience, support systems, and the policies shaping access to care. Today we're asking that important question again. How are we doing? That's going to be our focus today on the Medley Show. And of course, I'm going to have amazing men in the studio with whom I'll be having that conversation, who will also be checking in and will be speaking to us, on behalf of all men. So before we get into that, let's start with our first segment of the show. You already know. I mean, if you are regular on the Medley Show, you know we always begin with BuzzFeed. Let's find out what's trending in the world of entertainment. Stay with us. The Medley Show.
On BuzzFeed today, Afrobeat star Davido was named among the 2026 inductees into the Black Music and Entertainment Walk of Fame in Atlanta, becoming one of the few African artists to receive the recognition. Entertainment circles have been discussing Nigeria's absence from the submissions list of the 2026 Oscars International Feature category, reigniting debates about funding, distribution, and the global perspective of Nollywood productions. Global pop star Taylor Swift added another major accolade to her career after being inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame, with the moment generating huge reactions across music circles. New streaming releases and major Broadway productions have dominated entertainment conversations this week, with several high-profile shows and films launching as studios compete for summer audiences. And finally, but most importantly, the biggest sporting event on the planet after the Olympics kicked off in Mexico, with matches taking place across Mexico, the United States, and Canada. This is the first World Cup featuring 48 teams and an expanded schedule. The first match didn't disappoint, with a 2-0 scoreline and 3 red cards in just one match. And that's it on BuzzFeed this week. Till next week, keep buzzing.
All right, that's what's trending in the world of entertainment, and the World Cup is on. I'm sure every guy is excited because, I mean, football is one of the things that helps guys to relax, and I'm sure they're excited about the fact that the World Cup is on. So something to get their mind off the stress. I'm excited as well, but just a little bit because Nigeria is not there. Anyway, we're getting straight into our conversation. We're still checking on our men as we celebrate Men's Mental Health Month. Let's start with this feature that will give you an insight into our conversation, and right after that you get to meet my guest. The feature is titled The Silent Struggle. We'll be right back after that.
Strong, tough, unshakable. For generations, these have been some of the words used to describe what it means to be a man. From childhood, many boys hear phrases like, be a man, man up, or men don't cry. While often said with good intentions, these messages can sometimes make it difficult for men to talk about what they are really feeling. According to the World Health Organization, mental health conditions affect people of all gender, but men are often less likely to seek professional help when facing emotional or psychological challenges. Instead, stress, anxiety, or depression may show up as anger, withdrawal, irritability, risk behavior, or even physical symptoms such as headaches and fatigue. In Nigeria, where many men feel pressured to be providers, protectors, and problem solvers, the burden can be particularly heavy. Economic challenges, family responsibilities, workplace demands, and societal expectations can take a toll on mental well-being. The late actor and martial artist Bruce Lee once said, "Mistakes are always forgivable if one has the courage to admit them." Perhaps the same can be said of emotional struggles. Acknowledging them may be one of the bravest things a person can do. And here's the interesting thought. Opening up doesn't always mean sitting in a therapist's office. It could mean talking to a trusted friend, a spouse, a sibling, a faith leader, or joining a support group. Sometimes the first conversation is the hardest, but it can also be the most important. Author and researcher Brain Brown famously said, vulnerability is not winning or losing. It's having the courage to show up when you can't control the outcome. In other words, strength and vulnerability are not opposites. They can go hand in hand. Experts also point to simple habits that support mental well-being: regular exercise, adequate sleep, healthy relationships, recreation, and taking time away from constant pressure. No, watching football with friends may not solve every problem, but meaningful social connections certainly helps. The Mental Health Foundation notes that talking about mental health can reduce stigma and encourage people to seek support when they need it. And that matters because mental health is just as important as physical health. So perhaps it's time to redefine what strength looks like. Maybe strength isn't pretending everything is fine. Maybe strength is being honest when it's not. Because every man carries a story, and sometimes the strongest thing he can say is, I need help.
All right, I hope that feature did give you an insight into our conversation for today, the silent struggle when it comes to mental health for men. Again, the question we're asking today on the Medley Show is, how are you really? And I have amazing guests in the studio who will be helping me answer that question on behalf of all men everywhere. So I'll start with Dr. Ibrahim Mijinyawa. He is a clinical psychologist, right? Or how they call it, psychotherapist.
Yeah.
Are they the same thing?
Yeah.
They're the same thing. So
yeah.
whether you say clinical psychologist or a psychotherapist, they're the same thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, welcome to the show.
Welcome.
How are you doing?
I'm doing amazing.
How are you really?
I'm in high vibrations.
Okay. So this mental health, okay, anyway, this mental health thing we're talking about, you're trying to tell me that it can't get you because you know how to take care of it.
Yes.
Okay. So next to him is Seth Adeyi. Of course, you just watched Seth perform. Seth, how are you doing?
I'm doing
Seth
great.
is a performing artist and he's also a creative. He does several other things. So Seth, how are you doing today? How are you?
I'm doing fine.
You're doing fine?
Amazing.
Okay, you're all going to explain to me in the course of the show. And I also have joining us all the way from the United States of America, I have Chime Asonye. He is the convener of mental health. He is a mental health advocate and he's the convener for Nigerian Mental Health Organization. Chime, how are you doing?
Because of Seth, music, and great high vibrations as well.
Okay. Amazing. So every time I have a conversation with you, Chime, it has to do with mental health. So today you're going to break down all of that today, for us today, along with Dr. Ibrahim, and Seth will be speaking to us from the creative point of view. But I want to start by asking, I don't know if I should ask you this because you already said you know how to tackle mental health. So let me start with, let me ask you, Seth, right. Yeah? On a scale of I'm thriving to, oh my God, I need 3 months vacation, where are you right now?
Well, I think the past few months have been really a lot coming from creative and as a man.
Right.
Yeah, so on a scale of 1 to 10, I would say, let's say 7.
That's 7. Are you in the point where you're saying, oh, I'm doing good, I'm thriving, or you're in the space where you say, God, I just need some time out?
I'm doing my best. I think that's
why are you being smart about it?
No, I'm doing my best, but at the same time, I'm not where I want to be yet.
Okay.
However, I'm putting in so much effort to make sure that I get to, even if it's not there, but very close to where I would call.
Okay, so you're not exactly at the point where you need 3 months vacation, or you need but you're also thriving in a way.
Maybe not now.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
Okay. So Chibi, I'm going to ask you the same question. So you heard me on a scale of I'm thriving versus I need some time out, I need a vacation. Where exactly are you right now?
That's a great question. I think I'm at a 6. let's say.
6?
Yeah,
That's
6.
heavy.
Six is like 6 is good, right? I mean, it's better than 5. I mean, so I think I'm in a situation. I think everybody, to be honest, around the world, we're all challenged by what's going on and what we see, whether it's economic issues, whether it's war, whether it's thinking about the future with the upcoming elections and things like that, and trying to push. One of the things that we're pushing right now in Nigerian mental health is a law to decriminalize attempted suicide. And unfortunately, because of elections and other things, that's not necessarily a priority. So when I'm thinking about where we are, where I am, I'm thinking about myself as kind of a symbolic for where a lot of Nigerians are.
Okay. All right. Dr. Ibrahim, let me just ask you because you're here. So where are you?
Okay, I used to be at I'll say 7, but I should be at an 8, I'll say.
You went from 7 to 8?
Yes, this is my best year so far.
Okay, so you are about the highest in the 3 of them. You're at an 8.
Definitely.
Seth is 7, and Chime is on 6. So tell me, how did you go from 7 to 8?
Okay, I realized that there was a difference between what happens to me internally as a man and what happens externally. As you said, you can't line the fact that economic pressure, you understand the politics outside, the wars happening, and your internal mechanism. So that is external and internal. Then I realized that, okay, I need to create an emotional boundary between what's happening external and what's happening internal.
Okay, we're going to get to the point where you tell us how you do that, how you create that boundary. But I want to ask, what's one thing that you think Nigerians are always stressed about that we don't talk about enough?
We are stressed about stress.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, because the problem is we are overthinking about a solution to a problem we don't understand. So the whole problem is the stress itself, the problem itself is stressing us. Every day we come online, we talk about these issues, we try to identify, but then are we even close to the solution?
Dr. Ibrahim,
I know, I don't want to be philosophic here.
I don't want to let you confuse me on my own show.
No, I'm not confusing you. Yeah. Okay. So, the problem is overthinking. Let me simplify it.
Overthinking. Okay, so we overthink a lot.
We overthink a lot.
And we don't even know that overthinking in itself
is a problem.
Causes us stress.
Yeah.
Okay. So Chime, let me ask you this. When people, every time you ask someone, how are you, the next thing they will say is, I'm fine. Right? So when someone says, I'm fine, how often do you think they actually mean it?
I'm fine or I'm good. And you wonder what that means. And I honestly think that a lot of people are just avoiding that small talk. I don't think that a lot of people are good and or fine, but I think that the way you break that down is being vulnerable yourself in terms of how you're feeling. Telling them, whether you're good and why, sharing reasons. And then generally just to respond to your last question about, what are Nigerians going through? One of the things I want to mention is that I think a lot of Nigerians are lonely. I think a lot of Nigerians are lonely. Unfortunately. Yes, lonely. I think that it's an increasing epidemic of loneliness in our country and across the globe. I'm not saying all Nigerians. I'm saying there's an increasing majority of Nigerians that are actually lonely, unfortunately. And you see it. It bears out in the research. There was work done that said that around 12% of Africans are lonely versus 5 to 7% of those in high network countries. So we need to make sure, and the loneliness is not having the right person to talk to, not being able to discuss the struggles that people are going through, having these conversations where we're talking about sports and football, but we're not talking about the issues that are going on in each other's lives. So it's not all Nigerians, but I think there's a growing number of Nigerians that are lonely, and it's being recognized by organizations like the World Health Organization, organizations like the U.S. Surgeon General that are increasingly calling it a public health threat.
Okay, I don't know where they're getting their data from, World Health Organization and all, but I don't agree with them. Now, over there, they're telling us that we're lonely. I don't think we're lonely. Are you lonely?
I'm not lonely.
We're not lonely. I mean, Nigerians are people that we may have issues that we don't talk about a lot, but in our small circles, I think we talk about it a lot, especially if you have a mother, a brother, a friend, you have close circles. We're not lonely. I don't agree. But anyway, that's their opinion, and I'm not going to fight it. But Seth, you are a man, and I don't know how old you are, but you are a man, and you have been through a lot of things. I don't know what you've been through, whether it's good or bad. We've had to deal with stuff. But has society accidentally or intentionally taught men that silence is strength? Do you think so?
I think I won't really say it has taught men. Rather, they've learned to adapt to that kind of situation. And I feel like this is also an answer to the previous question you also put out, because we've learned to just survive in situations. We allow things just happen, and then let's just get done with it, and then we proceed with having to find a way around it, which at times it may not be the best result, because sometimes for you to not let things continue the way they are, you need to really stand up to it and maybe give an opposite response to that. So we've been adapting a lot to the stress, and it's making people burn out without them even knowing. Okay. So yeah.
Do you agree?
Silence, I think, is a cultural thing, generational. Yeah, it goes back, I think, to the beginning of humanity.
That men should be silent. And that means
men just learn to be silent.
But is it good for them?
No, it's not good, because you see, a man is logical.
Because men are being taught not to be vulnerable.
Definitely. Why? Because a man grows up to be conditioned to fix, solve problem, provide, be macho, you understand, show the strength, and show love. While a woman is shown that, okay, you have ability to feel empathy, to be kind, to be soft, to connect, to unite.
Okay.
Yeah. So for men struggle, you understand, to connect to this feminine, this in essence. Like most men grow up without being...
Who termed it feminine?
No, it's feminine because it's love. That is where we came from, our mothers. Now imagine...
Yeah, but who termed it feminine? Who termed feeling empathy and being vulnerable feminine?
It's because it's a woman thing. A woman is 80% more biological. You have these hormones. I have only testosterone. Yeah.
So you're saying men are naturally not built
masculine. Yeah, naturally.
Yeah, to feel empathy like women do.
Because most of them didn't grow up close to their mothers.
What?
Yeah.
Dr. Ibrahim.
Okay. I think the camera crew here you can take a random statistics
I'm not a man. I can't speak for you, which is why I'm asking.
That is why
but I'm
man
just trying
lack
to understand who termed it, because when you say a woman feels empathy, a woman feels love, a woman feels soft and all. Anyway, I'm not a man, so I can't speak for you. But then again, I want to ask, at what point does normal stress, because you talked a lot about stress when you started this conversation.
Yeah.
At what point does normal stress become something that we should pay attention to? And I'm talking to men. Because every man just keeps going with the hustle. With how do they say it? You fight till you drop. Like, you don't stop.
When you begin to lose sleep, when you begin to lash at your family, when you find out that you can't listen, yes, uncomfortable conversations makes you actually uneasy. You find out that, okay, a man just feels uncomfortable because he doesn't want to address something. He just say, okay, it's okay. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to bring it up. I don't want to argue. That is also a sign.
So what should you do at this point?
What he should do is, I think he should take a vacation maybe or something.
So that vacation I talked about.
Yes, definitely. He has to leave the society and the environment for some time.
Okay, so Chime, you have worked as a convener for Nigerian mental health. You have had to work with a lot of people who are dealing with mental health issues, both men and women. But of course, I'm tilting along the angle for men today. So what are some of the most common struggles that you've seen men deal with, or that comes up when it comes to men?
There's so many issues that we deal with. I'm actually proud to say, as one of our network partners, we're working with an organization called the SODS, Anti-Suicide and Depression Squad, and we have a menscape that happens regularly where men come and meet up, and you hear different types of conversations. You have conversations around employment. You have a lot of conversations around relationships. A lot of people think that men maybe don't care, we don't love it, things like that. But we talk about breakups. We talk about things concerning relationships and our partners and things like that. You have a lot of intergenerational trauma. So things around the parents. You have a lot of things about the pressure to survive and the pressure to succeed. There was actually a study done from UNICEF that said that Nigerian young people feel the most pressure to succeed. And you see that by our ostentatious style, you know, Davido this and Wizkid and all these, we have all these stars out here and we want that in our own lives. We're also seeing other issues that are growing up that we don't necessarily want to talk about. We're seeing things around sexual addiction and pornography and things like that. So men are dealing with a lot of different challenges that we've seen, and that expresses itself, like the good doctor was saying, in verbal ways and behavioral ways, in mood shifts, in loss of interest, in sudden calmness. It manifests itself in a lot of different ways. And just to talk about this whole empathy thing that we've been discussing, I think that we need to understand that what are the incentives is the important question when it comes to men and women. Do men have an incentive to be empathetic or vulnerable or servants or caring in that way, or do women do? And so when we think about how these things manifest, one of it is, does society judge it positively or negatively? It's saying a lot of times when it comes to men, empathy, niceness, and caring are not in our society. It's those who are being hard, those who are being difficult, those who are being challenges, those who are rulers, those who are powerful. Those are the ones that we give the reward to. Those are the ones that are worshipped. And unfortunately, that's the type of mindset that we need to reimagine and reorient.
So is the society that is putting this pressure on men? Who is the society? It's all of us. Yeah. So if men are dropping down, are dropping everywhere and dealing with a lot of stress simply because they are doing what the society wants, that isn't good for them, is it?
It's not good. We need to change it.
So why do you keep doing it?
It's not conscious.
We don't,
it's not conscious.
So the thing is, we don't, it's unconscious, as we're saying, and we don't have spaces where we can reimagine these kind of discussions. Let me give you an example. When I was in, all the time, I can imagine, I can count on my hand how many men's support groups that occurred in Nigeria. I can imagine the kind of conversation that I had. There one time when I was calling in Nigeria, when I was emotionally down, not one of those guys picked up the phone. All of them thought that if it wasn't business or wasn't like, to just get back to me, because we haven't conditioned ourselves that we have to be our neighbor and have to involve, support each other in this crisis. We don't talk about it. We just talk about what our material needs is, and we support each other based on that. Here's 10,000 naira, here's 100,000. Okay, please collect yourself, or we connect yourself. What we need to do is really value things around servant leadership, value things around vulnerability, things around empathy. Those things aren't valued. And so if we come together as a community, as men, and we start having those conversations and start supporting each other, then I think that we'll have the change. We're not there yet. And we also don't have leaders that we see in our politics or in our celebrities that also encourage these type of behaviors too.
So Chime, should I say it's the men that are not helping each other? Because if men know that they need support groups, they need brotherhoods that could, you know, help men. Because if I'm with my girlfriends or even just my sister and I'm dealing with something, I'm quick to pour everything out. But if men are dealing with that, I mean, doctor, you're hearing me and you're refusing to say these things to your fellow men, you are the problem.
I am not the problem. Now, just a simple example in 3 sentences. I think I approached a friend and I was telling him, okay, I had the other day your 2-year-old, how you were screaming and shouting. They say, you know, these kids are frustrated. And then I say, okay, you are transferring generational trauma onto that child. They say, no, but the stress, the child is stubborn. Then I say, okay, it's a child. It's a child. The child has not yet reached its first stage of brain development. You are damaging that child. What he told me, so he continued arguing, and I was like, do you know something? Once you hit your child, you scream on your child, a child like that, that means you've been screamed at. Then he looked at me. Today is almost 6 months, and I've not met him because I am embarrassed. I am so embarrassed. When we try to do this as men, when we try to take this conversation, what happens is they just look at you like...
So you all just put up a defense rather than being open to each
yes,
other?
Yes, it's a defense.
I would say it's a defense because most of the times when you raise this kind of conversations, the response you get from this other party makes you, it gives this, will I say energy like you are weak.
You're weak, yeah.
Like, why are you complaining about...
things that are
soft.
Exactly.
Empathy.
You are a man. That's the next word that comes out. You are a man.
You're a man.
So I was right when I asked that it wasn't an accident that the society has taught men to be silent.
Toxic.
Like silence is strength.
To be toxic.
But now the society
we have men that are not. Anyway, we're going to take a quick break now. We're going to take a quick break now. I didn't want it to get this, you know, but we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to get more into this conversation, and then we'll also be speaking to Chime about the mental health policy commitment tracker that the Nigerian Mental Health Organization is working on. So we'll talk about that when we get back from this break. Stay with us.
Okay, mental health for me, I think it has to do with your emotional and then psychological well-being. Like basically has to do with the health of your brain, how your brain works day to day. Yes, ma'am.
I think mental health is it deals with our physical, emotional, and psychological well-being. Just simply means how we deal with our day-to-day activities, when we are stressed or when we are feeling good.
Okay, from my own perspective, mental health simply means an individual emotional or psychological well-being.
Good morning, sir. Please, what's your name?
Good morning. My name is Mustafa Abaka.
Okay, sir. So, what do you understand by mental health?
Mental health can be in different and many forms. It's an illness that has to do with something to be upstairs, that's in the brain. Yeah. So, what I understand, that's the source or the symptom, effects, and the rest. It can be.
I'm showing.
Okay.
Okay, you just look at
Okay.
Start again. Okay, so please, sir, what's mental health?
Mental health is one of the components of health in general, and is one of the most important aspects of health in general because it affects all the other aspects of health. So in brief, mental health is just the emotional and psychological state of the mind. How you are able to cope with stress at work, your relationship with your family and friends, and how you are able to bounce back from a difficult situation like losing a job or losing a loved one.
Actually, mental health is all about general well-being of your health, how you feel, how you handle life challenges, how you manage stress generally. Stress like relationship issues and so on and so forth.
Well, people with bad mental health in this part of the town, we live with it. We get used to it. And then eventually, if help comes, fine. If help doesn't come, it becomes part of your life. So,
if you want to cope with your mental health, you need to sleep more. You need to move. Don't stay in one place because it might cause depression and the rest. And then you need to talk to people. Don't bottle up things. Talk to people so that you feel good also. So that it's why maybe if you are going through
activities that engage them, like playing, like anything that take away their, some through drugs. Of course, some people are on drugs.
Simple. Eat balanced diet, have enough rest, exercise regularly. You are good to go.
Monday to Sunday, need some time to get away. Free my mind, get the best out of my life. I wish I could be free from mistakes of yesterday. Jackpot, we've been waiting for the day levels go change. Steady belief and prayer equals the fate. For the meantime, make we enjoy all the phase. Cause no one said it's easy, and no one said you can't. It's all about what you believe in and who you think you are. And so in the meantime, I'll just enjoy. And together we go make good memories. And in the meantime, I'll just enjoy. Making beauty memories, beautiful memories. Oh, in the meantime, I'll just enjoy. And together we go make good memories. In the meantime, I'll just enjoy. Making beauty memories, beautiful memories. Oh, ta-da-ta-da-da, pa-da-ta-da, ba-ta-da-ta-da-da, ba-ba-da-ba-da-ta-da-da, ba-da-da-da. Sweetie, sweetie, sweetie. Yeah. In the meantime, I'll just enjoy. And together we go make good memories. Oh, in the meantime, I'll just enjoy. Making beauty memories, beautiful memories. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Again, that's the amazing Seth giving us that beautiful music. And today we are still celebrating the men because it's Men's Mental Health Month. And we just have the question, how are you doing really? So, of course, I still have Dr. Ibrahim here, and Chime is still joining us all the way from USA. But we are just being joined by Eric Chidom. Eric. We deal with men every day, just like you guys deal with women every day. But I'm going to ask you, as a creative and a filmmaker, is there a lot of pressure on you to, how do you deal with burnout? Is there a lot of pressure on you to make an impression? I mean, you had to do a lot of work to get EMVC nominated.
From different angles, really. On set, as much as you can to get the film done on time, you understand? So there's that pressure. Sometimes you see that we're working on set, even though that shouldn't really be how we work, but sometimes we actually have to work on set like a day or two back to back, and it's...
Every filmmaker feels that same pressure.
Exactly.
But I'm talking about you as a man, because a friend of mine once told me one time, I told him he was so wrong, but that was his opinion. He said a woman doesn't have to stress, you know, but a man, like if a woman has to do something, a man has to put in 10 times the effort. I don't agree, but that's the kind of pressure I'm trying to ask.
Okay.
Are men feeling, as a creative, as a male creative, is there more pressure to make an impression?
Okay, I understand. So yes, of course, because let's say, let me play devil's advocate or talk from the other end, right? If you see a young female creative, most times everybody wants to support.
You think?
Yes, because I'm in the industry,
Don't
so
forget,
I know.
I'm a female creative, but go ahead.
So I think, yes, of course you guys have your own, like everybody, you face your own different hardships in your own angle, but if it's about support, most times people would want to support or easily support female creatives than like male creatives. As a male creative, your work stands for you. You can't just come and like, okay, you're trying to do something and you're pretty or you're a woman and you just, you know, people support you off that. I'm not saying that's the only reason why they do, because there are a lot of great female creatives that are doing outstanding work.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyway, Dr. Ibrahim, let me ask you this. Why do men find it easier to discuss money, politics, football, work, anything other than to actually stay in their emotions and deal with stuff?
Because it feeds their healthy pride, healthy ego, because a man needs that identity to survive. Yes.
But it's killing them.
No, yeah, the whole thing about self-respect, before you become a man, not a boy, you know there are men that are still boys. Yeah. Yeah. And there are men that have become men, that have learned to become men.
True.
You definitely know what I'm talking about. So men that have been spoon-fed everything in life, when life challenges them, you know, so they find it difficult and everything crashes one time. So for men, the identity around a man from morning to night is, okay, how do they view me? What are the expectations? Yes, now the expectations coming from society, from your wife, from healthy. Now, being vulnerability is a word, it's a Latin word meaning what? To love, to open up. So for you to become vulnerable, you also need that from your family, your mother, your wife. You were talking about the other time that men don't support men is men's problem. Now, imagine as a woman, you have the whole thing.
I was speaking based off of what you people said, though.
And think about, you know, opening up, discussing, talking about your own mental health. Let's say your woman asks you that or shows concern, because you need to do that within the space of other men. Imagine the other man here, his woman helps him, because women hold the key to our mental health.
Dr. Ibrahim, let me interrupt you. I don't think a woman, and I'm not saying this so that we'll start bantering back and forth, because I still need to talk to Erica and Chime, but I don't think it's a woman that would tell a man, to call other men or form a brotherhood, so that they can open up to each other. I think a woman will want her man to open up to her. I mean, if I'm dealing with stuff and I come back, I'll yap, talk to you all about it. So I feel like if you're dealing with stuff too, you should talk to me. I'm not going to tell you to call other men to talk to. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Yeah, so Eric, let me talk to you then, because I need to talk to Chime about the mental health policy commitment tracker. What is the biggest pressure that you feel as a man? Because he said men have to wear masks. So it's like the biggest... It's like the biggest pressure every man feels is the pressure to provide.
Of course.
So
I'm the only son of my family, so I feel that pressure.
Who said, as the only son of your family, you have to be the only one to provide?
Nobody says that. I was listening earlier on, and we said it's something that society does. Like, you're born into it. Nobody tells you, oh, these are the rules, but you're born into it. You grow up and you figure out that this is what is expected of you. Nobody has to mention that you have to be the one to take up responsibilities. But as you're growing up in society, you're like, okay, this is what you see other men doing, and this is how we look at men that are responsible. So you try and do what responsible men are doing.
So that's responsibility. Chibe, can you hear me? Okay, so Chibe, I know you've been listening to us, so please tell me. Dr. Ibrahim did say that every man has to wear a mask to make an impression, because that's the pressure that the society has put on you. So talk to us about that before we get into what the mental health policy commitment tracker is supposed to address.
I think that men do wear masks because we're forced to. I don't think that will keep part. I think that there's a big pressure that men are strong and self-reliant, and that bears out in the information. I'm going to say a personal situation and then a macro situation. Let's talk micro. I told you that there is a growing trend of men loneliness, and that trend amongst African men, amongst youth in Africa, than it is in high network countries like Canada or States. You laughed at me and you said that's not true. That's not what the data says. And I'm telling you that it is true. That's what the information is showing, that there's a growing trend of African youth males that are lonely. So the response that you gave today tell you about our problems. When you tell us about our action we get, is that can't be true. That's not experience. But that is the men are facing. Some men bears out macro have the highest suicide rate amongst any other demographic in the world. I'm going to say what I just said again. African males have the highest suicide rate amongst any region in the world, at 18 per 100,000 compared to the global average, which is 12.4. The highest suicide rates happen in Africa. So we have to think about these things differently. When people share what's going on, we have to be responsive, and we have to think about it differently. And we need to start elevating these qualities as critical aspects of leadership. We need to elevate vulnerability and service and empathy as critical elements of leadership. We also need to think about how we can mainstream these things within all areas where there's crisis. So for instance, if we think about mental health and well-being as important for conflict or humanitarian issues, then we'll start thinking about that and mainstreaming it all people. Then we're gonna have better development outcomes. If we start thinking about mental health as an important driver for economic development, we'll have better development outcomes. We have to think about these differently. As an enabler, we're not doing that right now.
Okay, so talk to me about the tracker, the commitment tracker.
Well, on this same vein, one of the things that people are unaware of is that Nigeria has had maybe one of the most profound social reforms when it comes to mental health. I want to give a lot of credit to administration and to the Federal Ministry of Health We've been working with them and other actors within the stakeholders to pass things like the National Mental Health Act, the first of its kind, to pass a suicide prevention policy, to pass an updated mental health policy, to do a lot of reforms in the mental health space. But unfortunately, what we have is a lot of actions and not a lot of accountability. We have had different things around of the mental health space, but we need to have a critical tracking of those mental health commitments, of those policies, of those financing pledges, of those implementations, to say, are these actions, are these laws, are these legislation actually making the impact they're intended? So what we are launching, and we actually launched it last month, is the mental health policy commitment tracker that has all the evidence from a national, subnational level of all the pledges, the finances that I've done in centralized, accessible location. And we're engaged with it to share, to see what's been going on, to see if there's
So what I want to know,
we need accountability.
Chime, I'm going to interrupt you a little bit. Yeah.
Yes.
What I want to know is how this commitment tracker is supposed to help men deal with mental health.
Well, the thing is that a couple of things. Right? If we have the support systems in place, then it can help men in different ways. So, for instance, the Nigerian Mental Health Act satisfies that there's supposed to be a mental health fund established. That has not been established. That's something that the mental health tracker be more mental health. There needs to be more support in the mental health space in terms of financing. Less than 2% that goes to mental health. According to the Mental Health Act, there's supposed to be things like a Department of Mental Health to operationalize things against human rights abuses, to support things like primary healthcare centers, et cetera, like that, which can get mental health and wellness to the grassroots. That has not been. So this tracker helps with accountability because it creates a public mechanism to track mental health commitments. It helps with transparency. So it helps with governance reforms. It helps with system strengthening and public engagement so people actually understand what the resources are supposed to be for those in the mental health space. And ultimately, it gets the entitled institutional memory.
Okay.
We know that there's a lot in governance, for instance, and so help execute what is supposed to be there when it comes to mental health policy and well-being.
Okay. That's amazing. That's amazing, right, Dr. Ibrahim?
Yeah, yeah.
And that would also help men. But before we go, because our time is fast spent, I want us to bust some myths, right?
Okay.
So what do you think? What do you think is one of the biggest misconceptions Nigerians have when it comes to mental health?
Nigerians generally or men?
Nigerians, but I mean, we're referring to men.
Yeah, okay. Mental health in Nigeria is just
but it's
shame.
not like it's only men that deal with mental health.
Yeah, shame, stigma, silence.
Okay, I'm concerned about silence.
Yeah, silence. Usually, growing up, they tell you, like, keep quiet, like, suppress the pain. You know, pray.
You're a man.
Yeah, you're a man. You should pray. You should be strong. So suppress. When you suppress, it leads to what? Depression, anxiety, and everything breaks down. Yeah. So the silence, I would say, and the silence leads to a situation where we just live life to support his statistics. I know about that data, loneliness. Okay. Yes, it's true. Okay. But it has more to do with the coming up Gen Z, you know. The next trend is, I think people
ChatGPT.
Spend their time more. Yeah, they have more relationship with ChatGPT. Your girlfriend will say, okay, ChatGPT, please, Mike is behaving this way. What should I do to Mike? How should I respond to Mike? No, basically, this is what is happening.
Okay,
with
anyway,
our minds. Yeah.
we really need to go. So, Eric, let me quickly ask you, do films and the media still portray, do they even portray or produce content that address mental health accurately?
I think they do, and they're not as much as we want to, but
okay.
It's being worked on. I currently myself am working on finishing a documentary about this issue.
Okay.
And we actually traveled around 5 different states talking to people about what makes men, what makes them the way we are. We worked with the research group to work on this thing. So yes, we definitely need to make films that show men in more, like to show their vulnerability.
Empathy,
Show empathy, exactly. to show the positive side of masculinity.
I know Dr. Ibrahim says it's for women, but but as a creative, yeah, what keeps you mentally grounded when the pressure is intense?
I think we all just need an outlet.
Yeah.
You know.
So in all this conversation
yeah.
we've had, all I'm picking, but from Dr. Ibrahim, from you, from Seth, and also from Chime, is that men do not have people to talk to. But if there's an opportunity to speak to someone, will they really open up to speak to someone? Because he said men are lonely. I've always heard that therapy is not an African thing.
So I don't think I don't think therapy works for us, because I tried therapy actually. It didn't really work for me. What worked for me was actually friends that I had that would actually be very intentional to check in on you.
All right.
Even if you turn off your phone and you don't want, somebody will just come and knock on your door.
Yeah.
You understand? Or times where I have a friend that actually, like a few weeks ago, he knew that I wasn't doing so well. He came, took me out, we went and we rode
Just
bicycle.
so that you feel better.
Exactly.
Okay, so we need to go. Our time is fast spent. Dr. Ibrahim, 30 seconds, your final words to men.
My final words, therapy works. We have 99% success rate, and I can prove to you, I think within the first 10 minutes talking to me that I'll prove to you that there is so much about you that you've not yet understood. Yeah, 10 seconds. I'm going to finish it.
I'm down. No
yeah,
problem.
so when you find a good fit, it works. 99% success rate here in Nigeria.
So, Chime, we have to go in 30 seconds. Your parting words.
Yeah.
Come to our launch, June 25th at 6 p.m. in Nigeria. Go to Nigerian Mental Health.
Okay.
Come to our launch of the policy tracker.
All right. Eric, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think from my own angle as a filmmaker, I think I'll just repeat it again. We just need to do more, because media is very important. We show people, people learn.
Just like we're doing today.
Exactly. People learn from watching what is on the media. So we need to do more, better as media professionals to show people what should be the healthier side of things.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Ibrahim. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Chime. This is the time where we go. But, I mean, men, take care of yourselves. It's very, very important. We need you. We need you. We don't need you breaking down or not being available. So when you need to take a break, please take a break. And that's it for us on the Madly Show. We'll be back next week to discuss something more important and fun and interesting. I now hand you over to Seth. Until next week, my name is Tucci. Bye for now. Seth, it's over to you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know I love it when you smile, gets my mind and emotion. In my good day, to give me all the vibes on. Anyhow we did now, yeah. You did my mind, baby, no doy, oh my, call me my adore. We my want me, I no lie, oh. Make a rocky, yo, what? Please come be my own. I'll give you loving like don't know, like you never seen. Oh my order, please come be my own. I'll give you loving like it don't know. Need your medicine, When I'm feeling stressed, you're my yoga. Put your hands on my shoulders. Cool me down like it's soda. Till I'm feeling goosebumps all over me. Oh, love me, kiss me, alright.
The Madly Show.
To execute it.
And trying to get it under his control.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello and welcome to Your Health in Your Hands. I'm Dr. David Ajibade with the Brain and Body Foundation. Now, I've been a practicing physician for, my goodness, 27 years now. And as you all know, I'm very, very, very big on nutrition, the power of nutrients to improve health, to help you restore health, to help you maintain health. As a matter of fact, nutrients are what provide the energy to help you make new cells, make new tissues, repair damaged cells, and provide function for the rest of your body. Also, nutrients are very important to defend and protect your brain and body. So nutrients are all important. And I probably go too far in emphasizing their importance because other things are important as well. Exercise, sleep, good relationships, and so on and so forth. But in my opinion, all this would not work if we don't also emphasize, shall we call it the inner man, the person that is inside you, not just the person that we see on the outside, the person, the spiritual part. I remember Winston Churchill said, the great Prime Minister of Britain during World War II, he said that men and women are spirits, they're not animals. And it was appealing to the spiritual part of who we are that would help us, I guess, the Allies rise up and win the war against Hitler and his Nazi Germany. And that is what I want to emphasize today, because, and again, I feel this is the most important part of us. Our beliefs, what is going on, how we think, but how we function as human beings is probably the most important. And it's very important when it comes to very challenging health conditions like cancer and heart disease and heart failure and so on. So I'm saying all this because of our guest today. I'm going to introduce him in a minute, but he came highly, highly recommended for his work with patients who are going through challenging health conditions in the hospitals. So without further ado, I'm going to say hello, Father Raymond. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, David. And I'm very delighted to be on your show today. Your show is one of the best shows, as I understand, and I'm very happy to be a part of the show. How are you doing today?
I am doing great. Well, I'm super excited about what we're going to get into. So why don't you just tell our audience who you are and what you are doing, the good things that you're doing in the world.
Well, that's a great question. My name is Raymond Zunwene Tiohemba, and born and raised in Nigeria, but I am doing ministry right now in the United States. I'm a priest of the Via Christi Society, and at the moment, I am the lead Catholic chaplain at the University of California, San Francisco Medical Center and Benny Hill Children's Hospital. So what that means is that as a hospital chaplain, I offer psycho-spiritual care to patients. And as you said in your intro, the psycho-spiritual is very important to who we are. We're not just made of the body, we're also made of the soul and of the spirit. And we cannot care for the body without caring for the soul. And so my job is to support people during their episodes or their time in the hospital in caring for that most important aspect of who they are, the spiritual aspect of a person. And yeah, so that's what I do.
Can you give us a few examples of I mean, we both agree that the spiritual or the psycho-spiritual is so important. Do you have any anecdotes or stories for us to point out that fact?
There are many of those stories. Another remarkable one that I remember very vividly, it's an encounter I had with a young lady. At this time, I was the chaplain covering the neuro unit in the hospital, which deals with the neurological system of the human person from the brain through the spine. And I remember encountering a young lady who had had a brain surgery, but the family could not be there during the day. They had to go to work in order to earn money to pay the bills. And so what happened was they could only come at night. And here was I with the opportunity to be able to offer support to her. I would go in and spend about 30 minutes with her. She could not speak. I didn't have to say anything. I just sat by her bedside and was present to her. And I remember one day I held her hand and she grabbed mine too. I sat there for about 30 minutes. After 4 days, I came in one day and as I was leaving, she uttered something. She said something. She said, "Thank you." I was ecstatic. She was able to speak again. A few days later, I returned and she wasn't there. But the good news is that for me as a minister and as a religious person, I realized that I may not have spoken to her about Jesus, but I was Jesus present in human form, sitting by her side.
And thank you, Father, for those examples. I could see very clearly. In fact, that's one of the things that spurred me into this field that I'm currently in, the field of really emphasizing the whole spirit, soul, and body when it comes to health and healing. I could see very clearly that there were some patients who we gave them all the same treatment depending on the condition, obviously. So breast cancer had a specific kind of treatment, and prostate cancer, and so on. And we could tell that. I could tell that those who had good family support, who had good spiritual support, who were very, I don't want to use the word religious, but shall we say very spiritual. They had a strong faith that they were going to pull through, they were going to recover. Those are the ones who we saw responded better to the treatment and who long-term did better. Now, I'm not saying they all recovered fully, but you could see clearly that they were the ones who improved, or the ones who, like I said, responded better to treatment, were the ones who had that strong faith, that strong inner person sort of thing. And so that's very important. So I guess the challenge, Father, is for us to be able to start finding out, exploring how we can make this more, shall we say, accessible. This whole, emphasize this thing in hospitals, for instance. All Nigerian hospitals. I mean, what you have in San Francisco, and I guess in most parts of the U.S. with chaplains available, is not, as you know, I don't know how much you've done chaplaincy in Nigeria, but that's not always available. So we have to emphasize this to lay people, but we also have to emphasize this to doctors and even to the caregivers and the loved ones who come to take care of their wards or their patients. And emphasize the importance of this thing so they don't neglect it. They don't feel that it's not important. It's not a vital part of the healing. So let's discuss that. How can we push this forward?
And you're absolutely correct that every human person needs an anchoring point. And for people who have faith is that anchoring point from which they can navigate the challenges of life. And rightly said, people who are able to make meaning out of their life and have hope, they're able to thrive and do better in instances where they're navigating health circumstances. So the conversation around what we can do in the context of our country, Nigeria, I would say every Nigerian loves Nigeria. I love Nigeria. But one of the things that I would say is for us to acknowledge as a people that in treating the human person, it's not just about the biological or the poking. A part of the conversations I've had with people in medical our doctors or our trained doctors are aware that the spiritual resources that patients need to survive are important. First is for us to acknowledge that the spiritual aspect of the human person is important. And with that acknowledgement, to train healthcare workers in the way and manner that they acknowledge and see the importance of that. So that we're not discounting, for instance, a person who wants to pray through their illness. And when a person is in a hospital or is sick, this can be very devastating and traumatic. for anybody. It can really do a lot of numbers on you. And so to acknowledge that when a person comes into a hospital room, they're not just a physical. There is a spiritual element of them. And understanding that spiritual element of them would sometimes be very important even for a doctor who is treating them. And in medicine, we call this the narrative approach, where you get to know who that person is. And I would say, in my experience, there are some things that a patient may not say to a doctor, but as a chaplain, they would say that to me. For the most part, and sometimes I don't have to say a prayer. I just have to be present, to listen with a non-judgmental presence. And this is important. Culturally, we like to throw judgment, but sometimes, or we like to speak, sometimes all we need to do is to be present and to hold a person's hand.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, so you cannot underestimate the importance of just being there. Maybe not, I mean, obviously, if you had the right words to speak and the words of comfort and other things, that would be very helpful as well. But just being present, that's a tough thing for some people to do, right?
Absolutely, and it's not just for some people. It's for most people to just be present and not to have to speak. We tend to speak more than listen, so that can really be hard. But sometimes we just really need to be present. I think that when a person is in that state as a patient, they understand when you do not have words to speak. And so just be present. And it's hard, but we can all practice it. Be present. And physical contact is also important. Hold a person's hand. When you hold a person's hand, a patient's hand, you're telling them that I got you. I am here and I am present. And you have said enough.
Let's talk a little bit more about the spiritual part of who we are. And I've studied this a lot too, and it's the spiritual parts. I mean, when I talk in classes, I tell people to point to themselves, and I don't know if you know this, Father, but most people when you
chances of ill health, and so for some people they would call it faith, others would call it hope, others will call it a sense of spirituality, which is making meaning. I say that because not every person is a Muslim or a Christian or ascends to a relationship with the divine. But there are those who also are able to meaning of some of the things around them. I visited once with a person who was a scientist, and he said to me, "You're a Christian, I don't want to talk to you." I said, "Oh, I'm sad to hear that you don't want to talk to me, but what do you believe in?" And he said, "I believe in science. I believe in the stars." I said, "Oh, that's great. Tell me about the stars. Tell me about the physics of the stars." And we got into a 45 minutes aspect of
Absolutely. And I think supporting the spiritual aspect, supporting the psychological aspect has significant research that has been done. Because I once had a psychiatrist who is in this field on the show, and he shows a lot of this really talking about just floppy things. You got to understand that this is now based in hardcore science. Going to the hospital, it's important that you don't neglect this all important, this vital piece of who we are in the long run, especially when it comes to life-threatening conditions like road traffic accidents, cancer, heart disease, strokes, so on and so forth. So please, folks, be sure to to pay attention to this aspect. Father.
Oh, absolutely. And thank you for referring to that research on the importance of the psychospiritual care in patient outcome. I would also point you to the University of Chicago Medical Center in 2011 had a study of about 3,000 patients, and it showed that a patient who had a chaplain visit them had a better outcome in the hospital. And so you are very right in saying that when you have a family member in hospital or undergoing a health difficulty, that you provide that resource. And part of what I do is exploring some of the resources that people bring. And faith is an important resource for us in overcoming challenges. I know, for instance, my beloved mother, she's prays the rosary every day. Pray the rosary with mama. You got to pray the rosary with mama. If you have a loved one who is ill, maybe they love Jesus so much. Talk to them about Jesus. Maybe they love reading the Bible. Read the Bible. iPhones and internet, we have a lot of resources everywhere. And pray with them. When you do that, you're supporting them. And above all, just know that sometimes you may not be able to say nothing, but that you are present.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Sokoto State, Ahmad Ali Sokoto, PhD, FCNA, FCIT. Your Excellency, the former Governor of Sokoto State and the APC leader in the state, distinguished Senator Dr. Aliyu Magatakar Duwamoko, Sarki Yamma Sokoto, Sarki Yaki Sokoto, member World Muslim League, our special guest of honor and August visitor, the former governor of Abia State, distinguished Senator Ojuzo Okalu, the former governor of Sokoto State, Malam Yahya Abdul Karim MNI, Mr. Speaker, Sokoto State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Tukur Balabudinga, members of the national and state assemblies that are here with us, former deputy governors of Sokoto State, Chisu Abdullahi Dettijo and Barrister Muktari Shagari, CFR, representative of the state chief judge, Honorable Justice Fatima Ahmad Suka, representative of the state Grand Kadi, Kadi Abdulaziz Muhammad Er Abba, the Honorable Minister of Labor and Employment, Alhaji Mahmoud Megadi Gadi Katukan Sokoto, representative of His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, Ahmad Barade, the Secretary to the State Government, Muhammad Bello Sifawa, Chief of Staff Government House Sokoto, Aminu Hardiko MNI, Honorable Commissioners, Special Advisors, Senior Special Assistants, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Northwest Development Commission, Professor Shehu Abdullahi Maji, Special Assistants, other distinguished guests, traditional rulers, ulamas, my Excellencies, we gathered in these premises this afternoon to witness the formal commissioning ceremony of roads network built by the present administration in this part of the state, that is Arkella New Layout. This event is going to be performed by our August visitor, Senator Ojuzo Okalu, who came to do that. Your Excellencies, other distinguished guests, may I at this juncture start by calling on our host, the Wamako Local Government Chairman, Alhaji Umar Ahmad, to come forward for a welcome address. Honorable Chairman, sir. Mai girma gwamna sauran shugabanni da suke wannan wuri a takaice mu haɗu wannan wuri ne domin shaidar bukin kaddamar da tituna daban-daban wanda gwamnati mai girma gwamnati a Sokoto Dr. Ahmad Aliyu ta yi a wannan jiha a wannan yanki na wannan babban birni na jihar Sokoto a wato unguwar Arkelle kenan. A gurguje abin da muka taru kenan a wannan rana a daidai wannan gaba kuma zan mika turu magana ga mai karɓar bakuncin mu shugaban karamar mulkin Wamako domin ya jawabi sanawa. Honorable Bismillah.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم mai girma Sokoto FCNA PhD FCIT mai girma uban tahiyar mu jagoran tahiyar mu ta jam'iyyar mu ta APC kuma tsohon gwamnan jihar Sokoto sanata Aliyu Magatakar mako sarki yamman Sokoto kuma sarkin yakin Sokoto mai girma babban bakonmu tsohon gwamnan jihar Abia Professor Uzo Kalu mai girma shugaban majalisa jagoran majalisa jihar Sokoto assalamu alaikum sauran jama'a baki assalamu alaikum saboda karamcin lokaci ba zan sai amince su dukan ba a gurguje na rike tsaye ne domin in yi jawabi na maraba ga manyan bakinmu da suka taho nan a wajen shaidar buɗe ayyukan da mai girma gwamna ya yi mana cikin wannan yanki namu na Wamako Local Government. A bisa gaskiya ba zan iya bayyana yawancin ayyukan da mai girma gwamna ya yi mana a nan wannan karamar hukuma tawa muku musamman hanyoyi mahi yawancin hanyoyinmu da suka shahi Lagos, Asarawa, Bado da sauran yankunan mu irin su Gwiwa da sauran Arkilar sauran wurare da dama kusan mu mun ka ɗauki kashi 2 bisa 3 ne wancin aikin hanyoyin da mai girma gwamna ya yi a wannan yanki. To a gurguje muna miƙa kyakkyawar godiyarmu ta musamman a madadin ƙaramar hukumar mulki ta muku a bisa ga ƙoƙarin da mai girma gwamna yakan yi muna a wannan ƙaramar hukuma tamu. Muna mishi fatan alheri kuma ubangiji Allah ya saka mishi da alheri kuma Allah shi bashi hazaƙa da basira ta ƙara yin irin waɗannan abubuwan. Alhamdulillah da yake dai koyawa na ya ga baban shi saboda haka ya yi gado kuma insha Allahu zai dore kuma Allah ya gwada muna a babban bakonmu da ya to lahiya Allah mai shi lahiya. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
That was the local government chairman, Wamako local government, Honorable Umar Ahmed, welcoming the distinguished senator, and also commending the governor on the commissioning of the projects that he has done for the Wamako local government so far in his administration.
The Honorable Commissioner for Lands and Housing, Barrister Nasir Ali Dasro, who happens to be the chairman for this commissioning ceremony, to come forward and deliver his remarks. The Honorable Commissioner, sir.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على نبي الكريم. Amma ba. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Sokoto State, Your Excellency, our leader, the former Governor of Sokoto State, distinguished Senator Aliyu Magatakar Dawamako, Your Excellency, the former Governor of the former Sokoto State, Madan Yahya Abdul Karim, our special guest, former Governor of Abia State, distinguished Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oji Ozu Kalu. The representative of His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, the representative of the Chief Judge and Grand Kadi, members, which include the Speaker of the State House of Assembly and his entourage, including the Deputy Speaker, service chiefs, my colleagues, members of the State Executive Council, members of the Federal Legislature, our aspirant, especially the Ajian Isa, a senatorial candidate for Sokoto East. For want of time, please permit me to start. Arkilla district. Because of time, I would just want to take a few minutes of your time, Your Excellency. Since the inception of this administration, His Excellency has prioritized urbanization of not only Sokoto town, but the entire state. Today we have seen many districts that made up of the Sokoto town has been tarred, and motorists and other services are going on with ease. Our special guest of honor, I would like to inform you here, where you are sitting, we have 9 roads to be commissioned today. And all the 9 roads are interconnected. Your Excellency, distinguished Senator Ojo Kalu, we are very much pleased to have you here in our midst. But our greatest thanks goes to our leader, who we have seen in the course of his stewardship as the Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, is not only living peacefully with his colleagues, but has created a very clear coexistent relationship with his colleagues. And I'm very much sure it is that special relationship so created that Ojo Ozokalu is sitting here today. We are very much grateful to our leader. To our governor, I say thank you very much. You have been following all the advices and guidance of our leader, and that is why we are sitting here today. Our guest, Wamako local government, is a local government of our leader. And where you are sitting at the heart of the local government. And I can tell you, not only these 9 roads, in the course of these celebrations, we are going to commission more roads that link these local governments, of which I'm not going to unfold here, but I know as time goes on, people will come to know. Gentlemen, I'm very much pleased. I'm honored to be here and have our guest seated with us, with our leader. I pray to Almighty Allah to continue to guide our leader, give him all the wisdom to continue to guide His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Sokoto State, for the insurance of dividends to the good people of Sokoto State. Ladies and gentlemen, you are most welcome. I wish you safe journey back to your beauteous destination. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was the chairman. Thank you, DJ. Well, we've just listened to remarks by the Honorable Commissioner for Lands and Housing, Barrister Nasser, who happens to be the chairman of the Organizing Committee for the Commission of Projects in the state. Your Excellencies and other distinguished guests, may I now move on to invite the representative of His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, who is being adequately represented here by the Brother Wamoko, Alhaji Ahmad Baradi, to deliver his goodwill message. Your Eminence, sir.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Godiya ta tabbata ga Allah madaukakin sarki mai kowa mai komi mai wanda ya so inda ya so ga wanda ya so ran da ya so. Mai girma gwamnan jihar Sokoto Dr. Ahmed Aliyu. Mai girma sanata Dr. Idris Kalu tsohon gwamnan jihar Abia. Mai girma sanata Dr. Aliyu magatakardawa mako sarkin yamma Sokoto. Mai girma kakakin majalisar dokoki na jihar Sokoto, sauran manyan baki da aka gayyato, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. Majalisar mai alfarma sarkin musulmi tana taya mai girma gwamna Ahmed Aliyu da al'ummar jihar Sokoto murnar kaddamar da wannan muhimmin aikin titi. Wannan aiki alama ce ta jajircewa gwamnati wajen inganta ababen more rayuwa da kyautata rayuwar al'umma. Muna yaba mai girma gwamna bisa kokarinsa na aiwatar da ayyuka da ke da amfani ga jama'a a sassan jihar Sokoto. Majalisar mai alfarma sarkin musulmi za ta ci gaba da marawa duk wani shiri mai kawo ci gaba ga al'ummar jihar Sokoto. Muna godiya. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
If you're just joining us, you're joining us live here in Sokoto at the commissioning of Arkiland Roads Network. This commissioning is in commemoration of the 3rd year anniversary of the present administration under the leadership of Ahmed Aliyu Sokoto.
Gihin ba da shakatawa inda za mu kira 'yan wasan al'adun gargajiya na jihar Abia Cultural Troupe. Abia Cultural Troupe, please come forward. We have 3 minutes to welcome our visitor. Please, do quick. Please, hold on, please. We'll call you later, please. Excuse me, please. Just give us a minute, please. I'll call you. I'm sorry, please. Huh? Okay, so it's all right. Come. Please go ahead. Development Northwest. Commissioner ne. Sai an jawo Thank you, Abia Cultural Group. We really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Abia Cultural Group. Yes, this is an indeed energetic song. Otherwise, one will definitely fall down. We are moving to next group, Sokoto Cultural Troupe. Sokoto Cultural Troupe. An ce ku hanzarto babu lokaci. Lokacin ku ya fara. This is a unity dance by Sokoto Cultural Troupe, comprising different tribes in Nigeria. Sokoto Cultural Troupe. Muna godiya Sokoto Cultural Group. Muna godiya. Thank you, Sokoto Cultural Group. We appreciate you. Yanzu wake mana gaba shine Alabala Talle. Kai sauri minti 3. Kullum addu'a muka yi, Allah taimake ka. Yau kowa samu gwamnan jiha, mu gode Allah, wasu sun rasa gwamna sun kasa yayin. Ai wasu sun rasa gwamna. Yau diyauci na da daɗi ga wanda ya san mutunci, kowa an ka taimaka ya yi rashin mutunci. Yau mutan bodin gawa mako Sokoto na da South da birnin Isa sun shaida ba ka cin amana. Ciyamomin su duk inda kai suna biyarka. Wallahi don sun san Ubangiji ya kare shi ya kare martaba tai. Masu adawa ta bozo ana ta boye maza. Sarki kaji gini na auno hanyar gona mijin su murja, mijin su arziki, sanata al'umma ga takarda. Jirgin sama'u mai hanya ko cikin gidaje, in ba ka yi alu Sokoto ko uban kana yi. In ba ka yi alu Sokoto ko uban kana yi. Bani da haka babu gida ingama, ni dai gani ga alu. Talla gani ga alu. Shirya na shirya. Ga hadari ya yi baki girin, ya yi duhu alasaruwa su sabta. Don mu wadata don mu sha mu yi talla. Kaji kiɗi na bambari ko zagi, ko da ana buguna ko nuni. Gaba dai mijin su murja, maharauta sun sake da zaki ya girma, sai ku sa idanu, to ya za su yi da kaidi kan Umaru, dan bara da jafi na wa mako. Ya Allah ya tsara maga takarda, mai hana karya mama dubi ne su murna. Thank you, Balatale. Thank you, Balatale. That is the much we can take from the entertainment aspect. Your Excellency, other distinguished invited guests, we are now moving for goodwill message. I'm inviting the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Northwest Development Commission, Professor Shehu Abdullahi Ma'aji, for his goodwill message. Muna farin cikin gayyatar babban manajan daraktan kula da ci gaban Arewa maso yamma, Professor Shehu Abdullahi Ma'aji, domin shi sakon shi na fatan alheri a wannan wuri.
turanci zan yi ko hausa أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الله والملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما اللهم صل وسلم على نبينا محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم ربي اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري وأحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu ƴan uwana musulmai da wanda ma duk suke nan kowaye shi. May I be permitted to stand on the existing protocol? Thank you very much. But even with that, I have to recognize our grandfather, the leader, Jagora Alhaji Alu magatakardawa mako. Sokoto naka naka na Sokoto naka na Sokotawa naka. The second Alu, which is Dr. Ahmad Aliyu, the jagoran Sokotawa na biyu. Ka bi umarni kuma an yi maka albarka. Haka kuma Sokoto za su bi ka gwargwadon kokari in Allah ya yarda. Our guest, I said our guest because I have been extended to be part of Sokoto, even I am from Kano. The Dr. Oji Uzakalu, the former governor of Abia State, the lion of Abia State, and then currently the friend of Alu and the distinguished senators that established the good relation in the Senate chamber. The APC chairman, the honorable commissioners, and the other members of the high table. Thank you very much. But I am the MD Northwest Development Commission that was established with the mandate to go into 7 sectoral areas: agriculture, security, health, education, infrastructure, environment, youth and women. Inshallah, I am assuring you that the senators that are sitting here are those that make the appropriation and the legislative of this commission. I am here currently and present to assure you that inshallah, what they have made the commission as an objective is an intervention. And very soon, we are going to gather here in Sokoto, inshallah, for commissioning of some other intervention activities. Alhamdulillah, yan uwana a takaice na alfahari da jagora Alu magatakardawa mako a matsayinsa na kaka ba ma uba ba, a matsayin jagora inda a siyasa ne a Sokoto. Sannan muna alfahari da magajinsa kuma Dr. Aliyu Ahmad FCNA. Wannan shine magajin Alu, kuma ya tabbata, kuma mun tabbatar, kuma muna gani, kuma haka zai tabbata. Muna roƙon Allah ka isar da shi inda ba zai iya isa ba, kai riko da hannunsa. Yan uwa, saboda rashin lokaci, muna roƙon Allah a ƙarshe, Allah ga Sokotawa nan, Allah ga Alu magatakardawa mako a matsayin jagora, Allah ga Aliyu Ahmad, Allah ga shauran APC na, Allah kada ka miƙa nasarar mu a hannun makiya. Allah muna roƙonka ga ɗaya jagoran can Bola Ahmad Tinubu, Allah muna roƙonka kai musu abin da kaga shine mafi dacewa akan al'amarin rayuwar al'umma. Allah muna roƙonka ka isar da mu, ka isar da su, ka isar da kowa da tunani na alkhairi inda ba za a iya isa ba. Yan uwa, an ce ya isa to, amma ko ba komai dan uwa, mu yi roƙo ta alkhairi. Allah ka isar mana duk abin da muke jin tsoro a kansa. Sallu ala Nabil Karim, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Salaam alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
That was a speech by the Managing Director, Northwest Development. And if you're just joining us, you're joining us at the commissioning of Arkilla Roads Network in commemoration of the 3rd year anniversary of the present administration. The Executive Governor of Sokoto State, Ahmad Ali Sokoto, is here, and his guest, the distinguished Senator, Oji Uzo Kalu, is also in attendance.
Community leader, a representative from the beneficial communities where this road project was constructed, who is going to speak on behalf of these communities. It's my singular and privilege to invite an academic icon, a community leader, Professor Bello Bada, to come forward and deliver his vote of thanks. Professor Sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I sometimes see all protocols observed, but in a situation of this nature, we have to recognize some few, and perhaps others may be able to forgive us. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Sokoto State, Dr. Ahmad Aliyu, the leader of politics in the northern part of Nigeria, leader of the APC in Sokoto State, Dr. Aliyu Magatakardawa Mokko, distinguished senator, the representative of the Sultan of Sokoto, our visitor, Senator Uzokalu, a friend of the North, a good Nigerian, a lover of the Sokoto people. I believe you are not new in Sokoto. You even have our own title. You are highly respected, and I really believe you have seen Sokoto more and more. We love you, we respect you. We are happy for honoring this. Today is a great day to us, especially we people who are in this particular community. As you see here, we are many professors of medical sciences, many professors of management sciences, of humanities and others. Dr. Ahmed Aliyu decided to give us roads and culverts and all others. He has high respect for intellectuals, high respect for education since the time he found himself as the Executive Governor of Sokoto State. There is a highly acknowledged international writer called Alex Laguma. In his own book, which he called Time of the Butcher Bird, he was referring to the apartheid in South Africa during the time of Mandela. And he told them that no matter how you try, you cannot uproot a pumpkin. In the politics of Sokoto today, you cannot uproot Dr. Ahmed Aliyu. He has rooted himself, he has made it. If you look at a novel written by Chinua Achebe called Things Fall Apart, in that novel Achebe said, when the mother cow is chewing grass, he said the baby looks where it eats and where it avoids. So Dr. Ahmed Aliyu was really observing the politics of Dr. Aliyu Magatakardawa Mokko. And he has been doing so well, so far, so good. One thing is important is Dr. Ahmed Aliyu does not run away from his own people. He doesn't escape. Some people run away from their own constituency. Just like Wamako does not run away from Sokoto, Dr. Ahmed Aliyu does not run away from his own people, always together with the people. And this is very important.
We always advise our leaders that you should always remember, how do you want your name to be written in the history of your own country? How do you want it? Sokoto has been the headquarters of Sokoto Caliphate, extended to Cameroon up to Oyo. It is Dr. Ahmed Ali who has given it a very good facelift today. Sokoto is answering its name as the headquarters of the former Sokoto Caliphate. We are very proud of that. If you give me time, I will keep on talking, so it's not time for a lot of talking. Thank you very much for what you have done to us. Most of us are here to say thank you, Dr. Ahmed Aliyu. Thank you to Dr. Aliyu Magatakardawa Senator, who really brought you to the seat of power. Thank you, Senator Uzukalu. You should always remember Sokoto whenever you want to achieve something. God will bless what you aspire to be. Thank you very much.
If you're joining us at the live broadcast coming to you from NTA Sokoto Network here in Sokoto from the Nigerian Television Authority. We're here and in commemoration of the 3rd year anniversary of the present administration, the commissioning of Arkilla Road Network is going on right now in Sokoto. We're about to have the governor step forward to give his speech, and before then, I think entertainment continues.
Other distinguished invited. It is now time for the speech by His Excellency, the Sokoto State Governor Ahmed Ali Sokoto, PhD, after which he will invite his other visitor, distinguished Senator Oji Ozokalu, to make his own remarks and commission this road. Lokaci yayi da mai girma gwamnan jihar Sokoto Ahmed Ali Sokoto, PhD, zai gabatar da jawabinsa.
It is indeed the time for the governor to step forward to give his speech at this event. So right now we are expecting Governor Ahmed Aliyu Sokoto for his speech, after which he will invite the distinguished Senator Oji Uzokalu to say a few remarks.
Thank you, and be seated, please. Be seated.
Allah mai yin wani Allah ya baka mulkin ƙasa da mijin Fatima zinariyar gidan ku dan Aliyu mai shakka magana kakka bari tun da dai Allah ya raya ka zan dan halal mai biyayya mai biyar fitin baba ne muna kyankyawan godiya arkin lawa mun gode arkin lawa mun gode arkin lawa mun gode Allah shi biya muna godiya Alhaji Umar da wala quwwata illa billahi wa man sa'a tabbata dan alai da gaskiya ka ba wani mai imani
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على النبي الكريم. My leader, my father, and my role model, the former.
maga takardawa muku sarkin yamman Sokoto, sarkin yakin Sokoto. Our august visitor, the former governor of Abia State, and most distinguished Senator Uji Uzu Kalu MON. I mean, the garkuwar Kano, magayakin Katsina, turakin Gwandu, and Kibiyan Kebi. The former chief whip of the Senate and the first governor in Southeast who used his own personal money and built a befitting Jumu'at mosque for the Muslim community in Umuahia. And that mosque was commissioned by Sultan Muhammad Machidu. We are very pleased to have you here, courtesy of my leader, distinguished Senator Aliyu Wamako. The Honorable Minister, Ministry of Labor and Employment, the Katukan Sokoto, Alhaji Muhammadu Megari Dingyadi, the former governor of all the Sokoto states, Malam Yahya Abdul Karim MNI, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and members of the National and the State Assembly that are here present. I have seen Honorable Bala Hassan Abubakar, member representing 2 metropolitans, local government in the state, Sokoto North and Sokoto South. I also recognize member representing Raba and the Wuro Federal Constituency, Architect Al-Mustafa Ibrahim Raba. Also recognize here the only member representing 3 local governments in the state. I mean, Honorable Nasuri Shehu Bobo, member representing Bodinga, Dengishuni, and the Traitor Federal Constituency. Representative of the Chief Judge, representative of the Grand Kadi, representative of His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, and the President General, Nigerian Supreme Council of Islamic Affairs, heavily represented here by Baradin Wamaku, the chairman of Great Party APC. I mean the largest party in white and black Africa, Alhaji Haruna Sarkin Gobir Adia, the zonal secretary of our Great Party, Honorable Sadiq Isa Achida, and the zonal women leader Northwest, Hajia Hadiza Alhaji. Honorable Commissioners and members of the State Executive Council, SSG, Head of Service, and Chief of Staff, Government House Sokoto, Special Advisors and Senior Special Assistants, Heads of Federal and State Government Parastatals, Head of Security Agencies, Permanent Secretary, our host, the Wamako Local Government Chairman, our party elders in the state, traditional leaders, religious groups, captive industries, benefiting communities, women and the youth leaders, members of the press, peace be upon you all. Today marks another significant milestone in our administration and unwavering commitment to infrastructural development and the provision of essential services to our people.
Let me use this opportunity to warmly welcome our distinguished guests, a distinguished guest, I mean His Excellency, former Governor of Abia State, Uzu Kalu, a true Nigerian. We thank you so much for accepting to come to the seat of the Caliphate and identify with us on this all-important program. I equally welcome all stakeholders to the Commission of the Arkilla Layout Road Network, a project executed at the cost of 3,502,250,520 naira. This road network project is a testament of our government's determination to provide modern infrastructure that support urban growth, improve mobility, and enhance the quality of life of our citizens. The development of road infrastructure remains a critical component of our urban renewal and economic development agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, since assuming office 3 years ago, we have prioritized road infrastructure because our strong belief that roads play a significant role in fast-tracking the economic and social political development of our communities. It is on record that before our inception and coming to this administration, many of our township and rural roads were totally in a state of disrepair, making it difficult for road users to utilize them effectively. The same situation applied to many of our roundabouts within the state capital, which had become a nightmare for motorists. To reverse this ugly trend, we awarded contract for the construction and rehabilitation of several road networks across the state, such as Gawan Nama, Mabera, Gidan Igwe, Tudun Wada, and many other areas. While many of these projects have already been commissioned, others are at various stages of completion and will soon be ready for commissioning, inshallah. The Arkilla Layout Road Network, which we are about to commission today, has been designed to accommodate the growing population and increasing economic activities within the area. With the completion of this project, residents and property owners will enjoy improved accessibility, reduced travel time, enhanced safety, and increased economic opportunities. This project will also encourage further investment and development within the layout, thereby contributing to the overall growth and modernization of our state. Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, good roads are not merely transportation facilities. They are catalysts for economic expansion, social integration. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me at this juncture assure the good people of Sokoto State of my administration and unwavering commitment to delivering the dividends of democracy to every part of the state. I therefore call on you to continue supporting this administration through your prayers and to build a greater and more prosperous Sokoto State, a state that can compute profound appreciation to our dear President, Asuwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for his visionary leadership style and the
various initiatives under the Renew agenda. With you, and will remain with you, and will thank you most sincerely. Let me express my profound gratitude to all the good people of Sokoto State for their continued support and prayers, which is a driving force to our success. In one way or the other, to the successful completion of this important infrastructure, to the residents and direct beneficiaries of this project. I urge you to safeguard this infrastructure. It is your corridors are not obstructed so as the roads can continue to serve the community, and the privilege to most respectfully invite His Excellency, the special guest of honor, a true Nigerian, a uniter and not a divider, His Excellency, distinguished Senator Uzi Kalu, to step to the stage, make his remarks, and commission the Arkilla New Road Network for benefit of residents and the general public. May Almighty Allah continue to bless Sokoto State and the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you all for your attention. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Allah samu gama lafiya. Mai girma jagora wannan tafiya kuma abin alfahari na sarkin yamman Sokoto, sarkin yakin Sokoto, baƙonmu na yau tsohon gwamnan Abia, His Excellency Uji Uzo Kalu, gwamnan tsohon jihar Sokoto Malam Abdul Karim, minista na ayyuka da kwadago, kakakin majalisa, sauran shugabanni baki daya, musamman waɗanda aka aiwatar da wannan aiki domin su, dukkaninmu baki daya amincin Allah ya tabbata a gare mu. Na tsaya a gabanku a yau wannan rana domin ƙaddamar da wani aiki na alheri, wato ƙaddamar da hanyoyi kusan guda 10 a wannan shiya ta sabuwar Arkilla. Ba ko shakka waɗannan hanyoyi suna cikin hanyoyin da wannan gwamnati ta yi hoɓasa da su domin ganin cewa wannan wuri ya sake zama wata sabuwar nahiya. Alhamdulillahi, Allah ya tabbatar da wannan al'amari a wannan rana. Haka kuma kamar yadda faɗa a harshen Turanci, an kashe kimanin biliyan 3 da miliyan 500 domin gudanar da wannan aiki. Kamar yadda muka sha faɗa, duk lokacin da aka yi hanyoyi ba an yi su bane kawai saboda a taka a yi tafiya. Hanyoyi suna ƙara kawo bunƙasar tattalin arziki, gidaje da hilaye za su ƙara tsada, wuri zai ƙara samun bunƙasa da ci gaba, kuma al'amura za su bunƙasa. A wannan gaba ne nake shaida mutane cewa da yadda Allah wannan gwamnati haka kuma kamar yadda muka sani tun lokacin da Allah ya ba mu jagorancin na wannan jiha tamu mai albarka, mun ci gaba da irin wannan ayyuka da dama. Mun yi su a shiyar gawan nama, mun yi su a Mabera, mun yi su a gidan Igwai, mun yi su a Sahara, mun yi su Jalin, mun yi su Wada. Wasu an kammala, wasu kuma suna jiran kammalawa. Wasu kuma an buɗa su, wasu kuma suna nan ba a buɗa ba. A wannan gaba ina son in kira a gare mu, musamman waɗanda suka amfana da wannan hanyoyi, su tsare su ɗauke su a matsayin nasu, su kula da su, saboda kuɗin al'umma ne aka yi wannan aiki na alheri. Haka kuma ina so in yi amfani da wannan dama in shirya al'ummar jihar Sokoto duka waɗannan nasarorin da muke samu, muna samun su ne da shawarwari da muke samu ga shugabanmu Dattijo Sarki Yamman Sokoto, da kuma irin addu'o'in da kuke muna na fata alheri, da addu'o'in da kuke da yadda Allah, kamar yadda muka alƙawalanta lokacin yakon neman zaɓe cewa za mu gina sabuwar jihar Sokoto da za mu mai bugun gaba da ita, sabuwar jihar Sokoto da ke iya fafatawa da dukkanin jihohin da akwai a tarayyar Najeriya. A wannan gaba kuma ba zan kammala wannan jawabi nawa ba sai na yi godiya ƙwarai da gaske ga ɗan kwangilar da ya gudanar da wannan aiki da dukkanin waɗanda sun kasa hannunsu domin tabbatar da cewa wannan aiki na alheri ya tabbata. Haka kuma ina son a yanzu in yi amfani da wannan dama in kira ga bakon nan da muka gayyata, kamar yadda faɗa muku yana ɗauke da sarautu da yawa na gargajiya. Na gaya muku cewa shi ne a kibiya waton na Kebbi, banda zaman shi kibiya na Kebbi kuma shi ne garkuwar Kano, shi ne magayakin Katsina, shi ne kuma turakin Gwandu, kuma shi ne gwamna na farko da ya fito daga wannan hauji nasu, wanda ya amfani da kudin cikin aljihunsa ya gina masallacin Juma'a, ya gina al'ummar musulmi, kuma ya basu, kuma ya gaji Sarki Muhammadu Macido ya zo ya kaddamar da wannan masallaci na Juma'a. Saboda haka ba abin mantawa ba ne, ya yi hubbasa kwarai da gaske wanda ya zama wajibi duk lokacin da muna son mu yada 'yan Najeriya waɗanda suka sa Najeriya a gabansu, waɗanda ganin girman 'yan Najeriya duk inda suke, ba za mu mance da tsohon gwamnan jihar Abia ba. Ina nufin His Excellency Oji Uzo Kalu. Akan haka ina roƙonka da ka miƙe tsaye, na san kana jin Hausa, ka taso ma wannan wuri kai jawabinka, sannan ka kaddamar da wannan aiki na alheri. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh.
Mai girma Senator Dr. Ojo Ozokalo daga jihar Abia domin ya gabatar da jawabinsa. Ya Excellency sir.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Governor of Sokoto State, Dr. Ahmed Aliyu, PhD, Your Excellency, my friend, my brother, is at attention. Distinguished Senator Aliyu Wamako, my brother, my colleague, a friend whom I'm very pleased with in the Senate. Your Excellency, the former governor of Old Sokoto State, Honorable Minister, Mr. Speaker, and other members of the House of Assembly and members of House of Representatives here present. Secretary to Government, Chief of Staff, and all executive members of Sokoto State Executive Council, the representative of the Sultan, the representative of the Chief Judge, the representative of Grand Cadi, the representative of the Managing Director of Northwest, my friend, my brother, and who was with us in the National Assembly before he bowed out. Jama'a Assalamu Alaikum. Today, to me, is a good day that I'm coming back to Sokoto State. This is like homecoming for me. You can see when the governor was speaking, I was almost crying because the governor realized that I'm titled, I'm turbaned in almost all the emirates in the northern Nigeria, including here. I want to thank His Excellency, the governor, and through my friend and brother, Senator Aliyu Wamako, invited me here today. On the first instant I said I wasn't coming, I was on my way out of the country, back to watch football only, to watch the World Cup in the US. But when Senator Wamako insisted that we must encourage Dr. Ahmed Aliyu, PhD, of commissioning this road, and being a very old governor, I'm sure most of you know I stopped being governor about 25 years ago. Being a very old governor, I always listen to Dr. Wamako. In the Senate, we're about 4 friends. And you cannot believe it. Those 4, 3 are northerners, and I'm the only Igbo. We are 4 friends, 4 cartel, 3 of us. And almost most of us are very close to President of Nigeria, President Ahmed Tinubu. I thank Senator Wamako for grooming this young man of becoming the governor of this state. I've gone around. I want to thank him because the state chairman of our party, I came with him on the car. He showed me the departure hall the governor is building. Not FAM, not Federal Aviation Authority. No. This is government of Sokoto State. I can't hear you people clap. Please clap for that. And I can see, because government is continuous, I can see the speed Dr. Ahmed is taking to move Sokoto forward. This is seat of Caliphate. Caliphate is in Cameroon. Caliphate is in Oyo Empire. Caliphate is almost everywhere. And he's trying to rebrand this seat what it's supposed to be. I thank you for all the efforts in allowing one person to commission 10 routes in a day. Other people could have divided it to 10 and bring 10 guests. But you decided to give me for the price of 1. I can have 10. Thank you very much. God bless you. I also want to thank the APC in Sokoto State for the support they are giving both the President of Nigeria, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, our general leader, our president, who I'm sure, inshallah, most of you people have put in your voting cards that we are returning him back on the 16th of January 2027. I'm sure the story, we have seen the opposition parties. We have seen people who do not believe in Nigeria and they want to rule Nigeria. Is that possible? We have seen people who castigate our country. People who feel that Nigeria wants nothing. How can you rule a place that you hate? It's not possible. You can only rule a community that you love. Governor Ahmed Aliyu have shown that he loves this community we are standing now. And that's why he's giving the growth. Because road is everything. I want to remind Sokoto people that this is seat of leadership. And you cannot leave your role by voting to a minority party and leaving a majority party. Our majority party is APC. I want to also tell the governor, in opening of that mosque in Umuahia, we had Mashidu, may he so rest in peace. We had the Emir of Kano, Ado Bayero. We had the Emir of Zamfara. They came with Governor Malam of Kano State then to commission that mosque. I built the mosque single-handedly. I'm a committed Catholic. It takes a good Catholic. It takes a good Catholic to recognize a good Muslim. And it takes a good Christian to know that Allah died. God is one. Everywhere you go is God. If you go to Mecca, it's God. You come to Sokoto, it's God. You go to Abia, it's God. You go to Lagos State, it's God. You go to Oyo State, it's God. There is no two names. Why are we killing ourselves? Why are we disturbing ourselves? Why are we particular about religion? Why are we particular about how tall we are or how short we are? We should be particularly about development of our country, like what Dr. Ahmed is doing here today. That is what we should come first and last in our mind. I want to thank the representative of Sultan. If you people will remember, when Sultan Abubakar, this present Sultan III, was made, I was the first official visitor. It's on record to visit the Sultan. I was the first visitor this Sultan welcomed in the palace. I came with the then Chief of Army Staff. I took him from, I came from Abia, took him in Abuja, we were first official visitor. There's a role for traditional rulers to play in Nigeria. I call on my colleagues that we should give traditional rulers constitutional authority to keep peace in their palaces and in the communities. We should give them a role, constitutional role, so they can bring peace into Nigeria. Help us to bring peace, help us to live in peace. I'm proud of this governor. I'm proud of Wamako being his chief advisor. You are advising well. Excellency, I would like to see more former governors of Sokoto sitting like this, like the governor of former Old Sokoto State is sitting. Whenever you are doing something, make sure that you put other of our old colleagues, let them sit like this. That is the beauty of democracy. That is the beauty of association. That is the beauty of choice. I'm giving you a job this afternoon. I want you to reconcile all our party members. I want you to reconcile all people that belong to us. With the advice of Sariki Yama Sokoto, you will succeed. God will be with you. God will be with your executive. God will be with Sokoto State. I have this opportunity to also invite you. I invite Sariki Yama and invite all distinguished guests for us to walk down and do other speeches that will be done at the point of opening the eyes. May God bless Sokoto State and may God bless Nigeria. Thank you very much and may God bless us.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. That was our chief of the former governor of Abia State, after which we are now moving to...
That was the speech by the distinguished Senator Orji Uzokalu, and right now the governor and the other dignitaries are stepping forward to go and inspect some of the roads. His Excellency Ahmed Aliyu has constructed several road networks like this in key areas in Sokoto that have relieved and enhanced the lives of the people who live in those areas. Some of those areas are Mabera and Gaunama area. These roads here are road networks. They are all connecting different roads in the areas and are beautifully made and have really eased the lives of people of Arkilla in Wamako local government area. We're waiting now, as you can see, that the governor and the distinguished senator are about to officially commission and cut the ribbon to kickstart the events.
Governor of Sokoto State, Your Excellency, distinguished Senator Ali Sokoto, and other excellencies here. Former Deputy Governor, my brother, Jagari, and Honorable Minister, I will thank God Almighty for making it possible for me to be alive and to be myself in Sokoto State to appreciate this good work. Many states are having as much money as we are having, but they are not assessing the dividend of democracy. When a young man listens to his father, he will never go astray. He will only filter what is good and what is bad. I'm particularly very happy seeing a governor of all Sokoto State being here to support you to commission this road. This is what democracy is all about. I'm also happy to see a former minister, former deputy governor, Haji Shagare, or being here. He's very close to me. You know, Alhaji Shehu Shagare was with me before he died 5 days in Abia, in my village. I brought him back here myself. So the relationship I have with Sokoto people is a long journey. With my best friend in the Senate and the Minister of Labor, who was Minister of Police Affairs. He was closer to me when he was Minister of Police Affairs and now he's Minister of Labor. Because I know the NLC will not allow him to rest. Every day he's in a meeting with them. Sariki Yama, don't leave this governor. and this governor don't leave Sarikiyama. I commissioned this to the glory of God and to the good usage of Sokoto people. No matter where the color, the height, and the top, we use this well and appreciate the builders of this road. This road, Akalek Road, was initiated by the administration of His Excellency Ahmed Aliyu Sokoto, PhD, FCIT, FCMA, Executive Governor of Sokoto State, commissioned by His Excellency Distinguished Senator Ojus Okalo, MON, on Wednesday, 17 June 2026, to the glory of God.
The commissioning has been done, the ribbon has been cut, and right now they are proceeding to their vehicles so that they can travel the road networks and take a look at the beauty of the work that has been done.
Hello and welcome to an abridged version of Nationwide. I am Dennis Adigunloye. President Bola Tinubu wants the judiciary to ensure swift and fair justice that is truly blind to a litigant's status, insisting that a compromised legal system threatens democratic stability. The president, represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima, gave the charge when he inaugurated Federal High Court judges' quarters in Katampe. State House correspondent Abdurrahman Jabrilla reports.
It is now my singular honor and privilege to officially commission the 10 units of judges' quarters for the Federal High Court judges here in Katempe district to the glory of God and for the service of humanity and justice in Nigeria.
This public infrastructure is part of the proposed 40 housing units for Federal High Court judges completed at the 10 units of the 5-bedroom judges' quarters in Katempe district, awarded in September 2024 by the Federal Capital Territory Administration, fully furnished with a 150 capacity event center, a corner shop, and other social amenities.
To understand how Mr. President feels, what he thinks about the judiciary, how the judiciary should be independent. But it cannot be independent when you cannot talk about giving them a befitting environment to work, improving their welfare. These are things that will make the independence of the judiciary and uphold the rule of law.
As we commission this project today, and these keys are submitted or handed over, may this building provide comfort for our judges, may it strengthen our justice system and serve as a symbol of integrity, hope, and promise that law become the guardian of our democracy.
It is deeply encouraging and gives immense hope to the judiciary and the nation at large to see that the welfare of career professionals is being taken seriously. This commitment allows our judicial officers to find peace and stability in their vital roles.
The new residential building, President Bola Tinubu says, reinforces his renewed hope agenda and his administration's determination to give the operators of the nation's justice system a befitting home.
When we embarked on the renewed hope agenda, we made a sacred covenant with the Nigerian people. We promised to build institutional trust, secure our nation, and ensure that the rule of law is neither compromised nor delayed. Today, with the official commissioning of these 10 housing units for judges of the Federal High Court, we are taking a definitive physical step towards fulfilling that promise.
The Federal Capital Territory Administration's intervention project in the judiciary is evident of the federal government's commitment aimed at improving good governance and the rule of law by implementing judicial reforms, restructuring the judiciary, and increasing funding to ensure a just, rule-based society to serve Nigerians effectively and efficiently. In Abuja, Brahman Jibrila, NTA News.
The Nigeria Customs Service has made clarifications at an investigative hearing of the Senate Committee on Public Accounts that the 62.2 billion naira classified as under remittance by Customs in 2017 was the total levies it collected on behalf of other agencies, which are not for remittance to the Federation account. The response to an audit query by the Office of the Auditor General of the Federation relating to activities in 2019. The Controller General of Customs, Bashir Dini, explained further that most levies are remitted to the Federation account, except those on local production of wheat and other agro products, including local manufacture.
When we read through most of the queries, we discovered that a good number of them were due to either misclassification or misunderstanding. The amount of 62 billion are levies, different levies that are collected by Nigeria Customs Service on behalf of some other agencies of government as part of fiscal policy. Remittance in customs is not a matter of choice. By our accounting system, which has been digitalized, once money comes into the Federation account, it is swept automatically by the end of the business day. So the question of non-remittance may not arise.
What the Secretariat and Auditor General need to do is to confirm this submission to us so that this issue will be cleared.
The management of Customs is to meet soon with a subcommittee to reconcile all issues erroneously captured in the audit report. Meanwhile, the Minority Caucus of the House of Representatives has condemned the death of retired Major General Rabbi Abubakar while in terrorist captivity in Katsina State, urging collective efforts to bring to an end the spate of abductions and banditry in the country. Addressing National Assembly correspondents on the state of the nation, the House Minority Caucus called for an overhaul of the nation's security architecture, as well as an urgent military operation to rescue abducted school children and their teachers in Oyo State. The caucus also criticized the recent court ruling ordering the deregistration of some political parties, insisting that politics must take the back seat until government takes drastic measures against insecurity.
The nation therefore requires funding on security intelligence, not propaganda. Improve welfare for frontline troops and not wildcards for appointees. On Oyo abduction, launch a special military operation within 72 hours to rescue the school children and their teachers. No excuses at all. On General Rabi, a full, transparent investigation into this abduction and murder. The nation deserves to know how terrorists now kill generals with impunity. On INEC/judiciary, the Chief Justice of Nigeria must wade into the conflicting judgments on party registration to save the judiciary from further embarrassment.
Well, national security is not only the responsibility of the military, police and security agencies, citizens also play an important role. This is by staying vigilant, providing credible information, promoting peace, obeying the law and rejecting misinformation, as well as contributing to a safer society. As Nigeria tackles security challenges, stronger cooperation between governments and the public remains key to national security. It is within this context that our guest, founder and convener of the Leadership Renaissance Forum, Dr. Robert Abdullahi Johnson, shares his perspectives on the role of citizens in national security. Thanks for joining us on Nationwide.
Well, like you have said, governments made quite some effort in security matters. In old times, communities come together to answer to the question of security. They will build walls around their communities and place watchmen on top of the walls that will report oncoming or attacking enemies coming from outside. In the same way, I think our communities can build this wall around themselves and put watchmen around to announce approaching enemies and to get the people ready. I also want to say we cannot just depend on what the government has to offer in terms of fighting back the enemies. Communities must rise up as vigilante groups. They must rise up to be able to answer back to enemies that are coming in from outside. So let's keep the door closed and keep the enemy outside. Let's secure our borders and keep the enemies outside. And let's have watchmen who can report on advancing forces of the enemy. So, and let the community was trained also in the art of war, because they must fight. Forces that are coming in to oppress and to attack.
All right, leadership does not only mean at the federal level. How would you say subnationals can key into given that they are closer to the people? What's their role in this fight against insecurity?
Well, I want to perhaps recommend the whole of insecurity we're talking about. Well, it takes root. It takes root from economic development. The scourge of poverty has actually weakened our what we call security around, our various communities. So I will say, well, people should get to work hard again and then be able to at least provide and meet their daily needs. But in the face of not being able to get to the farms to, do their work and bring food home, that's where, again, I would say our government must help. So all forces put together to get the enemies out so the people can be productive, so the people can get on their trade. And I know when they have put hands on some things and, means of livelihood is coming in, they don't have to look for lesser means of surviving. Because I know that, because of so much suffering, so much lack of basic needs around, people begin to look the other way to cater for their living.
All right. Okay. Dr. Robert Abdullahi Johnson, founder of convener Leadership Renaissance Forum. Many thanks for your perspectives. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us. Thank you very much. Okay.
Good afternoon, and thank you for waiting. Thank you for your patience. His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, represented, the Minister of Information, National Orientation, my boss, Alhaji Mohammed Idris, FNIPR, the Honorable Minister of Art, Culture, Tourism, Trade and Creative Economy, ably represented by the PAMSEC, Abdul Karim Uzi Ibrahim. Okay. DGs and Chief Executives of parastatals and agencies, intervention development partners, members of the diplomatic corps, thank you for having been here with us from the beginning. Our chief launcher, who soon, he's here. I was waiting for you. Welcome, sir. Members of the organized private sector, all relevant stakeholders, local and international media organizations present, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and privilege on behalf of the Nigerian Press Council to have warmly welcomed all of you to this important national event. The Nigerian Press Council is pleased to be associated with this initiative because it reflects our mandate to support credible information management, research, documentation, and responsible development communication. We believe that when information is properly gathered, organized, and presented, it becomes a powerful instrument for public engagement, institutional collaboration, as we are seeing here, and national progress. This round table and the compendium represent the outcome of careful coordination among key institutions and stakeholders. It is, therefore, our hope that today's engagement will deepen collaboration, strengthen the use of credible data, and open new channels of partnership among government, investors, development partners, and the media. I wish to specially appreciate the Office of the Vice President, my parent ministry, the Ministry of Information and National Orientation, and the Federal Ministry of Art, Culture, Tourism, and Creative Economy, and the Nigeria's Governors Forum, the Nigerian Tourism Development Authority, our partners, sponsors, state governments, and the publication team for their support and commitment. Your Excellency, given the strategic importance of this initiative, promoting sub-national economic development, tourism visibility, investment mobilization, and national cohesion, the Nigerian Press Council thanks you for the special support that you gave us in the course of developing this project, and today seeing it come to fruition. We want to play the Oliver Twist. We respectively seek the endorsement of the presidency to institutionalize the sub-national government economic and tourism information roundtable as an annual event. With such endorsement, the Council, in collaboration with relevant ministries, agencies, and state governments, will develop partnerships in the private sector, and the Nigerian diaspora will immediately commence preparations for the next edition with the objective of making it broader, more impactful, and more beneficial to the economic transformation of our states and the Federal Capital Territory. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you once again and thank you for your patience and wish us a fruitful deliberations as we are having and a successful outcome of this event. Thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it takes a very successful personality to lead very successful people. Let's give the Executive Secretary a round of applause, please. Quickly, we'll just take a presentation of the Honorable Minister of Arts, Culture, Tourism, and Creative Economy. She's not here. She's ably represented today by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry in the person of Alhaji Abdul Karim Ozi Ibrahim. Please, let's encourage him with our applause, please.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Your Excellency, the Vice President, Senators Kashim Shetima Mustafa, GCON, represented by Dr. Fashua, PhD, FCA. When I saw FCA in your name, I say we are members of the same family. You are welcome. The Honorable Minister of Arts, Culture, Tourism, and Creative Economy, who wish to be here presently to deliver this speech. But as some of you are aware, she lost her mom on Saturday, and that is why she's unable to be here. While you are seated, you may wish to say 1 minute prayer to repose the soul of the late mother of our minister who passed away on Saturday. May her soul rest in peace. You know, she's a writer. She just gave me an assignment that I should deliver the lecture as written. So I'll take my time to read the address as written. If there's any mistake thereon, I think it's that of mine and not hers. I take the responsibility. I'll do all protocol duly observed. It is my pleasure to address this important gathering at the Sub-National Government Economic and Tourism Information Roundtable and the official launch of the National Compendium documenting the economic and tourism profile of the 32 states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory, and that is the state that I belong. This event is very significant because it speaks directly to 4 important national priorities. 1, tourism development, the creative economy, investment opportunities, and national branding. These 4 areas are central to Nigeria's economic diversification agenda and to the effort of Mr. President's administration to unlock prosperity across all parts of the country. Nigeria is a nation of extraordinary tourism wealth. Every state has something unique to offer. Natural attractions, historic monuments, festivals, wildlife, arts, crafts, cuisine, music, fashion, film, heritage sites, and cultural experiences. Yet, for many years, many of these assets have remained unpromoted, underdeveloped, and underinvested in. This compendium is therefore a timely tool for changing that story. Tourism development must begin with proper documentation, visibility, and deliberate investment. We cannot promote what we have not properly identified, and we cannot attract investors to opportunities that are not clearly presented. By bringing together the economic and tourism profile of 36 states and Federal Capital Territory, this compendium provides a national platform for showcasing Nigeria's diverse destinations and investment-ready opportunities. For the Federal Ministry of Art, Culture, Tourism, and Creative Economy, tourism is not only about leisure, it is an economic sector with the power to create jobs, stimulate local businesses, grow hospitality services, support transport and infrastructure, preserve heritage, and empower communities. When a tourism site is properly developed, the benefit go beyond the site itself. Hotels, restaurants, tour operators, artisans, performers, transporters, farmers, and young entrepreneurs all become part of value chain. This is why we must move from merely identifying tourism assets to developing them into bankable destinations. We must package our waterfalls, resorts, beaches, festivals, museums, cultural sites, game reserves, craft villages, and heritage monuments in a manner that attract private investment, improve visitors' experience, major pillar. Our film, fashion, literature, visual art, digital content, festivals, cuisine, and design industries have already placed Nigeria on the global map. Nigeria creativity is one of the strongest national exports, and it is driven largely by the talent, energy, and innovation of our young people. However, to fully harness the creative economy, we must build stronger links between creativity, tourism, and investment. A festival is not only a cultural celebration, it is a tourism product. A film location is not only a production site, it is a destination. A fashion show, art exhibition, music concert, or food fair can attract visitors, create jobs, promote local identity, and open new markets. This is the direction in which Nigeria must move. This roundtable is therefore an opportunity to encourage states to deliberately position their cultural and creative assets as economic assets. Each state should be able to identify its flagship tourism products, major festivals, creative talents, heritage sites, and investment projects, and present them to the world in a clear and compelling manner. The investment opportunities are enormous across the state. There are opportunities in hospitality, ecotourism, cultural tourism, entertainment infrastructure, film villages, creative hubs, resort conferences, museums, transport services, digital reforms, event management, heritage restoration, and destination marketing. These are areas where government alone cannot do everything. We need investors, development partners, private sector operators, and local entrepreneurs to come in as partners. I therefore call on all investors and development partners present here today to look beyond familiar centers and explore the vast opportunities in Nigeria's subnational economies. Many states are waiting to be discovered, developed, and promoted. The compendium before us provides a useful starting point for understanding where those opportunities are and how they can be pursued. National branding is also at the heart of this initiative. The way a nation presents itself affects tourism, trade, investment, diplomacy, and global perception. Nigeria must tell its story with confidence, clarity, and consistency. We must protect the beauty of our culture, the strength of our creativity, the diversity of our people, and the scale of our economic opportunities. This compendium will support that national branding effort by providing credible information that can help the media, investors, tourists, embassies, development partners, and policymakers tell a more complete and positive story about Nigeria. It reminds us that Nigeria is not defined by challenges alone. Every country has its own challenges, but by possibilities, talent, enterprise, heritage, and resilience. I commend the Nigeria Press Council, the Nigeria Governance Forum, the Nigeria Tourism Development Authority, and all partners who have worked to produce this important publication. I also commend the state government for contributing to this national effort to showcase Nigeria's economy and tourism potentials. The task before us now is implementation. We must use this compendium as a working document, not a ceremonial publication. Let it guide investment missions, tourism promotion, state branding, project packaging, international engagement, and private sector partnership. As a ministry, we remain committed to working with all states and the FCT to strengthen tourism development, grow the creative economy, attract investment, and promote Nigeria brand globally. In closing, I congratulate all stakeholders on this landmark achievement. Let today mark a renewed commitment to building Nigeria's cultural richness, tourism assets, creative energy into shared prosperity of our people. I therefore wish to purchase 10 copies of this compendium at an undisclosed amount. Thank you for your attention. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
That was the speech of Barrister Hanatu Musa Musawa Esquire, the Honorable Minister of Art, Culture, Tourism, and Creative Economy, read by the Permanent Secretary. At this point, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before I invite the next speaker, the next speaker is somebody I was privileged to work with about 2.5 years ago before I retired from service. He's a man who combines knowledge with integrity. Because I know him very well, the secret of his success, let me reveal it to you today, is constancy of purpose. When a man's ways are pleasing to God, he dreams dreams and sees vision. He's a man of vision and action. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming to the podium the Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, Alhaji Mohammed Idris, Fellow, Nigerian Institute of Public Relations. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much for your kind words, Master of Ceremony. Your Excellency, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, here ably represented by my brother, Dr. Fashua, who is the advisor, special advisor to the President on Economic Affairs. My sister, the Honorable Minister of Arts, Culture, Tourism and the Creative Economy, also ably represented here by her Permanent Secretary. Thank you for observing that minute of silence, a minute silence in honor of our late mother. That was very thoughtful of you. The Chief Executive of the Nigerian Press Council, Honorable Commissioners here, the Senior Special Assistant to the President in the Office of the Vice President, Mr. Stanley, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me if I cut down the protocol. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you to this very important sub-national government economic and tourism information roundtable and the official launch of the National Compendium documenting the economic and tourism profiles of the 36 states of the Federation and the FCT. This event provides a strategic platform to showcase the vast economic and tourism opportunities across Nigeria. Every state has unique assets in agriculture, solid minerals, culture, creative industries, historic sites, natural attractions, technology, manufacturing, trade, and services. Properly documented and promoted, these assets can, on their own, attract investment, create jobs, and generate revenue that support inclusive national development. This initiative speaks directly to the mandate of the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation, which includes, among others, managing the image and reputation of Nigeria, helping its sister ministry, the Ministry of Culture, to promote the culture of our people and government, and ensuring access by citizens and the global community to credible and timely information. This also, of course, aligns with the Ministry's mission to maintain a robust information dissemination mechanism that promotes Nigeria's tourism potentials and enhances our cultural values. The compendium we are about to unveil today, therefore, is more than just a publication. It is a national communication tool, an investment guide, a tourism promotion document, and a practical instrument for projecting Nigeria's sub-national strengths to the world. It supports the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR. This initiative comes at a time when the federal government is implementing bold economic reforms aimed at strengthening investor confidence, expanding economic opportunities, and position Nigeria for sustainable growth. By providing credible and accessible information on the economic and tourism assets of our states, the Compendium complements these efforts and serves as a practical tool for unlocking sub-national development. I therefore want to use this opportunity to commend the Nigerian Press Council under the leadership of my friend, my brother, Dr. Dili Ezwaga. Thank you and well done for your hard work. When it was mentioned here that you went and met a desert and turned it into a forest, it is indeed true. As your supervising minister, I know the work you put in to make sure that that sector is properly positioned. Thank you for the work that you do. I also commend my colleague who is being represented here, the Honorable Minister of Arts, Culture, Tourism, and the Creative Economy. And of course, the Office of the Vice President, the publication team, state governments. We saw the Nasarawa State Governor earlier today, and all partners who contributed to the success of this important project. I urge state governments, investors, development partners, the diplomatic community, and the private sector to treat this compendium as a working document for investment engagement, tourism promotion, policy planning, and partnership development. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this roundtable is a call to action. It is an invitation to move from potential to prosperity, from documentation to implementation, and from discussion to investment, collaboration, and measurable development outcomes. I congratulate everyone involved in this initiative and formally commend this publication as a valuable contribution to Nigeria's development agenda. At this point, it is my honor and privilege to formally present the National Compendium documenting the economic and tourism potentials, profiles of the 36 states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory. I commend all of you who are involved in the process of making sure that this has happened. Let me especially recognize my younger brother, Dr. Olayola Awaka. Thank you for the work you do. The Director General, Nigerian Tourism Development Authority, Dr. Abdulateef Shitu, DG Nigerian Governors Forum, His Excellency Malam Abdurrahman Abrazak, CON, Governor of Kwara State and Chairman, Nigerian Governors Forum. My sister, Barrister Hannatu Musa, Honorable Minister, who is unavoidably absent today, and above all, our amiable Vice President, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON. I know that the Vice President has worked so hard and ensured that this day will come. We had wished that he was here in person, but we know the exigencies of office. He's been, I don't think he has had 10 minutes of his own throughout today, but we nonetheless thank him and appreciate the work that he has done in giving this whole project the direction that it has taken. I want to also thank all members of the diplomatic community, the organized private sector, and all those who have come here and have contributed and have joined hands to ensure that this indeed has happened. All the commissioners of information from the various states that have come here, thank you for coming, and make sure that this publication is taken back to your states so that we can use them for the purpose for which they have been produced. On this note, I want to thank you most sincerely, and I hope that we have a very robust and successful evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. I'm recognizing all our distinguished guests that are here. I stand on existing protocols. Cultural Troop, are you ready? Cultural Troop, are you ready? Okay, so before we move into the high point, which is the launch, please begin to prepare as the Cultural Troop show us more of the beauty of Nigeria in dance. Please begin to count the zeros that you are going to put on the pledge cards. I don't know if they've started sending them out, because that's the next thing after we have this beautiful performance from the Cultural Troop. Thank you. Thank you very much, cultural troupe. Can we please give them a rousing round of applause? Thank you so, so much. That last piece was titled Unity. And so they're displaying for us in dance what we can accomplish when we work together as one, moving the nation forward. So we've come to the high point of the second part of our program. Nigeria, documenting the economic and tourism profiles of 36 states and the FCT. It's time to launch our national compendium. And I have the privilege to invite to the podium a prominent Nigerian businessman, a philanthropist, and a traditional title holder from Umuchu of Agwata local government area of Anambra State. Kindly make welcome High Chief Sir Emmanuel Akanono, the Eze Abilikete of Umuchu. He is a member of the highly prestigious The Pinnacle International Club, and he works silently behind the scenes. He is our chief launcher for our national compendium. Please come to the stage, sir. Please keep clapping till he gets here. Thank you.
His Excellency, the Vice President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, the ministers, the senators, members of House of Assembly, I welcome you all. Well, it's a high privilege to be in your midst this particular hour in time to support the Nigerian government in many ways. Actually, I must sincerely say that I don't know how I'm going to narrate it in the way you people understand it, but I must sincerely say that I'm happy to be in your midst today. This Nigerian belongs to all of us. Whatever we are going to support to make one or two things to move. You can see what they have displayed based on our under the cultural people. We saw it, and I must sincerely say I'm going to support the National Compendium of Nigerian and the Document of Economical Tourism in the 36 states. I wouldn't like to waste much time. I will support the event with sum of 10 million.
Thank you so much, Chief. God bless you, sir. Okay, so that we know exactly what we're launching, I think we need to unveil, I want to believe that it's our chief launcher, supported with the Honorable Minister, maybe the representative of the Vice President, to unveil the book so that we know exactly what it is we are launching. Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir. So these are the printed copies of the National Compendium. Nigeria, documenting the economic and tourism profiles of 36 states and the FCT. Thank you so much. I want to believe that the ushers have begun, and if they have not, could they please do so? There is a pledge card that is to go round. Oh, okay. 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 So we're going to do two things at the same time. May I kindly invite the representative of the Vice President, the Honorable Minister, representative of the Minister of Information, then the representative of the Minister of Culture and Tourism, our Chief Executive Officer of the Nigeria Press Council, our Chief Launcher, of course. Who am I missing out? Sorry, the Director General of the Nigeria Tourism, he's already standing, he knows what to do. Thank you so much, sir. So while they're doing that, please, ushers, can we pass around these pledge cards? The pledge card has a front and a back. There's a detachable part on the top, which we are to fill with our pledge amounts, our name, our organization, position, phone number, email address, and date. When you have filled that, that's the one you will submit. The second part, just write the pledge amounts in case you forget or you want to give to your accountant. So, and it has where you're going to send the pledge to, and you have a contact number. I don't know if I'm allowed to reveal the owner of the contact number, but she will answer you, I can assure you. And so you will detach the top part, that's what you're going to submit. So ushers, yes, I can see the ushers working on that. And then we will detach that. Thank you so much. Representative of the Vice President, Honorable Minister of Information, representative of the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, our CEO of NPC, our DG of the Tourism Authority, our Chief Launcher, and all other dignitaries that came forward. Can we please, ushers, I'm not seeing anybody working on this other side. Is it possible for us to have 2 minutes of soft music while our guests fill the forms? I wouldn't want them filling the forms while we listen to the address from the Vice President. So as I said, you're going to detach the top. When you filled it, you give that one back to the ushers, and you keep the lower half for yourself to remind you of what you have pledged today. You've heard a lot of speakers talk about the importance of this book and the relevance. And it's a very useful reference material. Economic and tourism profiles of the 36 states and the FCT. Okay, very conscious of time. Please continue filling. And I would now like to invite for the keynote address the Vice President, His Excellency Kashim Shettima, GCON, who is ably represented by Dr. Tokwe Fashua, the Special Advisor to the President on Economic Matters. He will be providing the Vice President's keynote address. Please, can we give him a round of applause, or we're busy filling all our zeros. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think filling those forms is more important at this point in time, so we can know how much you are getting in for the project. Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to deliver the speech of His Excellency Vice President Kashim Shettima, GCON. And permits me to stand on existing, already established protocols, but I would want to recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, as well as the Honorable Minister of Arts, Culture, Tourism and Creative Economy, represented by the Permanent Secretary, and also that's my fellow FCA. We know what we mean by that. And of course, the Chief Launcher, President, Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, President Naxima, other executives here present, ladies and gentlemen. Every nation holds wealth it has never counted. A country may possess every gift that providence can bestow: fertile land, restless talent, deep culture, mineral seams beneath its soil, yet remain poor in the eyes of capital if those gifts are never documented, never presented, never told in a language that markets understand. To gather a nation's assets, to give them form on a page, to set them before investors with confidence rather than apology is one of the quiet but decisive acts of statecraft. That is why I am pleased to welcome you to this important subnational government economic and tourism information roundtable and the official launch of the National Compendium documenting the economic and tourism profiles of our 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. This event is both timely and strategic. It speaks to the vision of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, to build a stronger, more competitive and more inclusive economy, and reinforces the central message of the Renewed Hope agenda, that every state has potential and every community has something to contribute to national prosperity. Nigeria is not poor in opportunities. Nigeria is rich in assets, rich in talent, rich in culture, rich in enterprise, and rich in natural endowment. What we must do is organize these assets, document them properly, present them credibly, and connect them to capital, markets, technology, and investors. That is why this compendium matters. It is a national investment document, a tourism guide, an economic intelligence tool, and a branding instrument for telling the Nigerian story in a structured and compelling manner. For too long, our story has been told from the narrow lens of challenges. Today, we tell a broader story of opportunity, resilience, creativity, and partnership. Across our 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, vast possibilities wait to be unlocked. In one state, the advantage may be agriculture. In another, solid minerals, gas, ports, logistics, manufacturing, ICT, or tourism. Some are blessed with waterfalls, festivals, mountains, warm springs, beaches, wildlife, and ancient kingdoms. Others have industrial corridors, free trade zones, and growing consumer markets. The challenge is how to convert potential into projects, projects into investments, investments into jobs, and jobs into shared prosperity. This is why subnational governments must now take center stage. The federal government provides direction, policy, infrastructure, and diplomatic engagement. But the real engines of growth, of inclusive growth, are the states. The states are where land sits, where agricultural clusters form, where tourism assets are situated, where young people seek jobs, and where investors must establish factories, farms, hotels, and service businesses. Our future depends on the ability of the states to identify their comparative advantages, improve ease of doing business, provide reliable data, secure communities, and create an enabling environment for enterprise. This initiative aligns strongly with the Sustainable Development Goals. When states attract investment into agriculture, manufacturing, tourism, and small businesses, they advance SDG 1 on no poverty, SDG 8 on decent work and economic growth, SDG 9 on industry, innovation, and infrastructure, SDG 10 on reduced inequalities, SDG 11 on sustainable cities and communities, SDG 12 on responsible consumption and production, and SDG 17 on partnerships for goals. These will be achieved not by declarations, but through practical investment, credible data, and public-private partnerships. To our international investors, I say clearly that Nigeria is open for partnership. With over 200 million people, a young population, abundant resources, expanding digital capacity, and strategic location in Africa, Nigeria offers opportunities that are large and long-term. Partner with our states, build with us, manufacture with us, develop tourism with us. To Nigerians in the diaspora, this message is personal. You are our ambassadors, our investors, and our bridge to the global economy. The time has come to move from remittances alone to structured investment, from nostalgia to nation building. Invest in your home states, build hotels, farms, agro-processing centers, and technology hubs. Tourism deserves special attention. It is our economic sector, and a job is an economic sector and a job creator, supporting aviation, hospitality, transport, entertainment, food, fashion, crafts, and media, and providing income for women and young people. From our festivals to our music, from our historic cities to our natural attractions, we have what the world wants to experience. But tourism assets do not market themselves. They must be mapped, protected, developed, secured, and linked to private investment. I therefore urge every state to treat this compendium as a starting point, to take ownership of its profile, update its data, develop bankable propositions, and create dedicated diaspora investment desks. Investors need credible information, clear processes, predictable policies, and responsive institutions. Let me commend the Nigeria Press Council, the Nigeria Governors Forum, the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation, the Federal Ministry of Arts, Culture, Tourism, and Creative Economy, the Nigeria Tourism Development Authority, and all partners behind this work. To bring all 36 states and the FCT into one document is a statement of unity. Our diversity is our greatest economic and cultural asset. The task is plain. We must move from documentation to implementation, from potential to productivity, from scattered opportunities to structured investment pipelines. Given the strategic value of this initiative and to sustain the momentum it has set in motion, I hereby endorse the Subnational Government Economic and Tourism Information Roundtable as an annual event. On behalf of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, I congratulate the organizers, contributors, and partners on this milestone. May this compendium open new doors of investment, strengthen the visibility of our states, promote our tourism assets, attract international capital, mobilize our diaspora, and contribute to a more prosperous, united, and globally respected Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Please, may we give him another round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Eloquently delivered on behalf of the Vice President. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, so I noticed that where our dignitaries are standing, so let me just quickly ask you to, what we have next, which is the final thing we're doing before we move over there, is a group photograph. So I don't know who is in charge of the group photograph itself, the official photographer. Thank you, sir, yes. So if we can come here for the group photograph. Thank you. All those who are supposed to be in the group photograph, yes. No, it's together. It's together. A representative of the Vice President, ministers or their representatives, if there are any governors present, the Chief Launcher, and the Planning Committee are supposed to be in the group photograph. I don't know, Planning Committee, do you want to do your own separately with the representative of the Vice President, or you want to join? Please, if I'm in the picture, let me know so that I can step aside. And meanwhile, while we're doing that, those of us who are not in the group photograph, please, even if you are not making a pledge, can you fill your information? The organizers would like to know you and possibly get in touch with you if necessary. Planning committee will take their separately. Okay, the planning committee will take their picture separately. With who? Okay, separately. All right. Thank you. I will crave the indulgence of our special guests and our ministers to please stay standing if they're finished with the photographs. Our special guest ministers, please stay standing. And the planning committee. So could the rest of us please, thank you. Thank you. Planning committee, can you please come forward for your photograph? Thank you, and while they're doing that, please, I want to remind us, even if you're not making a pledge, kindly fill the top half of the pledge card. You can leave out pledge amounts, still give us your name. You didn't get a card? Ushers, how did you do that? Ushers, my very distinguished on this first row do not have pledge cards. Please, somebody should run forward with that now before they stand up. Please, quickly, pledge cards. Yes, please, pledge cards. National anthem indicates that we have finished. I don't want our guests to stand up and leave. Pledge cards, quickly, thank you. In the front there, thank you. Okay, so once we have that, I understand immediately we've done the national anthem, we can move to the next side of the hall. But can we please rise for the national anthem? This is announcing the formal the closing of the formal part of it. And then we have another 30 minutes or so for interactions, exchange of numbers and ideas. The national anthem, please. Please, after the national anthem, you move, there's lunch after. Thank you so much, representative of the Vice President, our honorable ministers, commissioners, our special guests, representative of governors, just move behind the curtain. There is lunch for you. Thank you.
To execute it.
And trying to get it under his control.
Just pro there. Eh? Once everything all clear, I go your code you, then you go boss all our foul. And once you boss all our foul like this, and at your claim, you understand?
Yes, I just allow the unit to claim everywhere.
You don't finish them, you finish everything.
In Nigeria, Pidgin English is more than a lingua franca. It's a cultural identifier, often used to poke fun at life's challenges. It brings humor to the people despite situation. It's not just a language, it's a bandage of authenticity.
Which time you want to come now? Now when I don't spend money, finish. Now when the bar don't finish, now you go say, your guy no bring cash, come back, I'll give you.
You know, say Delta not they carry last too. Especially worry. Now worry now go, they drive, traffic light, they show red, I can't they wait. Now one mama tell me, say, my picky, they go, they don't thief the green bubble.
Nollywood brought comedy to the fore. We now have a genre of Pidgin English comedy. Apart from the street comedy, which we usually do, our normal banter, when they talk that far, I just want to see your face smooth to be like fresh bread. You understand that kind of thing? Hey, those are normal ways of talking to each other, but it has not developed into a genre of comedy. And we use it to make ourselves happy and communicate. Then, because it encompasses the full human nature, every aspect is included. Even in grief. Oh, but sorry, say your packing bucket. Wow, you cannot just enjoy. Now when you're smart, you don't enter your pocket. And the guy go kick bucket. No, but just smart, they are so like you.
Street credibility goes beyond humor. It's about humility, loyalty, and staying true to one's root. It's the language of the streets, where creativity and resilience strive.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to what?
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
This recipe is the Ebira method of making beans soup. To prepare this, you will need the following ingredients: beans, chicken, cowhide, also known as pomo, stockfish, dried fish, onions, blended pepper, seasoning or bouillon powder, habanero peppers, bell peppers, crayfish, spinach, locust beans, palm oil, and some salt. I'll begin by picking out the dirt from the beans. I'll transfer the chicken which has been nicely cleaned up, into a clean pot. I'll then add some onions, blended pepper and salt to taste. Then the bouillon or seasoning powder and pots and leave it to cook for about 7 minutes. In a dry blender, add in the beans and grind it until it is smooth. Next, in a blender, add the pepper and onions, which is nicely cleaned. Add some water, cover it and blend. I'll check the chicken and the stockfish, which has been cooking now for a while. And at this point, the chicken is ready. Take out the chicken and transfer into a baking tray. I'll be grilling the chicken in the oven. And give it a gentle stir. Cover the pot and bring it to a boil. Here, I have the blended beans, and this is what it looks like after blending. 1 cup of beans was blended. I'll be using half of it for this recipe and will save up the other half for another day. It's time to add the beans powder. Gradually, I'll do that while I stir. At this point, I'll add for another 15 to 20 minutes. It's been 15 minutes. Give it a nice stir. Wow, it smells really amazing. I wish you can perceive the aroma coming out of my kitchen. Ooh la la. The vegetable always comes last, remember, because it loses its color, crunchiness and nutrients when it's overcooked. This is...
Welcome to Eco Frontline on Africa's window to the world. The impact of climate change on the human health is worrisome and calls for urgent and collective action to mitigate it. Climate change is no longer a future warning or a distant threat. One of the most pressing environmental issues of our time is plastic pollution, be it in a visible form, microplastic or nanoplastic. What role do you see government policies or public awareness playing in the future of waste recycling in Nigeria and in Africa by extension? How exactly is rising temperature and extreme weather condition increase diseases in this climate? Please stay safe and healthy until we return.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Transportation is an essential need for the tourism industry to thrive. From land, water, sea, and rail, a developed and interconnected transportation infrastructure has proven to be a booster for tourism to thrive around the world. One transport medium which has inspired tourism is the railway, renowned as an affordable transportation option for commuters, with the ability to accommodate mass traffic and lessen the burden on other transport options. Railway infrastructure is increasingly being embraced across the world. In Nigeria, railway infrastructure was first developed in colonial times to serve administrative and economic necessities. First in Lagos in 1898 and subsequently to other regions of colonial Nigeria. This infrastructure was an impetus for development of modern urban cities in Nigeria. In contemporary Nigeria, railway infrastructure is being adopted across states as a viable infrastructure for inter- and intrastate transportation of humans and cargoes. The Lagos Blue Rail Line is one of such modern railway infrastructure. In celebration of World Tourism Day, themed Tourism and Peace, the National Association of Tour Operators, NATOP, hopped on an exploration of the Lagos Rail Line.
Hello everyone, my name is Dozie Obi and I am the founder of Green Ace Destination Management Company. Today being World Tourism Day, we are here at the Marina train station of the Blue Rail Line to mark this year's World Tourism Day. Now, as NATOP, which is the Nigerian Association of Tour Operators, we are starting this year's commemoration here. And the reason this is to show how key transportation infrastructure is important to the development of tourism.
Boarding from the Marina train station, the experience was for participants a scenic spectacle of Lagos. From the National Theatre, all attendees further committed to the Legacy Railway Museum, also known as Jekyll House. Jekyll House is a two-story colonial architectural piece. It was named after the former superintendent of the Nigeria Railway Corporation, late Francis Jekyll, OBE.
There is so much history embedded in this museum. I'd invite you to come with us as we take you around on a short tour of the museum.
In recent times, the building has been transformed to one of Nigeria's heritage sites and a destination for researchers and tourists alike.
You know, NATOP, for any World Tourism Day or any of our AGM, we use tour locations to celebrate what we're doing, and that's the mark. So we decided to look at what other tour sites that we have not visited. And I decided to say, okay, let's get on the train from Marina to the National Theatre. Let's do the train tour so that we can take people on train. We've done the land tour before. Let's do things differently. Most people don't really know this hidden gem. So, and people are not making noise about it. That's why we decided to use the Jekyll House as to celebrate our World Tourism Day.
Today is World Tourism Day and it's being celebrated all over the world. So NATOP Southwest region decided to come to this amazing museum, which is very historical, very iconic, and we know that one of the things that the government of Nigeria has done for us in the past few years is building us a new rail line. So we wanted to see what the old rail line looks like, what the iconic view looks like, how it used to operate. As you can see, I mean, now the old rail line is a tourism attraction in Nigeria, right? And it's the museum called the Jekyll Museum. And we are happy to be here.
Yeah, my name is Adeomi Afolabiajani from Dew Travels, and I'm glad to be here. This is Jekyll House, and celebrating World Tourism Day. The theme of this year is tourism and peace. and we are here visiting Jekyll House. Wow, this is the first time I'm actually here, and I've seen a lot of things that has happened here. It's so wonderful, so good. Seeing all these colonial houses still standing till date after so many years. I wish the Lagos State government would do something more about this, to actually bring this to people's awareness so that we have a lot of people coming to see.
Sited on a large lawn, the Jekyll House is a repository of Nigeria's history.
Why was the Jekyll named after this place? He came for the very first time and he joined the railways and he worked for 27 years and he retired.
Also housed in the museum are photographic images dating from the 19th century. This visual exhibition offers tourists a photographic glare of the Nigerian society in times past, pre-colonial, colonial, and post-colonial.
We've just been visiting the Railway Museum here in Lagos, and we had a fantastic experience. We learned a lot about Nigerian history. We really understood how the railway system was developed here, and we had a fantastic time. I recommend everyone to visit this museum and to learn more about the history.
So, the museum plays a critical role in tourism all over the world. For instance, on our trip to Taiwan, in Taiwan you can stay like 5 hours. You see buses and buses coming and going. And of course, like groups up to like 50, all been taken around their museum, because even in China, because mainland of China, but they don't agree that they're Chinese anyway. But so what I'm trying to do is that Nigeria needs to reinvent that, go back, because histories are embedded in most of our museums, but nobody knows that there's anything there. Okay, and the sad state is we're talking about telling our story. Our story starts with the museums, because that is where, it's like the CBN, Central Bank of, our heritage and culture. Okay, but today, the trade is on the street. It's no longer within the walls. So you need to bring at least a representative sample. You can bring it Tafa Balewa, you can bring Amina. At the National Theatre in the old days, it was Amina, a big statue. Why it was broken down, we didn't know.
We look so much at museums being a building, which is fine because, that's where you contain them. But the museums is not just a dead place for dead things. It's a living, breathing, micro understanding, microculture understanding for culture. Museums are living places. So part of my research and what I'm doing is to bring the museums out and bring the collections out to the people. It's one of the ways you're going to get people to understand what is this, what's that, what's happening, who was that. And it can start by photographs. By having photographs in constant places, in the marketplace, in the shopping mall, in banks, where you get a lot of people, then we start that conversation before you end up in that.
The train is coming, so you be careful. Interesting, man.
At the end of the tour of the Railway Museum, all attendees headed to the expansive lawn, wherein we had a thrill of cultural performance.
is explore potential, tourism potential sites in Nigeria. And today we were at the Jekyll House, and a lot of people were surprised by what they saw. We were at the Universal Art Studio, and people were also surprised. Now, the Universal Art Studio is a place where most artworks that you see in important galleries in Nigeria are cooked, where they are being made, but people don't even know where those big, beautiful, wonderful works are being produced. We took them there. That is the reason why we have Nigeria Association of Tour Operators. We explore hidden potentials to Nigerians, to tour operators, because we are in the business of tourism. We are in the business of tour operation. That is what we do. Tourism is business, and promoting these sites will also help us to preserve those monuments, because the more people visit those sites, the more money enters into their bank account, and the money will be used to preserve such monuments. Our journey today started from the mainland. We conveyed our members to the Blue Rail train in Marina, and from there we took the train. It was such a beautiful experience. We took it to this Universal Studio of Art, and from that studio, at the studio we saw beautiful artwork that some people never thought we had in Lagos. From the studio, we are right here in Jekyll House that sits the oldest railway station in Lagos. People might wonder, why did we choose this tour around the train station and Jekyll House? This is one tour site that some people don't know exists in Lagos. Apart from that, the Universal Studio of Art is something some Lagosians don't even know. So we thought, why not expose this to Lagosians, so that when we have people coming to Lagos, we know where to take them. It's been a beautiful experience, and we're having a great time.
While many enjoyed the pleasure of today's railway system around the country, a visit to the Jekyll House offers a tourist an up-close experience of railway development in Nigeria, Nigeria's pre-colonial, colonial, and early post-colonial times. With the strategic engagement of tourism practitioners with this destination, the Jekyll House and Yaba mainland local government is set to experience accelerated tourist presence.
Is day one. Day one for you to give 100 on the track, on the road, at work, because it's your job to give your all. 100 with the gang, and on the dance floor. Truth is, you're not wired to give less. Your future is now. So